Chapter 151, 100 Days of Foundation Establishment. Chapter 151, 100 Days of Foundation Establishment. As the 5 Peak Masters ordered Su Zimo, Lung Ru, and Little Fatty to remain silent, no one in the sect knew the details of the battle at Linfeng City. Everyone only vaguely heard that Lung Ru and company were met with an ambush when they went out. 2 inner sect disciples died tragically, and the 3 of them were only saved after Golden Cores of the sect arrived. Right after, the sect sent out orders restricting disciples from heading out, etc. As such, the tension was high within the sect. Even though most people did not know the reason, they felt a sense of danger and chose to enter seclusion cultivation. It was the same for Su Zimo as well. The reason why he joined Lung Ru and Little Fatty in heading out after returning from Thunderclap Valley was because he was lacking in spirit stones. Now, Su Zimo had sufficient spirit stones and he had already begun to cultivate fervently, bent on catching up on his lack of progress for the past 6 months. In his cave abode, Su Zimo resumed his normal cultivation routine. By absorbing spirit stones and refining elixirs in the day, he would then choose to consume perfect elixirs and continue raising his cultivation. At night, he would channel the Tiger Leopard Thunder Sound and continue with cleansing his marrow liquid, regenerating fresh and powerful blood. The effect of swapping blood through marrow cleansing was obvious. In the process, even the skin, flesh, tendons, and bones would become stronger. Every morning after waking up, Su Zimo's body would be covered by a thin layer of black mud. Those were the impurities in his body. Both his immortality and demonic cultivation were steadily improving. With sufficient spirit stones to replenish his energy coupled with non-stop cultivation, Su Zimo reached perfected Qi condensation after a single month. When he was at level 9 Qi condensation, Su Zimo's Dantian had already formed a sea of Qi. Now that he was at perfected Qi condensation, a change happened to the sea of Qi once more. As though it was dyed a shade of red, flames burned on top of it, sending forth a beautiful and powerful aura. Even though he had no one to spar with, Su Zimo was certain that his current state of Qi condensation was enough to crush all other Qi refinement warriors of the same level. Just as Su Zimo heaved a sigh of relaxation, the sound of clothes fluttering came from outside his cave abode. Before long, someone knocked on the door. Su Zimo frowned. The footsteps sounded unfamiliar. There weren't many people who came to his cave abode usually, and it was mostly Little Fatty. However, it clearly wasn't him because those footsteps were light. Su Zimo waved his robes and the door to his cave abode opened. A fragrant scent wafted in as a woman wearing a snow-white blouse stood at the entrance. She had a cold expression, but a trace of uneasiness flickered through her eyes as she gazed inside somewhat nervously. That woman was Lung Ru. Surprised, Su Zimo stood up hurriedly and welcomed her with cupped fists. I didn't expect it to be Senior Sister Long. Come in quickly. Yes. She replied softly and entered with her head lowered. Given Lung Ru's character, she might not even be willing to meet anyone if they came to visit. If anyone knew that she had taken the initiative to visit a male disciple at his place, their jaws would surely drop. Is there anything, Senior Sister Long? Su Zimo asked with a smile. Pondering for a moment, Lung Ru replied, I haven't thanked you for everything that happened outside Linfeng City. I'm here to thank you for that formally. So, it's about that. Su Zimo smiled and waved it off. It's nothing much. I was also saving myself as well. You don't have to worry about it. Lung Ru nodded and said nothing more. She was not good at conversing to begin with, while Su Zimo was not good at asking questions. The atmosphere suddenly turned cold and awkward. Hesitating for a moment, Lung Ru continued, Junior Brother Su, I've made 2 grade 2 talismans. Please take them as a token of appreciation for saving my life. With that, Lung Ru retrieved 2 pieces of talismans from her storage bag and handed them over. However, her head was lowered and she did not look at Su Zimo. Su Zimo thought to himself, if I reject her, things might get even more awkward. At that thought, he reached out and took the 2 talismans before smiling. Thank you, Senior Sister Lung. When Su Zimo received the talismans, Lung Ru's nervous expression finally relaxed. She lifted her head and glanced at Suzumo before turning away speedily. One of the two talismans was a protection talisman while the other was an offensive talisman. Sensing the aura the talismans exuded, Suzumo nodded silently. The two talismans should be the strongest among Grade 2 talismans. It was clear that Leng Ru had spent a lot of effort on them. Suzumo thought to himself, it's a pity I can't refine middle-grade spirit weapons. Otherwise, I would have made one and returned the favor. By now, Suzumo was able to advance to Foundation Establishment realm at any time. His 6 inferior-grade flying swords could no longer keep up with his cultivation. If he wanted to set up a sword formation, he would have to refine his own flying swords. Right now, Suzumo's technique for tempering was way too crude. Even if he had superior-grade materials, he would not be able to remove the impurities and etch the second spirit pattern. That was a huge problem he was eager to solve. The both of them chatted casually a little more and Leng Ru left. From his storage bag, Suzumo retrieved an elixir that looked mysterious with 5 patterns on it. It was a perfect Foundation Establishment elixir. He had created that Foundation Establishment elixir during the face-off against Suzumo on Elixir Peak. At the thought of Feng Haoyu, Suzumo could not help but recall how the former had stopped and threatened him after the Elixir Peak face-off. At that moment, it seemed as though Feng Haoyu was just doing it out of spite. But, after Suzumo thought about it, things did not seem as simple. After advancing to Foundation Establishment realm, Suzumo would inevitably come across Feng Haoyu once more, and he did not know what that guy would do next. After all, Feng Haoyu had experienced that terrible defeat. If he made a comeback, he would not be easy to deal with. With that thought in mind, Suzumo swallowed the Foundation Establishment elixir. It melted instantly in his mouth, sending a warm stream down his throat into his dantian that emitted a powerful medicinal effect. Under the influence of that medicinal effect, Suzumo calmed himself down and gathered the sea of qi within his dantian. He was neither anxious nor hurried. As the name suggested, Foundation Establishment was for one to lay down the foundation. If one's foundation was lacking, their future cultivation path could be problematic. The scarlet sea of qi shrank endlessly and reduced in size. However, the aura that was being emitted was increasingly powerful and terrifying. Time began to slip away just like that. Suzumo was in no rush. For normal cultivators to establish their foundations, the fast ones would take less than 2 hours and the slowest ones would take up to 5 days. However, there was no one as slow as Suzumo. A full 100 days had passed by before Suzumo opened his eyes that shone with a sharp glint. The sea of qi within his dantian had finally disappeared and turned into a scarlet spirit liquid. There was a qualitative change in his spirit qi, transforming it into spirit energy. 100 days of foundation establishment. Even though they were 100 ordinary days, Suzumo had set up a foundation sturdier than anything else. On this day, Suzumo walked out of his cave abode and summoned his flying sword. He headed for the main peak. Upon reaching Foundation Establishment realm, one could take part in the inner sect assessment at the main peak. As long as they passed, they would become inner sect disciples. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know a report chapter, so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 152, Shock. Chapter 152, Shock. Translator, Atlas Studios. Editor, Atlas Studios. The inner sect assessment was relatively simple. It merely tested the disciples on their control and insights towards sword kinesis as well as whether their foundations were stable. When the testing elder saw that it was Suzumo, he gave the latter an inner sect identity badge without conducting the assessment at all. Under Little Fatty's lead, the two of them circled the main peak before looking for a suitable cave abode to settle down. All that trouble took up half a day's time. Before long, news of Suzumo becoming an inner sect disciple spread out through the inner sect. Right as Suzumo was about to return to his cave abode and return to seclusion cultivation of ethereal foundation establishment, a group of people walked over. They looked unfriendly and were sneering. Leading the pack was a former disciple of Spirit Peak, Sun Dao, who was knocked unconscious by a single slap of Su Zimo. After half a year, Sun Dao was already at early-stage Foundation establishment as well. The other people were unfamiliar, and they had different cultivations. There were even late-stage Foundation establishment cultivators. All of those people surrounded Su Zimo and Little Fatty before long. With a smile, Little Fatty cupped his fists. "Senior brothers. What do you need?" "Little Fatty, make way. This is none of your business." Sun Dao snorted coldly and looked at Su Zimo. Raising his eyebrows, he said, "Su Zimo, you ambushed me while I was unprepared back in Spirit Peak. We haven't settled that debt yet. I'm not someone to take advantage of you. Since you're already at early-stage Foundation establishment now, today is a good time. We'll fight it out in the Spirit Arena." In truth, even though they were both at early-stage Foundation establishment, one had just advanced and the other was at a peak state. Furthermore, Su Zimo had just become an inner sect disciple and had yet to learn any spirit arts. As for Sun Dao, he had already been in the inner sect for a few months now with a few spirit arts under his belt. Everyone could tell whether or not it was fair, but no one said anything. Little Fatty had a strange expression as he looked at Sun Dao with a hint of pity in his gaze. However, he did not say anything as well. Su Zimo could not be bothered with Sun Dao and merely shook his head. "I'm not interested." "Humph." Sun Dao's expression darkened as he yelled, "Su Zimo, that's not up to you." "Oh?" Narrowing his gaze, Su Zimo looked at Sun Dao for a moment and suddenly laughed. "What do you mean?" "Su Zimo, stop pretending." A disciple at the side shouted, "You must have been a burden to senior brothers Lu and Guan at the spirit mine of Linfeng City since you were just a Qi refinement warrior. How else would they have died? What nonsense are you talking about?" Hearing that, Little Fatty could not help but berate them. He was well aware of what happened at the spirit mine, but no one else knew. One of them sneered, "Even though the three of you refuse to say anything about that incident, all of us can roughly guess everything. Su Zimo must have been a burden to our two senior brothers." Su Zimo was expressionless as he listened to their accusations. It was a baseless rumor that came from an illogical conclusion. Despite being so ridiculous, there were many in the inner sect that bought it. Repeated rumors turn into facts. Su Zimo did not believe that it wasn't intentionally spread by someone. Sun Dao scoffed coldly, "Su Zimo, even if you reject my challenge today, there will be many other senior brothers coming to challenge you from this day forth in the name of our two dead senior brothers. HMPH, you can dream about cultivating in peace from now on." With an unchanged expression, Su Zimo nodded. "All right, let's head to the spirit arena." For some reason, Sun Dao felt uneasy when he heard Su Zimo's carefree tone. After all, Su Zimo had already defeated Feng Haoyu back when he was in Qi Condensation Realm. Now that he was at Foundation Establishment Realm, Su Zimo must be even stronger. However, Sun Dao thought again. How could Su Zimo be a match for him since the latter had just joined the inner sect and had yet to learn spirit arts? By the time Sun Dao's imagination was done running wild, everyone had arrived at the spirit arena of the main peak. Su Zimo entered it slowly, looking calm and composed. Whipping out his flying sword, Sun Dao leapt into the spirit arena. He conjured hand seals with his left hand and spirit energy reverberated on his fingertips. The spirit art was taking shape. "Ha ha, today is where I will reclaim my dignity." Sun Dao conjured his spirit art and composed himself. He could not help but burst out in laughter smugly. Su Zimo's expression was unchanged as he said nonchalantly, "Sun Dao, if I can knock you out the first time, I can knock you out a second time." Boom! Right after he said that, Su Zimo disappeared from sight. Between the both of them, a flurry of after-images appeared, and in the blink of an eye, Su Zimo arrived before Sun Dao. He had not made use of spirit weapons nor energy, this was purely a burst of his physical strength. An intense and ferocious aura gushed out. For a moment, Sun Dao felt that he was not facing a human, but an ancient beast. He did not have time to think as he struck with the spirit art in his left hand. controlling his flying sword with his right hand, he willed it to stab forward. He almost did not have to aim at all since they were so close together. Bang! Boom! Boom! Suddenly, Sun Dao heard a horrifying sound of a tsunami surging in his ears. Su Zimo's eyes lit up, his power of blood bursting forth. With a casual punch, Su Zimo destroyed Sun Dao's spirit art. Right after, he sidestepped and dodged the incoming sword, and with a flip of his hand, he struck Sun Dao's face ruthlessly. This was the exact same move that he had done on Spirit Peak. Sun Dao was alarmed as he felt his vision turn black. A torrential force descended upon him and he fell backwards uncontrollably. Bang! A flash of blood appeared as the back of his head landed on the ground. Sun Dao fainted on the spot. It was too fast. The inner sect disciples that were spectating below were not prepared for Sun Dao to collapse on the spirit arena after just a mere moment of contact. Stunned on the spot, most of them had not registered the fact yet. Suddenly, Su Zimo turned around and looked at the inner sect disciples. He said calmly, "Anyone else who is unconvinced can come up together. I'll take all of you guys at the same time." Everyone was in an uproar. The next moment, inner sect disciples below burned with instant rage and shouted, "Preposterous! How arrogant! What did Su Zimo mean by that?" He was looking down at everyone as though they were nothing. All the inner sect disciples present were at the peak of their youth. How could any of them tolerate such insolence from a disciple who had just entered the inner sect? Little Fatty secretly frowned, somewhat confused. In reality, after what Sun Dao said, Su Zimo realized that this was actually a scheme of the enemy hiding in the depths. No matter what, he had to accept this challenge. As Sun Dao said, if he did not resolve it today, he would not be able to cultivate in peace in the future. The simplest and most effective way of settling it was to shock. It wasn't just to shock Sun Dao's group. More than that, it was to shock the enemy plotting against him in the dark. Therefore, Su Zimo was not just going to take down Sun Dao's group today. He was going to reveal his true strength and crush everything completely. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know a report chapter, so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 153, Sky Treasure Auction House. Chapter 153, Sky Treasure Auction House. Translator, Atlas Studios. Editor, Atlas Studios. Although many disciples were infuriated, they were still able to remain rational and did not rush up together. A mid-stage Foundation establishment cultivator was the first to enter the spirit arena, as he remarked coldly, "Junior brother Su, aren't you being too arrogant?" Before that person could finish, Su Zimo took 2 steps and arrived before him. Without a second word, he raised his hands and drew an arc in the air. His punch was filled with power, as though a gigantic stamp was crushing down. "Ah!" That person yelped and crushed a protection talisman right away. Su Zimo's fist slammed heavily against the barrier of the protection talisman, causing it to shake violently. Right after, a series of terrifying sounds could be heard. Crack! 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 Cracks appeared and extended on the surface of the light barrier. A Grade 2 protection talisman was destroyed by a single punch from Su Zimo. That person was scared out of his wits. Without waiting for Su Zimo to continue punching, he jumped down from the spirit arena with fear in his eyes. Retreating frantically, he was like a stray dog. Another inner sect disciple grit his teeth and leaped into the spirit arena, summoning his flying sword instantly. 2 spirit lights shone dazzlingly on the sword. It was a middle-grade flying sword. On the other side, that person conjured hand seals and pointed it at Su Zimo's feet. Suddenly, thick vines grew out like snakes, climbing and wrapping themselves tightly around Su Zimo's ankles. The flying sword and spirit art struck at the same time, complementing each other perfectly. If it was anyone else, they would definitely not be able to dodge the flying sword's attack with their bodies restricted. However, Su Zimo's bloodline was way too strong. Unless it was a late-stage Foundation establishment cultivator, no one else could trap him. Bang! Boom! Boom! The blood within Suzumo's body rumbled as lightning flashed. Striking the vines conjured by the spirit art, the power of thunder electrocuted it into nothingness. Swash! At the same time, the flying sword pierced towards Suzumo's glabella. Laughing gently, Suzumo did not dodge at all. He extended his palm and caressed the incoming sword gently, soft as a tongue. The flying sword fell into Suzumo's palm obediently. As for Suzumo's palm, it was completely unharmed. The inner sect disciple on the other end opened his mouth wide and his eyeballs nearly popped out. Such methods were far beyond his knowledge. Grabbing weapons barehanded was just a small trick among martial artists to deal with mortals. But no one had ever seen a cultivator who could deal with a Foundation Establishment cultivator's flying sword using just his bare hands. "Everyone, let's attack together!" Someone suddenly shouted from the crowd. The tens of disciples below leaped into the spirit arena hot-headedly. "That's the way!" Suzumo burst out in laughter. He took a few steps and slammed into the crowd, exploding the power of his bloodline. Using his unparalleled might and ferocious fist techniques, he crushed his way through everyone. Bang! 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 Accompanied by cries of pain, the sound of fists and flesh colliding rang out constantly as bodies fell one after another. Many people had just entered the spirit arena. However, they were knocked down by Suzumo before they could even stand firmly. In the blink of an eye, bodies were strewn all over the spirit arena. They were completely defeated. Far away, 3 cultivators stood. From their identity badges, they were also inner sect disciples. However, their auras were extraordinary and they were clearly unlike everyone else. That's Suzumo. The number 1 of 4 peaks last year. His melee combat strength is rather decent. However, it's of little use. Yes. Against us, he won't even have a chance to get close, someone among them laughed. I heard that there were quite a number of disciples with decent endowment last year. Other than Suzumo, there's Feng Haoyu and a beauty called Lung Ru. Yes. All 3 of them have a chance to become legacy disciples just like us. That's for the future. Let's continue our seclusion and prepare for the sect competition. Feng Haoyu watched everything expressionlessly and turned around to head back to his cave abode. As soon as he entered and closed the door, Feng Haoyu stopped in his tracks as if he sensed something. That lad's methods are terrifying. At the spirit mine of Linfeng City, more than 30 Foundation Establishment cultivators died in his hands. There was even a late stage among them. A hoarse voice sounded suddenly. It came from a black figure standing in a corner of the cave abode. Feng Haoyu was secretly shocked. None of the sect disciples knew about what happened at Linfeng City. Only the 5 peak masters and some elders who went as reinforcements knew about it. Feng Haoyu said, "According to what you said, Senior, I'm unable to deal with him given my current abilities. Furthermore, I can't kill Suzumo inside the sect. Have you learned all 3 major secret skills?" The hoarse voice sounded once more. Yes. Feng Haoyu nodded. Obtaining the 3 major secret skills of Ethereal Peak was a large part of his mission. Record them for me. No, Feng Haoyu shook his head. Oh? The tone of the black figure changed. Instantly, the atmosphere within the cave abode turned tense and was filled with killing intent. Before I learned the secret skills, Lingyun made me swear not to spread the secret skills externally, Feng Haoyu explained. I have no choice either. The cave abode fell silent. After a moment, the black figure laughed sinisterly. HMPH, HMPH. Not to spread them? We shall see how long more Ethereal Peak can hang on for. When the time comes, I'll come and snatch the 3 major secret skills personally. What about Suzumo and the 3 legacy disciples of Ethereal Peak? Feng Haoyu asked again. Suzumo is manageable. However, those 3 legacy disciples are mostly in seclusion and rarely show their faces. There's no chance to strike at all. The black figure ordered, "Don't act rashly lest we alert the enemy." We'll find a chance before the sect competition to take down the 4 of them in one fell swoop. HMPH, let's see who else Ethereal Peak can send to the sect competition. A cold gust of wind blew past and the black figure disappeared from Feng Haoyu's cave abode. As Su Zimo had expected, no one in the inner sect sought trouble with him after that fight. For the next 2 months, he locked himself in seclusion and absorbed spirit stones continuously, cultivating the Ethereal Foundation establishment to raise his cultivation. 2 months later, it was almost the end of the year. Su Zimo was now at the peak of early-stage Foundation establishment. He thought about it deeply and decided to head out for a walk. His main goal was to find a secret manual to hone one's weapon refinement skill. Without a manual like that, Su Zimo would not be able to improve on his weapon refinement technique. No matter how high his cultivation was, he would be almost half as weak if he was unable to make use of sword formations. Without letting anyone know, Su Zimo left quietly. His destination was to a place called Chiyu City. It was an important city within the Great Zhou dynasty and contained a sky treasure auction house. Typically, as long as there was a city where cultivators gathered, there would be a sky treasure pavilion. However, there weren't many sky treasure auction houses within the Great Zhou dynasty. Chiyu City was the closest city to Ethereal Peak that had one. Sky Treasure Auction House intended to try his luck at Sky Treasure Auction House. Ever since that fight outside of Linfeng City, he had quite a bit of spirit stones in his storage bag. It was just convenient for him. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know a report chapter, so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 154, Authentic Badge. Chapter 154, Authentic Badge. Chiyu City. From afar, it looked like a terrifying behemoth lying on the ground. Even the capital of Yang country paled in comparison. But this was only just a single major town of the dynasty. One could imagine how majestic and dominating the capital of the Great Zhou dynasty was. Along the way, the number of cultivators increased in number the closer it was to Chiyu City. In the capital of Yang country, there were only Qi refinement warriors mostly. It was difficult to even see a Foundation establishment cultivator. However, Foundation establishment cultivators were extremely common in Chiyu City. Flying on their swords, there were people coming and going constantly. Occasionally, even golden cores who could travel through the air without the use of any objects would pass by. Comparatively, Chiyu City was truly more like a city for cultivators. Even though Su Zimo was a disciple of Ethereal Peak, he did not dare to behave flamboyantly in Chiyu City. In fact, he even put away his sect badge and looked for a random inn within the city. Similar to Sky Treasure Pavilion, Sky Treasure Auction House was also backed by a royal family of the Great Zhou dynasty. Listening to the discussions of surrounding cultivators, Su Zimo's confidence in this trip increased. It was said that the Sky Treasure Auction House was the largest trading market in the Great Zhou dynasty. It was famous and many rare and unique treasures had been auctioned here, be it spirit weapons, elixirs, talismans and manuals etc. Of course, the price of the items auctioned was also extremely high. By the time Su Zimo entered the city, it was already evening. After listening for a while in the lobby of the inn, he went back to rest. The next day, Su Zimo woke up early and rushed to the Sky Treasure Auction House. The Sky Treasure Auction House was divided into outer and inner houses. Most items in the outer house were ordinary items where cultivators only needed spirit stones to purchase them or exchange items of equivalent value. The inner house was where the real auction was. All rare items would be auctioned officially in the inner house. The competition was fair and the highest bidders would get it. As long as one were to enter the region of the Sky Treasure Auction House, be it the inner or outer houses, they were not allowed to fly through the air. Even golden cores were not permitted, that was the rule of the auction house. The place was packed as people pushed against one another. There were cultivators of all major and minor sects of different branches. In fact, Su Zimo even caught sight of a few cultivators from Iridescent Cloud's Palace and Azure Frost sect. After taking a spin around the outer house, Su Zimo had an eye-opener. He had truly come across quite a few Trevors, but it was a pity that he hadn't seen a manual for the tempering technique of weapon refinement. Without any hesitation, Su Zimo walked towards the entrance of the inner house. On both sides of the entrance stood two late-stage Foundation establishment cultivators. Clad in armor, they surveyed the crowd constantly with sharp gazes. Such guards could be seen everywhere in the Sky Treasure auction house. Even if a golden core were to cause trouble here, he would be ruthlessly suppressed. Su Zimo had just walked up the stairs when he was stopped by the two guards. "Show me your Sky Treasure badge," one of them said coldly. Su Zimo was stunned and asked, "I need a Sky Treasure badge?" The other guard explained patiently, "Different color badges represent the different parts of the inner house you'll be seated. Bronze is the worst and gold is the best." Su Zimo truly did not know that he would have to display a Sky Treasure badge to enter the inner house. In fact, the inner house was not a place anyone could just enter. The Sky Treasure badge was proof that someone was qualified to take part in the auction. Otherwise, who could tell if anyone was there to fish in troubled waters? Furthermore, most cultivators who were able to obtain a Sky Treasure badge were those who had sold a certain number of items in the Sky Treasure Pavilion. It was also verifiable proof of the person's identity and strength. At a moment like this, Ethereal Peak Sec badge was not as useful as a Sky Treasure badge. Su Zimo did have a Sky Treasure badge indeed, and it was a gold one. However, he had never used the gold badge ever since he found out about Ji Yoshua's identity, afraid that it would attract unnecessary trouble. But with the current situation, Su Zimo had no choice but to hand the Sky Treasure gold badge over. When the guard saw that it was a gold badge, he could not help but frown. Typically, someone of Su Zimo's cultivation, early stage Foundation establishment, would be hard-pressed to even possess a silver badge. Sky Treasure gold badges were almost only exclusive to golden cores. Only golden cores were worthy of a gold badge. The guard's first instinct was that the Sky Treasure gold badge was fake. Without a change of expression, he pressed gently in the middle of the Sky Treasure gold badge. His expression softened and he nodded to the other guard. The Sky Treasure gold badge was authentic. Before this, there had been incidents of fake Sky Treasure badges as well. However, no one had managed to bluff their way through. The main reason was that in the center of every Sky Treasure badge, there would be a unique mark that outsiders would not be able to replicate. A single touch by the guard was enough to tell of whether the gold badge was authentic. This green-robed scholar's background is not simple. The elders in his family must dote on him to be willing to give a Sky Treasure gold badge to an early-stage Foundation establishment. One of the guards said secretly and nodded to Su Zimo. He then moved aside and handed the Sky Treasure gold badge back. Su Zimo took the token and it slid through the guard's hand. Right as it was about to leave the guard's hand, a cold glint flashed in the guard's eyes as though he had realized something as he held onto the Sky Treasure gold badge tightly. Something was not right. When the Sky Treasure gold badge slid through his hand, he had clearly touched a word character. The guard snatched back the Sky Treasure gold badge and waved his hand. Instantly, a few more Foundation establishment cultivators appeared beside him, looking malicious and unfriendly as they surrounded Su Zimo in a circle. "What's wrong?" Su Zimo frowned and asked. The guard looked at Su Zimo and grunted. Whisking the Sky Treasure gold badge up, he scrutinized it under his eyes. At the right corner of the Sky Treasure gold badge, there was a character the size of a mosquito. As long as one focused on it, they would be able to recognize that it was the word Shui. The guard handed the Sky Treasure gold badge to another person with a darkened expression. If not for that Shui character, the Sky Treasure gold badge would be authentic. However, it was way too fake with it. This was clearly the badge of the Great Zhou Dynasty's third princess. How could it be in the hands of an outsider? HMPH1, how dare you forge a fake Sky Treasure gold badge? You really don't know the meaning of death. Take him down. Another guard shouted after checking out the badge. Hold on. Su Zimo was extremely calm as he said in a deep voice, "Fellow Daoist, what right do you have to say that my badge is fake? You have no proof at all. You have to give me some evidence." There was no way the Sky Treasure Gold badge could be fake, and Su Zimo wanted to see what the guard had to say. The guard sneered. "All right, I'll make sure you die convinced." Right as that person was about to speak, a commotion broke out not far away and the crowd was restless. Looking from the corner of his eye, the guard trembled and he looked respectful right away. There was even a look of intoxication in his eyes. It was the same for everyone else, as they actually forgot about Su Zimo for the moment. Out of curiosity, Su Zimo turned over. "If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know a report chapter, so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 155, Chief Steward GU. Chapter 155, Chief Steward GU. A group of maidservants surrounded two women as they walked over. At the very front, the woman's skin was fair as snow. She had an exquisite appearance and her steps exuded a mature charm. The woman had a smile on her face, and her every move exuded an air of gracefulness. Clearly, her status in the Sky Treasure auction house was not low. Beside her, there was a young girl in a long pink dress. Even though her face was covered with a veil, her beautiful eyes sparkled and made one's heart flutter. Both women had their own merits and were rare beauties. They walked side by side like sisters. As soon as they appeared, they attracted everyone's attention, burning like fire. Gulps could be heard in the surroundings in a spectacular manner. To think that Chief Steward GU would actually grace our Chiyu City Sky Treasure auction house. I'm willing to give up 10 years of my life just to have some sort of relationship with Chief Steward GU. Someone like you will never be entertained by the likes of Chief Steward GU. I heard that there was a golden core who had nefarious thoughts and was killed that very night with his head hung on display in the city for an entire month. After cultivating the mystic classic of the 12 demon kings of the great wilderness, Su Zimo's hearing far exceeded others. Even though the discussions were hushed, he could still hear them. "So, it's her," Su Zimo muttered to himself. When he arrived in Chiyu City yesterday, Su Zimo heard quite a number of people talking about this woman. Her name was Jiyu Shi, and she was the chief steward of the Sky Treasure auction house. It was said that even the emperor of the Great Zhou dynasty was very respectful to her. She was a large part of the reason why Sky Treasure auction house was so famous. No one knew the cultivation of that woman. However, none of those who harbored evil intentions towards her through the years had lived to tell the tale. Mysterious, elegant and beautiful. The combination of those words turned Jiyu Shi into the most famous woman in the Great Zhou dynasty, someone who could only be seen from afar and not touched. Since the Sky Treasure auction house in Chiyu City was not the main branch, Su Zimo had not expected that he would come across the great Chief Steward Jiyu here. Who is the pink-dressed girl beside Chief Steward Jiyu? She's very unfamiliar. Cut the crap. How can you recognize her through the veil? Even with the veil, I feel like I'm going out of my mind. If I could see her face even once, I would die without regrets. In the crowd, many people shifted their attention to the girl in pink. Su Zimo had tried to use his spirit-peering art to check out the two women. Jiyu Shi aside, he couldn't even detect the cultivation of the girl in pink. It was as if the girl was shrouded by a layer of fog that made it impossible to see her clearly. Right then, Jiyu Shi's gaze landed on Su Zimo. Pausing for a moment, she asked, "What's wrong?" "Chief Steward. This punk tried to forge a Sky Treasure gold badge, but was discovered by us." One of the guards hurried forward and bowed down respectfully, holding up Su Zimo's Sky Treasure gold badge with both hands. Jiyu Shi smiled and took over the Sky Treasure gold badge casually. She then looked at Su Zimo with a faint smile. "You look decent, but you've got quite the guts. There's nothing more to say about this. According to the rules, kill this person." "Oh?" Before Jiyu Shi could complete her sentence, her expression changed slightly. She raised her brow and brought the Sky Treasure gold badge closer to have a better look. After a moment, Jiyu Shi raised her head and surveyed Su Zimo with scrutiny. She had a strange expression. "Auntie Jiyu, what's wrong?" The girl in pink noticed the weird atmosphere and asked softly. Her voice was gentle to the bones and really alluring. Ji Yuxi glanced sideways and remained silent. However, a voice rang out in the girl in pink's mind, "This badge should be real, but I don't know why it's with this person. Take a look." Only nascent souls could make use of techniques such as voice transmission. The girl in pink took over the badge and was slightly taken aback when she saw the Shui character at the bottom right. In the blink of an eye, she seemed to have thought of something. The corners of her lips curled under the veil and her eyes sparkled. She whispered into Ji Yuxi's ears, "This badge is authentic. I know who this person is. Auntie Ji Yu, call him over. I have something to discuss with him." Access webnovel.live if you like watching manga comics. Ji Yuxi acknowledged and handed the Sky Treasure Gold badge back, saying, "The badge is authentic." "Ah? It's real?" The two guards were stumped on the spot. This was clearly the badge of the Great Zhou dynasty's third princess. If it was authentic, what was this person's relationship with the third princess? Stop making wild guesses and don't spout nonsense. As though she could read their minds, Ji Yuxi remarked coldly. The two guards were rattled and hurriedly nodded in agreement. Su Zimo heaved a sigh of relief. Just as he put away the Sky Treasure Gold badge, he felt a burning gaze on him. Ji Yuxi and that girl in pink were both watching him. Even though the girl in pink was wearing a veil, Su Zimo could almost see a smile on her face. "Follow me." Suddenly, an unquestionable voice rang in Su Zimo's mind. It was Ji Yuxi's. Together with the girl in pink, Ji Yuxi walked towards a side door of the inner house. Su Zimo hesitated for a moment before following them. The side door to the inner house was only accessible to the employees. Outsiders could only enter through the main door after displaying their Sky Treasure badge. Now that Su Zimo was following Ji Yuxi and the girl in pink through the side door, it caused a commotion outside. "Who is that green-robed scholar? What rights does he have?" Many people were green with envy. Someone coughed gently and tried striding towards the side door as though nothing was wrong. However, he was stopped by the guard. He tried to talk his way out of it but to no avail and could only leave in a huff. Inside the inner house, things were much quieter and there was evidently less people. Ji Yuxi and the girl in pink walked at the front while Su Zimo followed them. Calm and composed, he did not say anything and merely surveyed the surroundings. The layout of the inner house was like a large funnel and guests were separated into three general regions based on their colors. The seats at the bottom were for the bronze badge owners. It was a cramped place without much room for activity. Above the bronzes were the silver seats and they were slightly more spacious. Another few levels up and it was at the gold area. Here, the rooms were divided and partitioned. Beautiful gems decorated the rooms and even though no one from the outside could look in, those within could see everything perfectly clear. Above the gold area was another circle of individual rooms. From the outside, they looked even more spacious and magnificent. Su Zimo wondered who they were made for. On both sides of the entrances of the rooms at the top, beautiful and gorgeous young women stood waiting. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know a report chapter, so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 156, Fiend Sects. Chapter 156, Fiend Sects. Su Zimo followed Ji Yuxi and the girl in pink up a jade-green staircase to the area where the most spacious rooms were. "Follow me in," Ji Yuxi looked at Su Zimo and said before entering a room. Maidservants stood on both sides and bowed slightly with a smile. They looked at Su Zimo with respect and envy. In the room, there was a row of seats and a table displaying various alluring fruits that emanated spirit chi. "Sit anywhere you want," the girl in pink told Su Zimo and pointed at the table of fruits. "Even golden cores downstairs are not able to eat these." Su Zimo did not reply and merely nodded his head, remaining somewhat cautious. He had realized early on that the Sky Treasure Gold badge was the reason why their attitudes towards him were so strange. Previously, Su Zimo had always thought that Ji Yuxi had given him a very common gold badge. Now, it seemed like things were not so simple. "Hey, what's your name?" The moment Suzimo sat down, the girl in pink approached him. She asked in a coquettish tone, and her eyes appeared watery with ripples in them. Her body was almost plastered entirely onto Suzimo as the scent of a young girl wafted over. Suzimo's heart skipped a beat. He leaned back slightly and said in a low voice, "I'm Suzimo." The moment he said that, he realized that something was amiss. He had blurted out his answer without thinking at all after the girl in pink questioned him. Suzimo felt a lingering fear in his heart. It felt as though he was not in control of himself and he would tell her anything she wanted to know. What was even more frightening was that the girl exuded an alluring aura. Every frown and smile of hers seemed extremely charming. Even though it was just a casual chat, Suzimo could already feel himself getting restless and his body was heating up. It was very sinister. Suzimo gripped his fists tightly as sweat formed on his palms. If the girl was already so powerful with her veil on, what would happen if she were to remove it? He could stay here no longer. Rising, he cupped his fists. "Chief Steward, if there's nothing else, I'll take my leave now." She did not say anything and merely looked at the both of them silently. "What's the hurry? Aren't you here for the auction?" "Just sit here and bid then," the girl in pink said. Suddenly, she rolled her eyes and moved in front of Suzimo. Raising her head, she smiled and asked, "What's wrong? Are you scared?" Suzimo was indeed a little afraid, but there was no way he could admit that. "Miss, you must be joking." With an indifferent expression, Suzimo looked straight and replied calmly, "As a disciple of Ethereal Peak, I am upright and honest. There is nothing to be scared of." Suzimo mentioned the name of his sect in the hopes of frightening the other party. At the end of the day, Ethereal Peak was one of the 5 major sects within the Great Zhou dynasty. "Wow!" the girl in pink exclaimed, and remarked with a look of awe, "Ethereal Peak? That's one of the 5 major sects. How impressive!" The corner of Yushi's mouth twitched as if she wanted to laugh. But she held it back. Suzimo could tell that the girl in pink was obviously being sarcastic. She sounded like she was joking, as if Ethereal Peak was nothing to her. Even though he was embarrassed, it was not appropriate for him to get angry. As such, he could only ask, "How should I address you, miss? What sect are you from?" "Me? I can't tell you that now, he," the girl in pink laughed and blinked intently. She looked extremely innocent and beautiful, no one could get angry at her expression. "Do you know what's odd about that Sky Treasure gold badge?" the girl in pink suddenly asked. "I don't," Suzimo shook his head. "Take it out and have a closer look," she continued. Ever since he obtained the Sky Treasure gold badge, Suzimo had truly not taken a good look at it. Now that he was scrutinizing it, he immediately found something unusual. At the bottom right of the badge etched an exquisite Shui character. The girl in pink's voice rang out once more, "This is the gold badge of the Great Zhou dynasty's 3rd princess, also known as the Royal Family Gold Badge. There's less than 10 of this in the entire Great Zhou dynasty. No wonder." Suzimo was shocked. Back then, Yushui mentioned that everything would be at least 50% cheaper if he were to shop at Sky Treasure Pavilion using this Sky Treasure gold badge. At that time, Suzimo was surprised and felt that things couldn't possibly be that cheap. So, this badge was meant for the descendants of the Great Zhou dynasty's royal family. "Hey, what's your relationship with the Great Zhou dynasty's 3rd princess?" A cunning look flashed in the girl in pink's eyes as she asked with a bright smile. Suzimo shook his head. "Nothing much. We're just ordinary friends." "Who would believe that?" The girl in pink pouted her lips and teased, "Someone the likes of the 3rd princess would give that badge to an ordinary friend." Suzimo did not reply. "Hey, Suzimo. How about doing me a favor?" the girl in pink suddenly said as she rolled her eyes. Suzimo asked, "What?" "Help me beat up bad guys." The girl in pink raised her fists and said solemnly, "Yes, they are all evil devils. As a disciple of Ethereal Peak, you should take up the responsibility of protecting the way of the Dao by getting rid of the demons. Nopes, Su Zimo shook his head. He did not care what sort of bad guys those were, he merely wanted to keep his distance from this girl. Beside her, Ji Yushi suddenly frowned. Releasing her spirit consciousness, she set up a barrier between her and the girl in pink. What nonsense is this? Don't tell me you want this lad to accompany you to that? Yes. The girl in pink replied nonchalantly. Don't go. Ji Yushi persuaded, I can't help you there. The fiend heirs of this generation's fiend sects are not kind souls. If you piss them off, they might really kill you. TSK. The girl in pink replied disdainfully, fiend heirs? So what? I'm a fiender too. Who's afraid of whom? If they piss me off, I'll kill them too. Besides, can't you see I'm getting a helper along? With that, the girl in pink looked at Su Zimo. Him? Ji Yushi shook her head and did not continue to speak. However, her tone was clearly filled with disdain. The girl in pink smiled brightly. I heard from my sister that this Su Zimo is rather decent in melee combat. That's useless. Ji Yushi shook her head. This generation's geniuses in the fiend sects are too strong. Putting aside the successor of Overlord Palace, this Su Zimo is nothing compared to the other fiend heirs as well. If he goes there, he'll just be committing suicide. Your sister has a close relationship with him. If he were to die because of you, she's definitely going to blame you. HMPH, if he were to die, it'll be just nice to let everything end completely. The girl in pink sneered, at least, my sister won't have to worry about this person from time to time. She even argued with our father a couple of times over this guy. In my opinion, this Su Zimo is nothing much. He looks extremely ordinary. I don't even know what my sister sees in him. Are you decided? Ji Yushi asked. The girl in pink nodded. However, she rolled her eyes and frowned. But if he doesn't want to go, I can't hold a knife to his throat and force him to go. There's always a way, Ji Yushi said mysteriously. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know a report chapter, so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 157, Faked Composure. Chapter 157, Faked Composure. What are you intending to purchase this time? Removing the sound barrier, Ji Yushi looked at Su Zimo and smiled. Nothing much. I'm just casually browsing. Even though he did not know what they were talking about, Su Zimo gathered that it must have something to do with him. Naturally, he would not reveal his plans foolishly as well. Ji Yushi smiled and did not ask further. She changed the topic and said, the auction will start very soon. Why don't you sit here? If you take a liking to anything, I might even be able to help. Despite the disparity in their statuses, Ji Yushi was extending invitations to him repeatedly. Su Zimo made up his mind and thought, since I'm here, I'll just go along with the flow. It's not as though they will do anything to me either. With that, he sat down comfortably and started eating the fruits on the table as though there was no one else around. Through the crystals in front of him, he could clearly see that the seats outside were already filled. It was extremely lively and hyped. Not long after, the auction officially began after the ring of a bell and the crowd gradually quietened down. A middle-aged man dressed in luxurious clothes walked up to the round platform in the middle and surveyed the surroundings. Before saying anything, he smiled and cupped his fists. I am the manager of Chiyu City Sky Treasure Auction House. Welcome, fellow Taoists. I hope that all of you will be able to return with your hands full today. Hurry and begin. Some of the cultivators were already growing impatient as they yelled. The manager smiled and did not say another word. Waving behind him, a beautiful maidservant who was carrying a tray with both hands shook her hips and walked forward. Unveiling the cloth covering the tray, the manager revealed a flying sword beneath. Its blade was sparkling like limpid autumn waters, and there were 3 spirit patterns on it. A superior grade spirit weapon. This is the Autumn Water Sword, and it was made by the most famous advanced weapon refinement master in our great Zhou dynasty, Mr. Lian. I'm sure everyone has heard of him, so I shall not introduce further. The starting price of this sword will be at 2,000 spirit stones. Each bid must not be less than 100. Su Zimo was secretly speechless. The auction started off right away with a superior grade spirit weapon. He wondered what else would appear later on. He also did not know who Mr. Lian was. As if she could see the doubt in Su Zimo's mind, she said, "His name is Lian Feng, and he's from the True Fire sect. He became famous after creating a supreme grade spirit weapon." In the Great Zhou dynasty, advanced weapon refinement masters are considered as rare talents. Out of respect, cultivators who are not familiar with him will refer to him as Mr. Lian. Su Zimo nodded. Many cultivators outside were already starting to bid. In just a short while, the price of the Autumn Water Sword had already increased to 3,000 spirit stones. Su Zimo had not much interest towards spirit weapons. Before long, the Autumn Water Sword was sold at a price of 3,700 spirit stones to a perfected Foundation Establishment cultivator. The manager was all smiles, seemingly pleased, as he beckoned with his hand for the second item to be brought forth. Unveiling the cloth, there was a jade bottle beneath that should contain some elixirs. This is an inferior grade Grade 2 elixir. I'm sure everyone is well familiar with it. I present to you, the Meridian Unlocking Elixir. It will start at 5,000 spirit stones, and each bid will be nothing less than 500. Su Zimo's eyes lit up. After Foundation Establishment cultivators reach the perfected stage, they would have to unlock the 8 meridians. The amazing thing about the Meridian Unlocking Elixir was that a Foundation Establishment cultivator would have a high chance of unlocking a meridian after consuming it. Of course, the better the quality of the Meridian Unlocking Elixir, the better the chances of unlocking the meridian. Furthermore, the elixir was only effective during the first consumption. Even then, it was quite a fearsome effect. Once a cultivator unlocked 7 meridians and consumed this elixir, they would have a high chance of unlocking all 8. Back in the ancient era, the Meridian Unlocking Elixir was extremely famous. Unfortunately, there were not many left behind, and even the recipe had been lost. Su Zimo was a little moved and leaned forward slightly. She glanced sideways and noticed Su Zimo's subtle action. "If you're interested, you can bid for it from here. The maidservants outside will help you relay the message." That was a privilege unique to rooms of this level. Read comics on our webnovel.live. All the rooms were marked. For example, Su Zimo was in room 1, and there were 10 of such rooms at the top. The area below him where golden cores were at had 90 rooms, those were numbers 11 to 100. In a short period of time, the Meridian Unlocking Elixir's price was raised by many golden cores to 10,000 spirit stones. And this was merely an inferior grade Meridian Unlocking Elixir. Naturally, those golden cores had no use for it themselves, most of them were getting it for their personal disciples. Su Zimo took a deep breath and temporarily gave up the idea of bidding for it. It wasn't because he had insufficient spirit stones, the pill's quality was too lousy for him. In the spirit mine of Linfeng City, Su Zimo had managed to obtain quite a number of middle-grade spirit stones. By now, his storage bag had more than 100,000 spirit stones. "Hey, are you feeling shy?" The girl in pink blinked and whispered, "If you like anything, I can help you." "Hee hee. It's fine, I have the ability to purchase it myself." Su Zimo rejected her indifferently. A look of shock flickered through the girl in pink's eyes as she laughed and asked, I couldn't tell at all. To think that an early-stage Foundation Establishment cultivator like yourself actually has the ability to purchase those items." Pausing for a moment, the girl in pink rolled her eyes and suddenly asked, "Do you know what spirit stones they are using to bid?" Su Zimo's heart skipped a beat as he realized that he had miscalculated something. There was no mention that the bidding in the inner house was done with inferior, middle or superior grade spirit stones. However, he had subconsciously thought that the bids were done with middle-grade spirit stones. The difference in price between spirit stones of different grades was immense. Normally 100 inferior grade spirit stones was equivalent to a single middle grade spirit stone. 100 middle grade spirit stones was equivalent to a superior grade spirit stone. Of course, there were supreme grade spirit stones above superior grades. If the bids earlier were referring to superior grade spirit stones, Su Zimo's 100,000 odd middle grade spirit stones would only be equivalent to around 1,000 or so superior grade spirit stones. He couldn't buy anything at all. Ji-Yushi commented at the side, anyone who's been to the Sky Treasure auction house will know that bids in the inner house are made with superior grade spirit stones. If supreme grade spirit stones are to be used, they would be mentioned explicitly. Su Zimo nodded. He looked calm and composed, pretending that he had known about it all along. However, he complained secretly in his heart, this is awkward now. To normal people, Su Zimo's composure may have been able to fool them. However, he could not hide from Ji-Yushi and the girl in pink. What sort of cultivation did Ji-Yushi have? A single look was enough for her to read through Su Zimo's lies as she smiled faintly. The girl in pink looked at Su Zimo with narrowed eyes. However, she did not expose him as well and merely smiled foolishly. Suddenly, the girl in pink felt that this green-robed scholar was rather interesting. Under the girl in pink's watch, Su Zimo could barely hold it in anymore. Even if I continue staying here, I can't buy anything. I might as well leave earlier. At that thought, Su Zimo stood up. Right as he was about to bid farewell, an item was brought forth in the auction that attracted his attention. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know a report chapter, so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 158, Ancient Tempering Book. Chapter 158, Ancient Tempering Book. Next, this is a tempering technique for weapon refinement that was produced by an advanced weapon refinement master. 1,000 years ago, this person was extremely famous in the cultivation world of the Great Zhou dynasty. However, it was a pity that he had not managed to advance to Nascent Soul Realm and died in the end. Although, it was quite a good ending for his life. The manager beat around the bush before saying slowly, that person is none other than Mr. Shu Shon. It's him. That person is incredible. I heard that at his peak, he created dozens of supreme-grade spirit weapons. It was said that he even created a perfect spirit weapon. He's quite amazing, and many golden cores wished that they could obtain a spirit weapon from him. Many of the Foundation establishment cultivators present have not heard of that person. However, there was a commotion from the golden core rooms. Unveiling the cloth from the tray, the manager revealed a thin book that looked a little old with yellowed pages. The manager said in a dark voice, "This is Mr. Shu's handbook. The starting price is at 100,000 spirit stones and every single bid must be no less than 1,000. Su Zimo looked at that book. His gaze was burning hot but his heart was ice cold. That ancient book was exactly what he needed and also the purpose of his trip. However, he could not afford it at all. That was not mentioning the fact that the starting price was at 100,000 superior grade spirit stones. Even if it was at 100,000 middle grade spirit stones, Su Zimo wouldn't be able to afford it after a couple rounds of bidding. Indeed, in just a short while, the price of that ancient book rose steadily and was close to 200,000. There were only a couple of people bidding. For ordinary cultivators, this ancient book could be worth nothing. However, it was a priceless treasure for weapon refinement masters. Even if the bidding was not a weapon refinement master, they must definitely have tons of relationship with weapon refinement. Right then, a voice sounded from room 77, 250,000. Su Zimo's eyes flickered and his heart skipped a beat. That voice sounded a little familiar, it sounded like the disheveled old man. Su Zimo was not absolutely certain since it was just a voice and he hadn't seen the other party. However, it was indeed true that he hardly saw the disheveled old man around the sect these days too. Gasps could be heard from the inner house. Previously, it was at 200,000 but now, it suddenly rose to 250,000. A jump of 50,000 superior grade spirit stones was no small sum. The few rooms that had been bidding earlier instantly fell silent. Fufu. The manager smiled. The customer of room 77 sure is generous. Of course, that's also proof of this ancient book's value. 250,000, any higher bidders? As the manager of Sky Treasure Auction House, he naturally did not want the price to stay here. His statement was also casually reminding the other customers. After a momentary silence, a voice rang out from one of the rooms that was bidding earlier, 251,000. 300,000. Immediately after that, room 77 raised the price to 300,000 before the manager even spoke. This time round, the entire place was stunned. Could that person from room 77 be part of the auction house's staff? That's hard to say given how he just keeps raising the price. There was a commotion in the seats. After a long time, no one else raised the bid and the manager could only smile. Are there no higher bidders? In reality, 300,000 superior grade spirit stones was more than enough and was almost the limit of how much that ancient book was worth. It would be inappropriate to raise the price any higher. The manager did not bear much hopes and merely declared loudly, 300,000 once. 300,000 twice. 300,000. 310,000. Suddenly, a dark voice sounded from room 80. When he heard that, the manager was delighted. Room 80 has raised the bid to 310,000. Are there any further bids? Even though he said that, his gaze was fixated on room 77. A short silence later, room 77 raised the price once more. 320,000. This time round, the cultivator of room 77 was clearly much more cautious, as though anything more than 300,000 was about his limit. 330,000. The cultivator in room 80 raised the price without hesitation. Gradually, the cultivator of room 77 became more hesitant. Each time, he would only raise the price after thinking for a long time. In that period of time, the price of the ancient book was pushed up constantly by the two rooms and was now at 400,000. In truth, the actual value of that ancient book was only around 300,000. However, the value of that item was in how priceless it was. Tempering techniques were mostly kept secret and were difficult to purchase. It was now time for the cultivator in room 77 to speak. After a long time, there was no sound. Hava hava. Suddenly, an arrogant laughter burst forth from room 80 as a golden core in red robe strode out. With a dark gaze, he looked at room 77 and scoffed coldly, "Old man, stop holding on if you can't. Even if this ancient book is given to Ethereal Peak, no one will be able to understand it." Upon hearing that, Suzimo no longer had any doubts. Indeed, the door of room 77 was slammed open with a loud bang. An old man with long, white hair and unshaved sideburns came out in a huff. He glared at the red-robed man and asked loudly, "Sima Ji, are you going against me on purpose? True Fire Sect has no lack of such tempering techniques. What are you fighting with me for?" "Because I like it." Sima Ji smiled smugly. "You?" The disheveled old man was at a loss for words. Sima Ji continued leisurely, "Old man, we're talking about 400,000 spirit stones here. Can you afford it? Look at how poor you are. Fufu, you might have to sell everything you have, right?" The disheveled old man's face turned steely green. It was as Sima Ji had said. He only had slightly more than 300,000 superior grade spirit stones in his storage bag, and even that was pulled together with the other 4 peak masters. It truly meant that he was placing all his net worth and valuables to call for that 400,000. He was determined to get that ancient book. However, it was not for himself, it was for his disciple, Suzimo. Ever since the 5 Peaks face-off, the disheveled old man had been adventuring outside. He wandered through various auction houses in hopes of purchasing a tempering technique. Suzimo had long been able to create inferior-grade spirit weapons. However, he was stuck at the step of tempering. Even though the disheveled old man said nothing, he was anxious. He felt that he was letting down Suzimo's talent in weapon refinement. Therefore, the disheveled old man would naturally not give up on a rare opportunity to get this ancient book on weapon tempering. However, he did not expect True Fire Sect Sima Ji to be here. True Fire Sect was the strongest in the 5 major sects in terms of weapon and elixir refinement. They had no lack of weapon tempering techniques as such. The reason why Sima Ji was bidding relentlessly was because he did not want the disheveled old man to get his hands on that ancient book. Old man, am I right? Sima Ji laughed. Go on back and don't come out to embarrass yourself. Many cultivators in the inner house were watching and making gossips. Even though the disheveled old man looked terrible and was trembling from head to toe, he could not refute. In room 1, Su Zimo suddenly stood up and looked at Ji Yushi. Chief Steward, can you lend me some spirit stones? What's there to lend? If you want that ancient book, just bid for it directly. Ji Yushi seemed to have expected this. She merely smiled faintly and crossed her arms, replying casually. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know a report chapter, so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 159, Auction. Chapter 159, Auction. However, Ji Yushi changed the topic and pointed to the girl in pink. You've got to accompany her to a place and ensure her safety. By now, the price of the ancient tempering book was at 400,000 superior grade spirit stones. What Ji Yushi said was equivalent to giving away 400,000 or more superior grade spirit stones. The immensity of the favor was unimaginable. At the same time, the place that Ji Yushi referred to was definitely not a good place. I'm only an early-stage foundation establishment cultivator. Why me? This lady's strength is probably even above mine, right? Su Zimo asked after pondering for a moment. Ji Yushi did not reply and asked instead, I heard you are good in melee combat? Su Zimo frowned. There were not many people who knew that he was strong in melee combat. He wondered how Ji Yushi got wind of that information. Su Zimo turned his gaze to the girl in pink. Wearing a veil, she smiled through her eyes, and he could not read her expression. Hesitating for a moment, Su Zimo nodded. I'm all right at it. Ji Yushi smiled. That place is a little special. You'll know when you get there. Su Zimo did not agree to it and Ji Yushi did not continue, evidently not willing to reveal more. Actually, even if Ji Yushi said nothing, Su Zimo had already realized that it was an extremely dangerous trip. 400,000 superior grade spirit stones was more than enough to buy off the lives of 40 foundation establishment cultivators. After silent consideration, Su Zimo nodded. All right, I agree to it. Bravo! Ji Yushi clapped gently and praised. Glancing sideways, she transmitted her voice. A maidservant at the side came before Su Zimo with a smile. Fellow Daoisu, if you wish to raise the price, just let me know. I'll convey the message for you. This was a privilege only accorded to the 10 rooms at the top. That way, the customer's voice would not be revealed and would not attract unnecessary trouble. One of the greatest worries in an auction house for cultivators was for their identities to be exposed, attracting the attention of others. A person's talents would arouse the envy of others, that was the logic behind it. Within the inner house, many people were privately discussing the confrontation between Sima Ji and the disheveled old man. Ethereal Peaks really lost their pride now. Despite being mocked so badly by others, they have no way to fight back at all. But it's strange as well. Ethereal Peak has always been lacking in terms of weapon and elixir refinement. Why are they suddenly trying to purchase a secret manual on weapon refinement? The manager was naturally delighted at the 2 golden cores fighting. He smiled and declared loudly, fellow Daoist Sima from True Fire Sect has raised the bid to 400,000 spirit stones. I wonder if our fellow Daoist from Ethereal Peak wishes to raise it further? Old man, go ahead and raise it. Sima Ji burst out in laughter. If you raise it to 410,000, I'll go to 420,000. Let's see who loses first. The disheveled old man's expression turned uglier as he tried to repress the anger in his chest. A moment later, he said slowly, "Sima Ji, don't be smug. The road ahead is long." With that, the disheveled old man flicked his sleeves and left. 410,000. Suddenly, a crisp sound rang out from the top of the inner house. Everyone looked towards the voice only to see a maidservant standing in front of room 1 right at the top. Smiling, she was the one who reported the figure. All the seated cultivators were stunned. They were not the only ones, even the manager froze on the spot in confusion. Others may not know about it, but he knew who was in room 1 today. That was the chief steward of their Sky Treasure auction house. Why is that big shot involved as well? The manager was a little perplexed. Stopping in his tracks, the disheveled old man turned back and looked at Sima Ji with a mocking gaze. Someone appeared to raise the price right after Sima Ji made his grand announcement and bragged. It was clear that the other party was at odds with him. Of course, neither Sima Ji nor the disheveled old man knew who was inside room 1. After all, the maidservant was only a messenger. The manager froze for a moment before coughing gently. The customer of room 1 has raised the bid to 410,000. Sima Ji frowned and looked at room 1 for a long time before saying slowly, 420,000. The maidservant in front of room 1 turned slightly and listened for a moment. She turned around and shouted, 430,000. Sima Ji looked hesitant. Anyone who could enter the 10 rooms above must either be extremely powerful or of high status. Otherwise, they would have to spend a lot of spirit stones. Sima Ji knew nothing about the other party's identity, strength or sect. Because of that, he felt a little worried. Crossing his arms, the disheveled old man asked at the side, "Sima Ji, what's wrong? Why aren't you raising the bid anymore?" Suddenly, Sima Ji laughed and shook his head. "I don't want it anymore. We have many of such ancient books in True Fire sect anyways. I only raised the bid just so that you can't get your hands on it. You sure are shameless." The disheveled old man cursed coldly. Sima Ji chuckled. "Shameless? I just don't want to let a pearl be covered in dust. No one in Ethereal Peak can understand an ancient book as such anyways. Ha ha." After laughing, Sima Ji cupped his fists in the direction of room 1 and said loudly, "Since this fellow Daoist has taken a liking to this ancient book, I can only give it up." The manager wiped away his cold sweat secretly and declared, "Congratulations to the customer in room 1 for obtaining this ancient book at 430,000. Right then, the maidservant in front of room 1 turned away once more. Many cultivators realized that the person inside had more to say. After a moment, the maidservant turned back and said, "Please give that ancient book as a gift for this fellow Daoist of room 77 from Ethereal Peak." Gift! The entire crowd fell silent. Everyone was stunned and dumbfounded. Sima Ji was a little confused. The disheveled old man was equally perplexed. He turned back and looked at his room. It was indeed room 77. Who was this person who had given him such a huge gift? The first reaction of many cultivators was that the customer in room 1 was joking. However, the manager knew what sort of a person the chief steward of the Sky Treasure auction house was. Even though she was a woman, she was not someone who would go back on her words and make a joke as such. He wrapped the ancient book immediately and came towards the entrance of room 77 personally. Under everyone's gaze, the manager passed the ancient book to the disheveled old man. It was only then that everyone finally realized what was going on and their expressions changed. Sima Ji's expression darkened immediately. It did not matter who the other party was, they were clearly pitting themselves against him. However, Sima Ji could not understand what kind of status the other party had. It was too much for them to give away a gift of more than 400,000 superior grade spirit stones just like that. Fellow Daoist, what's the meaning of this? Are you pitting yourself against the True Fire sect intentionally? Instantly, Sima Ji brought out the name of his sect. Because I like it. The maidservant shook her head and pretended to be smug. It was a familiar sentence. Sima Ji had said that to the disheveled old man. Now, it was sent right back to him. Actually, that maidservant was only around 13 years old. She wasn't tall and looked charmingly naive. With a pair of big, clear eyes, her voice was crisp. The fact that she mimicked Sima Ji's tone in saying that sentence was extremely interesting. Instantly, the crowd burst into laughter. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know a report chapter, so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 160, 7 Fiend Sects. Chapter 160, 7 Fiend Sects. Catharsis. The disheveled old man's first reaction was catharsis. When he saw how Sima Ji looked as though he had just been fed shit, the disheveled old man felt an indescribable joy and could not help but laugh along with the crowd. With a darkened gaze, Sima Ji glared at Room 1 with an icy stare. He grit his teeth in hatred and could only feel his cheeks burning from the surrounding laughter. This act by the other party was no different from slapping him on the face. Foo-foo. A moment later, Sima Ji suddenly laughed and asked with raised brow, "Fellow Daoist, what sect are you from? I'm keen to befriend you. Could you be kind enough to show yourself?" Even though Sima Ji sounded polite, everyone could hear the resentment in his voice. Once the both of them met, the feud would be formed. No. The maidservant heard the transmission from within and rejected decisively. When Sima Ji saw that the other party refused to appear, he no longer had any qualms. He guessed that the other party must be fearful of him or his backing from True Fire Sect. His question earlier was merely to test the other party out. If the other party showed themselves and they were of a reputable status, Sima Ji would merely mock himself and admit defeat without losing anything. If the other party showed themselves and they were of a common status, Sima Ji would be able to remember who was the one who caused him to lose today. But if they didn't show themselves? Humph! He snorted coldly and said in a sinister manner, "Fellow Daoist, you don't know what's good for you. Do you think that I won't be able to discover your identity just because you're hiding inside? If I find out who you are, I'll..." Sima Ji, this inner house is not a place for you to act wildly. Before Sima Ji could finish, he was interrupted by a loud shout. Everyone turned to the direction of the voice. Not far away, the manager of the Sky Treasure Auction House was no longer smiling. He had a fierce expression and was clearly glaring at Sima Ji with a warning look. Zhu Rui, the manager of Sky Treasure Auction House, was always known to be smiling. However, he was also a golden core and was not to be underestimated. Moreover, as a businessman, no one had seen Zhu Rui lose his temper all these years. Everyone was shocked by this scene. "Manager Zhu, you?" Sima Ji was a little stunned. "Sima Ji, if you dare to create trouble at my Sky Treasure Auction House, even True Fire Sect won't be able to protect you." Manager Zhu interrupted Sima Ji and declared again. Immediately, Sima Ji shut up. However, he felt extremely terrible within. In truth, Zhu Rui did not know that Su Zimo was in Room 1, nor did he know that it was the latter's idea to give away the ancient book as a gift. He thought that everything was the intention of Chief Steward Ji Yushi. Now that Sima Ji was acting so brazenly to even dare threaten Ji Yushi, Zhu Rui saw it as a perfect opportunity to curry favor with the Chief Steward and would naturally not let it go. His attitude had changed so quickly that everyone was caught off guard. Sima Ji was at a loss for words and his face turned red. No longer able to stay at this place, he left in a huff. Zhu Rui watched him leave before smiling once again. He bowed in a circle. "Let the auction continue, ha!" The disheveled old man held onto the ancient book and looked up at Room 1 in confusion. He decided to return to his room first and clarify things with them after the auction was over. 430,000 superior grade spirit stones. If he did not clarify things for such a grand gift, the disheveled old man would feel uneasy. Room 1. Ji Yushi watched everything unfold from the sides and was amused. Even though this green-robed man looked to be pretty mature, he had a childish side to him. Just like that, he gave away something worth more than 400,000 superior grade spirit stones. Even if they were both from Ethereal Peak, that was still an extremely huge gift. In truth, to Su Zimo, it made no difference whether that ancient book was given to him or the disheveled old man. He was absolutely certain that the disheveled old man wanted to purchase that book because of him. Furthermore, the choice to give away the book helped the disheveled old man vent his anger. That was more important to Susimo. For the past 2 years, the disheveled old man had treated him well like family. Susimo could not bear to see him get bullied. "Aren't we meeting him later?" Gyushi asked. "No." Susimo hesitated for a moment before shaking his head eventually. It wasn't a big deal to meet the disheveled old man, but things weren't easy to explain. If so, it was better not to meet him. "All right, you can leave first. I'll look for you in 3 days." Under the lead of a maidservant, Susimo left through the back door of room 1. Downstairs, he was arranged to a relatively quiet room for the time being. Yaoyang, no one knows what's going on in that place exactly. Furthermore, I heard that fiend heirs of the 6 sects have brought people over. Are you sure you want to get involved in such a complicated situation? After Susimo left, Gyushi looked at the girl in pink sternly and asked. He. The girl in pink laughed. "Auntie Gu, don't worry. I'll definitely be fine. Furthermore, how can I miss such a grand gathering with fiend heirs of the 6 sects gathered? You're different from them." Gyushi shook her head. Of the 7 fiend sects, only the pure maiden sect has a singular heir. Furthermore, you don't have a reliable helper. This trip is way too dangerous. Are you really counting on that, Susimo? It's fine. The girl in pink waved it off. Before this, I've already selected a couple of people carefully, and they're all stronger than Susimo. He's just there to make up the numbers. Besides, I'm the pure maiden of this generation's fiend sects. If things go bad, I can stop in time and the fiend heirs of the other 6 sects won't dare to lay a hand on me. After pondering for a moment, the girl in pink added. Yes, that's true as well, Gyushi nodded. She contemplated for a while. But if that happens, the few people you take along with you might not survive. If they die, so be it. The girl in pink scoffed coldly. They are just hypocrites. Even though they seem righteous on the surface, their hearts are dirtier than anyone else. Is Susimo like that too? Gyushi asked with a fake smile. Him? The girl in pink hesitated before shaking her head. Indeed, he's different from them. His gaze is clear and there's no malice in the way he looks at me. The both of them continued chatting for a while and the auction ended. There was a knock on the door outside. A maidservant pushed the door and entered. Manager Ju is here with room 77's golden core from Ethereal Peak. He wants to express his thanks personally. Not meeting. Gyushi waved it off. This was a favor for Susimo, so naturally, she would not meet the disheveled old man. Gyushi left with the girl in pink from the back. The disheveled old man was even more surprised when he did not manage to meet anyone. He thought for a long time to no avail before finally leaving the Sky Treasure auction house filled with doubts. Instantly, he headed straight back to Ethereal Peak, intending to pass the ancient book to Susimo right away. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know a report chapter, so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 161, Inheritance Ground. Chapter 161, Inheritance Ground. 3 days later, night time. A room appeared dark and quiet, as if it was empty. Swoosh! 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 Not long after, the sound of swords tearing through the air echoed from outside, accompanied by clothes fluttering. In the blink of an eye, it appeared before the entrance. 2 beams of divine light illuminated momentarily in the darkness. It was a pair of eyes, bright and clear. Even though it was pitch black in the room, it was like daylight to Susimo. Before anyone could call for him, Susimo opened the door and walked out. There were 6 cultivators outside. Other than the girl in pink whom Susimo had seen before, the rest were all foreign to him and they were all males. Of the 5 male cultivators, 4 of them had an extremely obvious sect emblem etched on their sleeves. It was one of the 5 major sects, Southern Mountain Sect. The other person seemed to be an itinerant cultivator. His lips were thin and he had a crooked nose, looking at the girl in pink with a somewhat malicious and fervent gaze. A thin layer of spirit energy veiled Su Zimo's eyes as he channeled the spirit-peering art. Hymns? 5 perfected foundation establishments. Su Zimo frowned in silence. He had previously guessed that the girl in pink would look for other helpers. However, he had not expected her to look for 5 perfected foundation establishment cultivators. This revealed a very important piece of information. The place they were headed for most likely had a restriction in cultivation realm. Any cultivators who had formed a core were unable to enter it. Su Zimo had read about some of such places through the ancient texts in Ethereal Peak. In Qianhuang mainland, some ancestral cave abodes, inheritance grounds, primordial or ancient secret grounds and ruins would contain various restrictions. Among them, restriction of one's cultivation realm was the most common. Some of the cave abodes and ruins may even contain multiple restrictions and were filled with traps. Any slight misstep could result in one's death. But of course, huge opportunities often accompanied such grave dangers. In those secret grounds, unimaginable opportunities awaited. As long as anyone could obtain one of them, they could soar through the skies and transform from a cocoon into a butterfly. In addition, even though those 5 male cultivators were at perfected foundation establishment, the spirit-peering art could not read how many meridians they had unlocked. One would only truly know the true strength of their opponents when they truly unleashed their cultivations. That was because when they channel spirit energy, the unlocked meridians would appear on the surface of the cultivator's body. Crystal clear and flawless, they were extremely prominent. Let me introduce you. This is Su Zimo from Ethereal Peak. The girl in pink was still wearing a veil. Her voice was sweet and tender, making one go limp at the sound of it. Here I was, wondering what sort of character this was for us to pay a visit personally. A cultivator from Southern Mountain Sect suddenly remarked coldly, "Fufu, so it's just an early-stage foundation establishment cultivator." Su Zimo raised his brow. On the surface, that person's cultivation realm was higher than his. However, they were merely less than 5 steps away. For Su Zimo, that distance was almost an instant kill. If they were to fight, that person would definitely die. Even though Southern Mountain Sect was known for their body tempering techniques, Su Zimo had yet to meet a match in terms of melee combat. "Yanga, it's enough for the few of us to accompany you. Why do you bother bringing a burden along?" Another person said confidently without even looking at Su Zimo. "That's right." Another 2 cultivators chimed in from the sides, as though they could not wait to make themselves look better in front of the girl in pink. The itinerant cultivator was the only one who did not speak. However, the way he looked at Su Zimo was filled with disdain as well. Disgusted, Su Zimo commented indifferently, "Since I'm not welcome, I can leave. Everyone, please stop arguing." The girl in pink pouted coquettishly and instantly attracted everyone's attention. Every single frown and smile of the girl in pink contained a mystifying power that could stir the hearts of people, or even steal their souls. Not to mention the 5 cultivators present, even Su Zimo, who had been wary of the girl in pink from the start, felt his heart skip a beat upon hearing her coquettish voice. She continued, "These 4 fellow Taoists are from Southern Mountain Sect. This fellow Taoist is Yang Fei, he's an itinerant cultivator. Can everyone give me some face and not quarrel tonight?" Even though the girl in pink was wearing a veil, Su Zimo could seemingly see an innocent and beautiful girl pouting her red lips and blinking her big, clear eyes at him while begging. No one could bear to reject her. "All right." Su Zimo nearly blurted out, but his heart skipped a beat and he forcefully held back. "All right. Yanga, don't worry. We won't hold it against an early-stage foundation establishment." "That's right, Yanga." The 5 cultivators were in a daze as they answered in unison. The girl in pink looked like the weakest in the group, but in fact, she was the one who caused and eased every conflict since she had appeared. Every single move of hers seemed to be able to affect everyone. It was an indescribable magic that seemed to be able to charm all beings and control everything. Just a moment ago, the eyes of the girl in pink swept past the 6 of them. However, each of them felt like she was looking and pleading at them personally. What sort of a technique is this? Su Zimo was secretly shocked. It seemed like a charm, but yet it wasn't entirely one. She was dressed normally without revealing too much, nor did she do any daring and provocative moves. All in all, she looked like an innocent and romantic girl. However, the more that was the case, the more it proved how powerful she was. Su Zimo could vaguely sense that all 5 Foundation establishment cultivators the girl in pink brought along were lost in her charms. If she wanted to have them dig out their hearts, they would most likely do so without any hesitation. That was quite a chilling thought. Su Zimo had nearly lost himself earlier on as well. Now that he thought about it, he could not help but feel fearful. You haven't told me what this trip is for? Where are we headed for later? Is there anything we need to prepare and take note of? Su Zimo frowned and asked. Why are you asking so many questions? That's right. Yang can have us do anything. If you're afraid, you don't have to go. The few Foundation establishment cultivators rebutted right away. Smiling, the girl in pink rolled her eyes at Su Zimo. My. You've got so many questions. The place we're going is an inheritance ground of my sect. Initially, I wanted to head there to receive my inheritance secretly. But unfortunately, the location of the inheritance ground has been exposed and many fiend sects are attracted to it. Sigh. The girl in pink sighed. I'm weak and no match for those cultivators of the fiend sects. Tonight, I can only rely on some fellow Taoists to ensure my safety so that I can obtain the inheritance within. Don't worry, Yang. With me, Wu Xiangming, around, no one will be able to hurt you. That's right. I, Shi Yuqing, will definitely accompany you to the end till you obtain your inheritance, Yang. Su Zimo could hear the many loopholes and inconsistencies in the girl in pink story. However, the 5 Foundation establishment cultivators bought it completely. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know a report chapter, so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 162, Deep Underground. Chapter 162, Deep Underground. Let's go. We won't be able to make it in a while. The girl in pink dug out a spirit vessel from her storage bag and injected it with spirit chi. Instantly, the ship emitted 2 beams of light. It was a middle-grade spirit weapon. Even though flying swords and spirit vessels were both spirit weapons, flying swords were the easiest to refine. Comparatively, spirit vessels were much more complex. Since the girl in pink whisked out a middle-grade spirit weapon right from the start, her cultivation definitely wouldn't be too low. With the augmentation of the spirit chi, the spirit vessel expanded rapidly and floated in front of them. The girl in pink was the first to leap in, followed by the 4 Foundation establishment cultivators of Southern Mountain Sect and the itinerant cultivator. Hesitating slightly, Su Zimo was the last to board the vessel. The spirit vessel disappeared from where it was into the depths of the night. Before long, it left Chiyu City and sped towards the north without showing any signs of stopping. The sky was sparse and the night was quiet. However, Su Zimo was far from at peace. He had the feeling that this trip was far from simple. In fact, they might even meet with unprecedented danger. May I know what sect you're from, miss? On the spirit vessel, Su Zimo asked in a seemingly casual manner. Why? The girl in pink smiled and quipped, why are you suddenly so concerned about me? Nothing. I was just curious to see if I've heard of it before. My sect is definitely not any weaker than Ethereal Peak. Do you want to make a guess? The girl in pink's reply easily avoided the question. Naturally, Su Zimo was not foolish enough to make blind guesses. Even if he could guess correctly, the eccentric girl in pink may not admit to it. The entire journey was silent. Nearing midnight, the skies around them became darker. Suddenly, the girl in pink said, let's alight here and walk the rest of the way. The other 5 people did not have any objections. Suzimo did not say anything as well, merely following them and surveying his surroundings for any activity. After walking a few miles, a barren and dilapidated land suddenly appeared before them. The moment Suzimo stepped foot into the place, he felt something strange. The spirit energy in his dantian seemed like it was restrained by a mysterious power, preventing him from using it here. What's going on? Suzimo was secretly shocked and instinctively looked towards the girl in pink. Right then, as though she felt something, the girl in pink suddenly turned back and said with a strange glint in her eyes, "There's an ancient spirit lock formation beneath this inheritance ground. Any form of spirit energy will be locked at this place. That means to say, all spirit arts are rendered useless at this place alongside talismans and spirit weapons." Suzimo was enlightened. That was why Jiushi asked him about his melee combat skills. Within the perimeter of the ancient spirit lock formation, it was useless even if one had all 8 meridians unlocked. Physical strength was what mattered. Boom! Suddenly, a boom echoed out from beneath and the ground shook. Everyone's expressions changed as they hurriedly stabilized themselves. Crack! 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 Right after, gigantic cracks appeared on the surface. It was deep and dark within, emitting a faint black fog. Under the mask of the night, it looked extremely sinister and creepy. There was even a faint smell of blood mixed in the black fog. If someone were to stand in the air and look down, they would be able to see an inexplicable horror. The outline of the inheritance ground was like a gigantic body with all limbs and its head intact. In fact, 2 eerie beams of light shone vaguely from the region where the head was supposed to be, as if those were someone's eyes. The large cracks intertwined within that outline like massive blood vessels, finally gathered at the heart of the body. It was as though a powerful life form was awakening deep underground, emanating a terrifying aura that left one trembling. Yanga, this doesn't seem like a good place beneath. Is your sect's inheritance really here? The Southern Mountain sect, whose name was Wu Xiaoming, asked with a quivering voice. Yes, it's right here, the girl in pink replied with a smile, not afraid in the slightest bit. Wu Xiaoming forced out a chuckle. Why don't we leave for now? I think that there's something wrong with this place. It does seem right. At that moment, he seemed to have broken free from the girl in pink's bewitchment and gained a momentary clarity of mind stemming from his deep fear of death. The girl in pink's eyes dimmed. Lowering her head, she asked dejectedly, "Brother Wu, aren't you going to help me anymore?" Wu Xiaoming sank right in once more. How could that be? He puffed his chest and replied righteously. Everyone else chimed in, "Yanga, don't worry. You've still got us." Suzimo watched the entire process without saying a word. Of the 7 people present, he was the calmest person apart from the girl in pink. It wasn't because Suzimo was confident and daring that he did not fear the weird phenomenons at the inheritance ground. Suzimo had a clearer understanding of things because he was watching coldly from the sidelines. He was very particular about where he stood. Even though it seemed like he was moving along casually, he was never more than 5 steps away from the girl in pink. If anything were to happen, Suzimo had confidence that he would be able to capture the girl in pink right away. As though she had realized something, the girl in pink suddenly turned to Suzimo and commented with a fake smile, "Brother Zimo, you are so close to me." Suzimo smiled and did not reply. The girl in pink continued, "Let's head down from here. We might encounter danger down there, so be careful everyone." With that, the girl in pink was the first to jump through a pitch-black crack. Suzimo narrowed his gaze. In a flash, he followed closely behind and was the second to jump. With their spirit energy restricted, none of them were able to fly. As he did not know how deep the crack was, Suzimo pushed his palms against the walls after jumping down to try and control his speed of fall with the use of friction. At the same time, he looked towards the girl in pink. She was extremely agile and tapped against the walls lightly with her feet constantly, as though she was a fairy dancing off the edge of a cliff. In the blink of an eye, the girl in pink and Suzimo landed one after another. Right on the heels of them was the 4 Foundation establishment cultivators of Southern Mountain sect and that itinerant cultivator. All 5 of them were body-tempering cultivators with extraordinary physique. As such, none of them met with any injuries. In that crack, there were only 2 paths, front and back. The girl in pink hesitated slightly before pointing in a direction and walking in front of everyone. Before long, a fork appeared in the road ahead. This was the intersection of 2 cracks. In the middle of the intersection laid a corpse. Its eyes were widened and it had a blood-red sword scar at its glabella. Since it was still dripping with warm blood, it was clear that the person had not died for long. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. A report chapter, so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 163, Thousand-Faced Assassin. Chapter 163, Thousand-Faced Assassin. When she saw the corpse that still had a trace of warmth to it, the girl in pink's expression remained unchanged even though a strange glint flickered in her gaze. The 4 Southern Mountain Sect cultivators were tense and gripped their weapons tightly. As body-tempering cultivators, they would naturally carry melee combat weapons with them, similar to the likes of Su Zimo's Cold Moon Saber and Little Fatty's gigantic axe. Of the 4 Southern Mountain Sect cultivators, 3 of them held swords while the other one wielded a hook. The itinerant cultivator, Yang Fei, was barehanded. However, his sleeves were wide as if he had tricks hidden in them. With a glance, Su Zimo could vaguely guess that Yang Fei's weapon should be a pair of arm guards. It was a well-hidden, short and fierce type of weapon that could be used both defensively and offensively. It was equivalent to him fighting with his arms, except that it was invincible and indestructible. It was obvious that this underground place was far from friendly. Other than the fact that they were charmed to their toes by the girl in pink, the reason why the 5 of them were willing to follow along was because they were truly capable. After all, there was an ancient spirit lock formation here. Even if a perfected Foundation establishment cultivator with 8 meridians unlocked were to come here, they might die in regret if they were weak in melee combat. At the fork, the 5 men protected the girl in pink in the middle and surveyed the surroundings. It was only after they confirmed that there was no danger that they continued forth. Su Zimo hung around at the back, not too far, not too near. Pausing beside the corpse at the fork, he glanced sideways. The person's eyes were widened and filled with confusion. It was as though he didn't know how he had died. The sword scar at the glabella was thin, and it was clear that the assailant was extremely swift, such that this man was killed without even having time to react. Su Zimo continued to follow the girl in pink and the others in front. Before long, they came across 2 more corpses lying diagonally on the ground that looked identical to the one before. Those 2 corpses did not have their storage bags either. Wu Xiaoming and the rest swept their gazes and tried to protect the girl in pink as she walked past the 2 corpses. All of a sudden, Su Zimo felt a strong palpitating sensation as though his scalp was going numb. The feeling came extremely suddenly without any warning at all. Even though he did not sense any danger, Su Zimo subconsciously shouted softly, "Stop!" Upon hearing Su Zimo's voice, the girl in pink seemed to have thought of something as she stopped in her tracks. Bursting from her legs, she leaped backwards in a flash. Wu Xiaoming and the rest were momentarily stunned. Right then, a corpse lying diagonally to the side suddenly moved its pupils in a sinister manner. It stood up and pulled an extremely thin sword out of nowhere, dashing forth and stabbing twice. Puff! Puff! A sword beam flashed, followed by 2 crisp sounds. Su Zimo was stunned. The corpse had attacked too quickly. If he was in another position and did not have spirit perception, he would not have been able to dodge those 2 attacks either. 2 Southern Mountain Sect cultivators had their back facing Su Zimo. Even though he could not see their expressions, he could feel their bodies turning stiff as they fell front, no longer breathing. Even though the corpse had killed 2 men, it did not stop at all. Tapping its feet lightly, it sped in front and moved like a ghost, flickering and disappearing into the darkness. Swish! Swish! At the same time, 2 black beams of light pierced through the darkness and chased after the black shadow, letting out a whimper and disappearing. Not far away, Su Zimo wielded his sanguine crystal bow and shot out 2 arrows. It was a pity that the corpse had escaped first and those 2 arrows weren't able to hurt it given its beguiling movements. Clang! Clang! Soon after, 2 crisp sounds could be heard from the darkness ahead. True enough. The 2 arrows missed, the sounds came from them striking the walls. Standing beside Suzumo, the girl in pink had a strange glow in her eyes. Of the people present, she was the only one who knew the identity of that corpse. On the surface, that corpse did not have any loopholes. It was identical to the previous corpse they had encountered, right down to the scar that flowed with warm blood. However, the girl in pink had not expected that the young man with delicate features would be the first to realize that it was a disguise. The corpse that had just escaped was the most cold-blooded killer within the Fiend sects, the true assassin. No one within the Fiend sects had seen the true face of the corpse. He could be a corpse, or an elderly man with long, white hair. He could also be an innocent and naive child or even a woman. Rather, no one knew whether he was a man or a woman. Those of the Fiend sects referred to him as the thousand-faced assassin. The girl in pink only knew that this person was a fiend heir from this generation's hidden death sect. With talent comparable to powerhouses of ancient fiend sects, he was regarded as the strongest fiend heir of hidden death sect. Both the girl in pink's pure maiden sect and the thousand-faced assassin's hidden death sect were part of the 7 fiend sects. The moment Suzumo issued the warning, the girl in pink was reminded of that terrifying figure and retreated right away. However, what surprised the girl in pink was that the thousand-faced assassin chose to retreat after killing 2 people. This meant that there was someone among them that made the thousand-faced assassin feel threatened, so he did not continue to take the risk. Within the same level, the thousand-faced assassin had killed countless of geniuses and without failing once. His remarkable track record rendered many demon cultivators speechless. On the one hand, it was because the thousand-faced assassin's methods were cold and harsh. On the other hand, it was also proof of his cautiousness. Just who was it that caused this strongest fiend heir of hidden death sect to feel apprehensive? The girl in pink swept her gaze across Wu Xiaoming and the other cultivators, finally landing on Suzumo. Even though the process of the thousand-faced assassin's appearance to his exit seemed slow, it happened within a split second in reality. Wu Xiaoming and the rest did not have time to react to it at all. Among those present, Suzumo was the calmest. Not only did he realize something was amiss, he could even retaliate. It was evident who the thousand-faced assassin was wary of. This was the first time that the girl in pink realized Suzumo was not as pathetic as she had imagined. It was especially so when he fired the arrows earlier on. That handsome man was in fact exuding an aura so fierce it could destroy everything. Not everyone would dare to lay a hand against a fiend heir of hidden death sect. The girl in pink's eyes lit up as she thought to herself, the way he attacked so decisively. I wonder if he would still behave the same way if he knew it was the thousand-faced assassin. You know who that was? Suzumo stared into the girl in pink's eyes and asked, frowning. She blinked and replied, no, I don't. Suzumo retracted his gaze. He knew that if the girl in pink did not wish to tell, he would not get the true answer no matter how he questioned. Not far away, there were now only 2 of the 4 Southern Mountain sect cultivators left. Even though the both of them looked pained, they immediately removed the storage bags from the 2 corpses and kept it for themselves. And you call that a righteous cultivator of the orthodox path? When the girl in pink saw that, she let out a cold smirk beneath her veil. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know a report chapter, so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 164, Unavoidable Fight. Chapter 164, The Unavoidable Fight. My condolences, fellow Taoists. The girl in pink came to Wu Xiaoming's side and said, that person attacked us out of no reason and killed 2 people. It's highly likely that was someone from a fiend sect. Wu Xiaoming and the others nodded in pain. Sigh, it's all my fault. The girl in pink sighed gently in an aggrieved manner. If it wasn't for me, those 2 fellow Taoists wouldn't have been implicated and ended up dying here. Those from fiend sects are so powerful. I think we're no match for them. When he heard that, Wu Xiangming hurriedly said, "It's not your fault, Yang." The girl in pink pursed her lips as a glint flashed in her eyes. As though she had made some sort of a decision, she replied gently, "Brother Wu, please leave. I've decided to proceed alone. Please don't follow me anymore. If you guys end up being hurt because of me, I'll..." The girl in pink burst into tears as she spoke, tears welling up in her eyes in a pitiful manner. For that moment, Su Zimo was almost moved by the girl in pink's display of emotions as well. However, he snapped out of his stupor right after and his expression was cold. Wu Xiangming was somewhat at a loss. He wanted to reach out and help the girl in pink wipe away her tears. However, as though he had lost his courage, he immediately remarked, "Yang, don't cry. Don't worry. I'll definitely accompany you to the very end." The other Southern Mountain Sect cultivator chimed in as well. At the side, Yang Fei was evidently moved too. However, the way he looked at the girl in pink was a little strange, as though there was a hint of lust and evil in his eyes. "Yang, listen to me," Wu Xiangming said deeply. "That person may have been swift and decisive in his attacks, but in a direct battle, he may not be a match for me." The girl in pink stopped sniffling and nodded her head, not fully understanding. Su Zimo lamented internally, even though this person is completely bewitched by the girl in pink, he still has some sanity left in him and knows how to analyze the situation. In Su Zimo's opinion, the corpse earlier was akin to how assassins behaved as detailed in history books. If they missed their attacks, they would flee. Assassins need not be extremely strong, but they specialize in disguise, concealment and stealth. Like a shadow, the combination of those techniques was terrifying and extremely difficult to deal with. Of course, although Wu Xiangming realized that, Su Zimo did not have high hopes of him. Not to mention Wu Xiangming, even Su Zimo did not guarantee that he would be able to escape unscathed from that assassin if he did not have his spirit perception. That was a terrifying assassin. Through the various details of that attempt earlier, it was clear that the assassin's true strength and physique was also extremely strong. But of course, Su Zimo had his spirit perception and was not afraid of that assassin. If he dared appear once more, Su Zimo would definitely kill him right away. Someone like that was way too dangerous. Perhaps he had sensed something. The assassin did not appear once more after escaping. The girl in pink continued to navigate the cracks, protected by Wu Xiangming and the other two. Su Zimo stood at the back with burning eyes and quivering ears. Nothing could elude his senses. This time round, Wu Xiangming and the other two were evidently much more careful with every step they took. When they encountered corpses again, neither of them walked past just like that. Instead, they chose to stay by the girl in pink's side and proceed in a triangular formation while stabbing the corpses a couple of times. Before long, they arrived at yet another fork. Wu Xiangming turned and looked at Su Zimo, who had kept silent the entire way. Feeling a sudden sense of frustration, he shouted, "Hey, that's Su something. You had better stop following us. The sight of you makes me irritated." To Wu Xiangming, Su Zimo was almost non-existent to a point where he did not even bother to remember the latter's name. That's right. That person hasn't helped at all and is timid like a mouse. He doesn't even dare to walk in front and just chooses to follow us. Another Southern Mountain Sect cultivator grumbled. Su Zimo did not reply and merely looked calm with a hint of mockery in his eyes. Through the journey, Su Zimo hardly made any moves. Most of the time, he was just watching coldly from the sidelines. The reason why he did not do anything was because there was no need to. To Wu Xiangming, Su Zimo merely shouted for them to stop and fired 2 arrows. However, only the girl in pink knew how important that warning and 2 arrows fired from Su Zimo was. Given the thousand-faced assassin's history, he would have killed everyone else except her if he didn't have anything to be wary of. Standing at the fork, Wu Xiangming looked at Su Zimo and questioned in disdain, "Su Zimo, tell me. What are you good for, huh?" "Brother Wu, please don't make things difficult for him," the girl in pink quickly said at the side. "Humph." Wu Xiangming harumphed coldly and turned back, walking to the right of the fork while mumbling incessantly, "Bloody disciple of Ethereal Peak. He's nothing at all." Right at that moment, Su Zimo stood on the spot. As though he had sensed something, his eyes shone with a cold glint. You asked me what I'm good for, huh? Su Zimo suddenly laughed and replied calmly, actually, my role is simple. At the very least, I can warn some people from stepping onto a path of no return. Stop acting mysterious and spouting nonsense. Wu Xiangming turned around and scoffed coldly, speak your mind. There's no need to beat around the bush. Su Zimo pointed to the path behind Wu Xiangming and replied indifferently, if I were you, I wouldn't continue down this path. Ha 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 ha. Wu Xiangming burst out in laughter. What a bloody joke! You really think someone like you, an early-stage foundation establishment, is qualified to teach me on what path I should take? As you wish, Su Zimo raised his brows. Wu Xiangming kept his smile and replied coldly, Su something, let me give a piece of advice to a cowardly cultivator like you. Hurry and go home to be a farmer instead, lest you come out and embarrass yourself. You want to cultivate immortality and gain the Tao with those guts. Dream on. Fufu, senior brother Wu is absolutely right, another Southern Mountain sect cultivator joined in. Yanga, let's go. There's no need to listen to this punk's nonsense. With me around, even if there are fiend cultivators, they will have to make way. Wu Xiangming remarked as he walked down the fork path with the other Southern Mountain sect cultivator. The girl in pink hesitated slightly and looked at Su Zimo before following them. Yang Fei stared the girl in pink's graceful figure with a burning gaze and followed suit. Su Zimo merely watched the four of them head down the path without following. Due to the presence of the ancient spirit restricting formation, none of them were able to use their storage bags. As such, they had taken all the items they needed before entering the place. Su Zimo's choice was his Cold Moon Saber and Sanguine Crystal Bow along with 10 arrows. He stood on the spot and removed the Sanguine Crystal Bow from his back. Holding 3 arrows in his hands, he muttered with a cold gaze, in the end, this is still an unavoidable fight. Su Zimo's hearing power was incredible. Just a moment earlier, he vaguely heard footsteps from the deep end of the road. There were many people. At the same time, there was a fresh scent of blood wafting from the road. Those people had ill intentions. That was the reason why Su Zimo persuaded Wu Xiangming and the rest to not head down that fork road. Unfortunately, they chose not to heed his advice. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know a report chapter, so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 165, Such Fast Arrows. Chapter 165, Such Fast Arrows. Wu Xiangming and the other Southern Mountain sect cultivator walked in front and the itinerant cultivator, Yang Fei, took the back, leaving the girl in pink in the middle. After walking for a while, Wu Xiangming frowned and suddenly stopped in his tracks, listening intently. Oh? His expression changed as he whispered, there's people up ahead. Hurry, retreat! If it was just a couple of people, Wu Xiangming would not be afraid of them. However, the footsteps were messy and it was evident that there were many people rushing in their direction rapidly. Not daring to undertake the risk, Wu Xiangming intended to retreat from where they were before making further plans. However, the people up ahead were extremely fast. Just as Wu Xiangming finished speaking, there were already many people ahead of him. Their weapons flashed maliciously as they let out a cold and murderous aura. Without hesitating, the girl in pink was the first to retreat. Wu Xiangming and the other two did the same. However, because he and the Southern Mountain sect cultivator was at the front when they entered, they were now the last while retreating. Fu-fu-fu-fu! A hoarse and sinister laughter echoed out behind them. When she heard the laughter, a cold glint flickered through the eyes of the girl in pink. She knew who was on the other end. The sinister voice rang once more, Demonist G, to think that you would dare get involved in this mess too. You're really tired of living, aren't you? The girl in pink's red lips opened slightly beneath her veil, as though she wanted to say something but held back. Whoosh! Whoosh! 2 sharp blades tore through the air with great force and extreme speed. Wu Xiangming and the other guy at the back did not dare to delay as they spun around and slashed back with their swords hurriedly. Clang! Clang! The ear-piercing sound of metals clashing could be heard as sparks flew in the darkness. Wu Xiaoming and the other guys' bodies trembled. Even though they had managed to block the attacks, they could feel their arms going numb. That momentary delay was all it took for the vanguard of the pursuers to come close. Looking menacing and murderous, they bellowed and pounced over. Yang, leave first. I'll hold them here. I'll definitely not let them reach you. Wu Xiaoming shouted without turning back. Standing in the middle of the path with his fellow sect mate, they faced the incoming aggressors. You must be courting death. Wu Xiaoming harumphed and twisted his wrist. His long sword trembled and let out a menacing sword chi, coiling like an unpredictable python as it stabbed forth. Panic flashed across the eyes of the lunging aggressor. He clearly had not expected such means from Wu Xiaoming. Even though he wanted to dodge, it was too late. Phut! A bloody light flashed and a bloody hole appeared on the man's chest, his eyes dimming gradually. Wu Xiaoming kicked the man's corpse away and continued fighting with the other pursuers. Melee combat was far more dangerous than sword kinesis fights. This was because both parties would be revolving around a small area and it was a fight of speed without much room for reaction. Any single bit of carelessness would result in one being struck by an attack and may even possibly lead to their deaths instantly. The two cultivators ahead were barehanded. Coupled with the fact that they underestimated their opponents, they ended up being killed within a single move by Wu Xiaoming and the other Southern Mountain sect cultivator. Initially, Wu Xiaoming thought that those two swords would be able to scare the cultivators at the back. However, he did not expect that despite the deaths of the two cultivators, the other pursuers did not even hesitate as they dashed at him expressionlessly. The coldness in their eyes caused Wu Xiaoming's heart to skip a beat. Who are you guys? He questioned loudly while retreating. You dare barge into this place without even knowing who we are? Seems like you were quite bewitched by that demoness G, huh? Fu, your stupidity knows no bounds. A cold laughter echoed from the crowd. I'm a disciple of Southern Mountain sect, one of the 5 major sects. I don't know of any demoness G. You had better tell me who you are lest we end up on bad terms. Wu Xiaoming shouted once more. End up on bad terms? Someone scoffed. 5 major sects. Each*T. How dare you mention yourself in the same breath as us of the fiend sects? The Southern Mountain sect isn't even worthy of carrying the shoes for our malevolent Earth sect. Indeed, these were people of the fiend sects. Wu Xiaoming's heart skipped a beat. Given his current cultivation strength, he had already vaguely learned of some secrets of Qianhuang mainland. In Qianhuang mainland, there were many fiend sects. However, the 7 strongest of them were referred to as the 7 fiend sects. These 7 fiend sects were the top factions of the entire Qianhuang mainland. Even though Southern Mountain sect was known as part of the 5 major sects, that was only within the Great Zhou dynasty. However, the Great Zhou dynasty was only a part of Qianhuang mainland. In other words, Southern Mountain sect was extremely small compared to any of the 7 fiend sects. Even though Wu Xiaoming knew of the 7 fiend sects, he did not know which 7 sects they were composed of. Read more chapter on Novelful. Right now, his only hope was that malevolent Earth sect was not one of the 7. At that moment, the other Southern Mountain sect cultivator moved slightly slower and revealed a flaw, causing him to be stabbed through the chest with fresh blood oozing immediately. Because the cultivator's stamina was lacking to begin with and coupled with the fact that he was seriously injured, he staggered to his knee. Instantly, 2 more blooded holes appeared on his body. That was followed by his head flying through the air. Wu Xiaoming watched everything with widened eyes. While he was slightly distracted, he felt a sharp pain in his abdomen. A long saber emerged, stained with blood. Ah! The pain caused Wu Xiaoming to tremble in shock. He glared at the person in front of him and stumbled back pointing his sword. Finally, he fell to the ground and broke out in cold sweat. The crowd dispersed and a black-robed cultivator with a malevolent expression strode over. He looked at Wu Xiaoming and scoffed coldly, "You don't even know who Demoness G is. You deserve to die." A bone spear suddenly appeared from the sleeves of the black-robed cultivator. It was completely black in color and consisted of 12 bones, carrying a malevolent aura. The black-robed cultivator thrust the bone spear forward gently. Puff! Wu Xiaoming's throat was pierced right away. That initially pale face of his was covered with dense blood lines. It was a terrifying sight. It was a sign of malevolent aura entering one's body. In the cultivation world, there were many types of spirit weapons that were made from unique materials. Even without injecting spirit energy to activate their spirit patterns, they could unleash various powers. The black-robed cultivator's bone spear was one of those. Demonist G, you can't escape. Remarking coldly, the black-robed cultivator led the pack and charged ahead. Even with Wu Xiaoming and the other Southern Mountain sect cultivator holding the defense, it was still difficult for the girl in pink and Yang Fei to escape from the black-robed cultivator completely. The girl in pink and Yang Fei were fleeing in front, while the black-robed cultivator led more than 100 people in pursuit. The exit was right in front of them. Right as they were about to get out to reach the previous fork, the black-robed cultivator had caught up to them. The girl in pink frowned slightly. All of a sudden, 3 cold flashes of light appeared at the fork ahead. Immediately after, an extremely sharp beam approached them and 3 flashes of black light brushed by the girl in pink and Yang Fei. It was a mere centimeter gap. Any closer, and the girl in pink and Yang Fei would have been pierced. She heaved a deep breath of air, so shocked that her heart nearly jumped out of her chest. Swoosh! 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 It was only after the 3 black lights shot past them that the girl in pink heard the sounds of sharp knives tearing through the air. Such fast arrows! If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know a report chapter, so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 166, Tsunami Blood. Chapter 166, Tsunami Blood. 3 black flashes of light tore through the air and came close in the blink of an eye with a chilling intent. The black-robed cultivator was still charging forward with his initial momentum. Without any time to think, he collapsed to his knees immediately and had his body fall backwards. With such a dodging method, everyone behind the black-robed cultivator suffered. Puff! 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 The sounds of arrows piercing through flesh rang out constantly as blood splattered all over. Tragic shrieks could be heard and the crowd fell onto the ground in a terrible mess. Due to inertia, the black-robed cultivator's knees slid a distance forward, tearing the bottom of his robes and staining them with mud. Sitting up straight, there was a faint scar of blood between the eyes of the black-robed cultivator that was extremely glaring. Even though he had already reacted extremely quickly, he was still a tad slower, and the arrow cut his glabella. Instantly, the pupils of the black-robed cultivator turned dark as ink. In fact, even the whites of his eyes were veiled with a dark fog. As malevolent aura shrouded him, he ordered coldly, "I don't care who shot that arrow. Today, you're definitely going to." Before he could finish, a voice rang from the fork. "Shut up." The voice sounded impatient and commanding. That enraged the black-robed cultivator. Here, no one else could order him around. Just as he was about to finish his sentence with a die for sure, another cold flash of light appeared accompanied by a buzzing sound. It was yet another arrow. The black-robed cultivator had no choice but to swallow his words before he could finish and bend over that straightened body of his once more. Puff! 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 The cultivators behind him were the victims again. At the fork, the girl in pink and Yang Fei had already escaped. Looking at Su Zimo, who was shooting the arrows, the girl in pink frowned. Gritting her teeth, she glared and questioned, "Su Zimo, weren't you afraid that your arrows might have hit us just now?" Su Zimo gave the girl in pink a cold look. Without saying anything, he gestured towards the other path on the fork, indicating for her to head in that direction. Biting her red lips, the girl in pink said in a low voice, "Remember that your mission is to protect my safety." Still expressionless, Su Zimo looked at the fork road where the black-robed cultivator was and suddenly asked, "Those are people of the fiend sects?" "That's right, they are disciples of fiend sects." The girl in pink nodded hurriedly. "Oh. Su Zimo replied and turned to look at the girl in pink, replying indifferently, I never show mercy to anyone from fiend sects. If I meet one, I kill one. He truly bore a deep hatred towards fiend sects. Back in Yang country, Joyful sect was not of the orthodox path. Furthermore, he had personally witnessed the cruel methods of the fiend sects where hundreds of thousands of innocents suffered tragic deaths in Linfeng City. Even though Su Zimo's comment seemed casual, it felt like he was implying something as well. A glint flashed in the girl in pink's eyes as she smiled. You can't be so sure of that. Su Zimo did not say anything and hung the sanguine crystal bow on his back. Pulling out the cold moon saber from his waist, he headed for the fork road. The black-robed cultivator charged over with his black bone spear only to see a scholarly-looking green-robed man headed for his direction. The man was slinging a blood-red bow and a quiver on his back, holding a long saber in his hands. You were the one who fired the arrows? The eyes of the black-robed cultivator lit up as his lips curled slightly. With a cruel look in his eyes, he strode forth and stabbed with the spear. Malevolent aura surrounded the bone spear, gushing out like black ink. Even though he had not injected any spirit energy, the might of that bone spear far surpassed other weapons. Su Zimo's expression was unchanged as he twisted his wrist and slashed up with the cold moon saber. Clang! The bone spear was flung away by the cold moon saber. Oh? The black-robed cultivator exclaimed softly with a look of surprise, wondering internally, what's the background of this person? In this place, he had not to come across a cultivator that could not only defend against his bone spear, but force it away. Of the 7 fiend sects, there were only 3 that imparted high-quality body tempering techniques. The strongest among those 3 was Overlord Palace, followed by Malevolent Earth Sect and lastly, Hidden Death Sect. Even though disciples of the other 4 fiend sects tempered their bodies as well, they merely did it by making use of spirit chi and energy. That was the most common form of body tempering. However, compared to true body tempering cultivators, those cultivators were much weaker in melee combat. As the fiend heir of this generation's Malevolent Earth Sect, the black-robed cultivator's melee combat strength needed no elaboration. Before entering this place, the black-robed cultivator only considered 2 people in this inheritance ground that was worth his attention, the fiend heirs of Overlord Palace and Hidden Death Sect. There was naturally no way this green-robed scholar before him was the fiend heir of Overlord Palace. Even though the fiend heir of Hidden Death Sect was known as the Thousand-Faced Assassin and no one had seen his true appearance, his choice of weapon was constant. It was the Blade of Assassins, Hidden Death Sect's heritage weapon. A long and slender sword, the Blade of Assassins was unlike the saber in front of him. Swish! After repelling the bone spear, Su Zimo's cold moon saber did not rest and continued slashing forth, aimed for the cheek of the black-robed cultivator. Before the attack arrived, the black-robed cultivator could already feel its chilling intent. If not for the fact that he had tempered his body with spirit and malevolent chi over many years, the black-robed cultivator may have turned stiff against the aura of that attack. How strong! The black-robed cultivator did not dare to be careless as he hurriedly retreated and dodged the attack. In that short while, the other cultivators of Malevolent Earth Sect swarmed from the fork road and surrounded Su Zimo. Fufu, what a pity that someone of your skills will have to die here. Laughing, the black-robed cultivator channeled his bloodline and instantly, his eyes turned black as ink without any traces of white in them. A faint malevolent aura was emitted from him. With an indifferent expression, Su Zimo shook the saber in his hands and his bloodline began to churn as well. I'll let you have a proper burial today. The black-robed cultivator bellowed and released his power of blood before charging forth. With a flick of his bone spear, a huge circular arc appeared. Black gas swirled around as the tip of the spear fluttered, making it difficult to tell what it was. At the side, the other Malevolent Earth Sect cultivators struck as well. Foo! Su Zimo burst out into laughter, his eyes filled with killing intent. Splash! Splash! Before his laughter ended, the black-robed cultivator and everyone else heard the gushing of an ocean. That sound came from the body of that green-robed scholar. What? That's the sound when one channels their bloodline. What a strong bloodline! Could it be the legendary Tsunami Blood realm? Everyone's expressions changed in disbelief. Body tempering techniques were differentiated into high and low qualities. Low-quality body tempering techniques merely tempered one's skin, flesh, tendons, and bones. However, a high-quality body tempering technique could achieve an effective swapping blood using the bone marrow. For high-quality body tempering techniques, there would always be mention of a specific realm for blood swapping, lead-mercury amalgam. What it meant was that every single drop of blood in that realm would be as heavy, tough, dense, and powerful as lead and mercury. That was an extremely high realm of blood swapping and was difficult to achieve. Above lead-mercury amalgam, there was an even more mystical realm, Tsunami Blood. It was said that if a body-tempered cultivator of that realm were to channel his bloodline, his body would produce the gushing sounds of a tsunami and burst forth with explosive power. Each time a cultivator as such attacked, he would carry the surging aura of a tsunami as though he wanted to annihilate the world. Power as such was unstoppable and terrifying beyond words. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know a report chapter, so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 167, I'll kill you first. Chapter 167, I'll kill you first. Everyone was shocked when they heard the sound of Tsunami Blood. Immediately, the expressions of the black-robed cultivator and everyone else changed once more. Disbelief spread across their faces as their pupils contracted. Bang! Boom! Boom! There was also a faint sound of thunder amidst the sound of tsunamis. It was deep, powerful and shocking. What is this? Why is there thunder in that tsunami sound? After cultivating two top-notch marrow cleansing techniques, Suzumo's realm was not comparable to a mere Tsunami Blood. The sound of his bloodline was like thunder, resonating like a tiger and leopard. This was the tiger-leopard thunder sound, something unheard of in Tianhuang mainland. Not to mention the black-robed cultivator, even the patriarch-level demons of Malevolent Earth sect would not be able to recognize the origin of this bloodline. Each time Suzumo released his power of blood now, he would not only possess the grandeur of a tsunami, he would also possess the ferocity of tigers and leopards alongside the intense power of thunder. A bedazzling streak of lightning appeared on the cold moon saber and illuminated the darkness around them. The expression of the black-robed cultivator changed starkly. Malevolent Chi had a yin attribute and was mostly hidden underground beneath the 9 hells. What it feared most was an unyielding power such as thunder. The bone spear he was wielding was tempered using malevolent Chi. Even merely waving it without any stances would produce considerable power. Coupled with the malevolent Chi in his bloodline, the might of the bone spear was even greater. But right now, the trump card of the black-robed cultivator was suppressed entirely by Suzumo. Without any time to think, the black-robed cultivator retracted his spear alongside the changing momentum of the fight. Gripping his bone spear tightly with both hands, he gave up on offense and went for complete defense. Clang! The cold moon saber struck the bone spear heavily. Pitch-black malevolent Chi had just gushed up from the bone spear and was suppressed by a brilliant surge of lightning immediately. The body of the black-robed cultivator trembled in shock. With a low grunt, he retreated repeatedly as his arms ached in soreness terribly. Actually, he was not weaker than Suzumo in terms of strength. However, the power of thunder was an innate weakness for malevolent Chi. Even if the black-robed cultivator was strong, he could only exert less than 70% of his strength and was forced to retreat against Suzumo. If this was the case for a fiend heir of Malevolent Earth sect, it was even worse for the rest. Sword beams and shadows flashed repeatedly as a group of Malevolent Earth sect cultivators surrounded Suzumo. He narrowed his eyes. It was unrealistic to think he would be able to kill the black-robed cultivator in a short period of time. If he was held up by the latter, he might very well fall into an entrapment. No matter how weak those Malevolent Earth sect cultivators were, they were also body-tempered cultivators. Suzumo did not dare to be overconfident. His eyes lit up as he roared into the skies. Bursting with his feet, he dashed to the side and slashed out with his cold moon saber. It was a ferocious attack. With a loud snap, the weapon in a malevolent Earth Sect cultivator's hands was severed by Su Zimo. His entire body was cleaved into two as blood gushed out, splattering his organs to the ground and filling the air with a stench of blood. Puff! Puff! Su Zimo flipped his hand and the Cold Moon Saber made two more arcs. Two malevolent Earth Sect cultivators felt a stinging pain on their throats as a thin, blood scar formed on their necks. After a slight delay, a blood mist sprayed out from them. Su Zimo sidestepped and slashed out a bloody path in a domineering manner. He did not pause at all as weapons started falling in all directions. After he rushed out, Su Zimo almost did not stop at all before charging back. Swoosh! With a slash of his saber, his blood surged and thunder rumbled. Ah! A malevolent Earth Sect cultivator roared and channeled his blood. He lifted a large shield with his upper body and charged forth. Boom! A deafening sound could be heard when the Cold Moon Saber landed on the shield. Right after, the sound of bones cracking could be heard. Behind the shield, the face of the malevolent Earth Sect cultivator was ashen. His bones were completely shattered as he collapsed to the ground, coughing out blood as life drained out of him. That strike caused everyone watching to tremble in fear as their teeth chattered. Su Zimo did not know of any saber techniques at all. His attacks were all discovered through actual combat. With large saber strikes, his bearing was magnificent and extremely forceful. Of the malevolent Earth Sect cultivators, the black-robed cultivator was the only one who could withstand Su Zimo's power head-on. For the rest, the best outcome was for their weapons to be hit away from their hands. The worst would be death on the spot. Because no one was able to face Su Zimo head-on, the many cultivators of malevolent Earth Sect could not form their circular attack formation. Lad, you're from an immortal sect? The black-robed cultivator frowned and questioned. Immortal sect? Su Zimo frowned. He only understood many of the things he did not know in the past after joining Ethereal Peak. Immortal, that was a word that no one was qualified to use in the cultivation world, and many people would not dare to either. If immortal cultivation was that simple, why would it be called cultivation? Back in Pingyang Town when Su Zimo saw perfected being Kang Lang, he thought that was an immortal who was backed by an immortal sect. But in reality, perfected being Kang Lang could only be considered a cultivator, and Iridescent Cloud's Palace was merely one of the 5 major sects, not an immortal sect. Within the region of the Great Zhou Dynasty, no one had heard of the existence of an immortal sect. The black-robed cultivator took Su Zimo's silence as acknowledgement and felt slightly better internally. The 9 immortal and 7 fiend sects were on par, they were the top factions of Tianhuang mainland. If this green-robed scholar was a successor of an immortal sect, it would make sense for his bloodline to be this powerful. Fellow Daoist, you've got quite the guts. As someone of an immortal sect, how dare you interfere in the affairs of our fiend sects? From what I know, cultivators of all 7 fiend sects are here today. Other than me, the other 5 fiend heirs are here too. The black-robed cultivator scoffed coldly. It'll be wise of you to leave now. If you really bump into that lunatic from Overlord Palace, you won't be able to leave if you wanted to. 7 fiend sects. Demon Heir? Overlord Palace? Those words were extremely foreign to Su Zimo, and he had not heard of them before. But, since they were from fiend sects, it made no difference to Su Zimo, he would just kill them all. Oh? Su Zimo raised his brow and asked in reverse, so, that means you're the fiend heir of Malevolent Earth Sect? That's right. The black-robed cultivator replied proudly. That's perfect. Su Zimo's eyes lit up brightly with an even more ferocious killing intent. He declared coldly, since we've met, I'll kill you first. Oh? The black-robed cultivator was rattled as his heart skipped a beat. He had not expected that his statement would not only fail to scare off Su Zimo, but bring forth killing intent instead. In theory, anyone from immortal sects would want to keep a safe distance no matter what if they heard news of the Fiend Heirs gathering. The gathering of Fiend Heirs was equivalent to the gathering of the top successors of the Fiend sects. With that, what other Tianhuang mainland cultivator of the same level would dare to linger at a place as such? That was unless legacy disciples of the 9 immortal sects were gathered as well. However, the black-robed cultivator would not have guessed that Suzumo's fearlessness was not because he was confident in his skills. Rather, it was because Suzumo wasn't someone of an immortal sect, and nor had he heard of the name of the 7 fiend sects. Damn it, yet another lunatic! The black-robed cultivator cursed internally. Which one of the 9 immortal sects produced such a freak? And worse still, why the hell was I the one to bump into him? Before that thought of his was finished, Suzumo had already arrived before him. Boom! With the plow heaven stride, a huge ravine appeared on the ground. It was a terrifying sight. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know a report chapter, so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 168, Forced Retreat. Chapter 168, Forced Retreat. With the plow heaven stride, Suzumo's aura became even stronger. In that sheer instant, the black-robed cultivator had a hallucination that a gigantic fissure was ripped out in the skies above him. Suzumo swung his cold moon saber and drew an arc in the air. Cleaving down viciously at the head of the black-robed cultivator, his saber was filled with a cold aura and sharp killing intent. Not daring to clash head-on, the black-robed cultivator took a sidestep and glided beside Suzumo. His bone spear struck out like a viper from a tricky angle. Oh? He narrowed his eyes. At that moment, he had many options. He could repel the incoming bone spear with his cold moon saber, or he could dodge the attack and retaliate after. However, both options would eliminate the advantage that Suzumo had just accumulated. Besides, it was inappropriate for him to fight the other party overly given such circumstances where he was surrounded by multiple enemies. The best way of getting out of this situation was to kill the black-robed cultivator using thunder methods. That would destroy the minds of the malevolent Earth sect cultivators completely. Faced with the incoming bone spear, Suzumo's eyes lit up and he hollered, "Good strike!" He did not evade or dodge at all. Instead, he opened his palm like a fan and grabbed the bone spear. At the same time, Suzumo changed strategy and stopped his downward cleave. Flicking his wrist, he held the cold moon saber in reverse and slashed at the black-robed cultivator's threat. "You must be courting death." The black-robed cultivator harumphed coldly. No one would be able to defend against his bone spear barehanded. He believed even that lunatic from Overlord Palace could not do it. The black-robed cultivator was absolutely confident that he would stab Suzumo in the chest after crushing his arm, piercing his heart and killing him on the spot. Right as Suzumo's palm was about to make contact with the black-robed cultivator's bone spear, a strange change happened. A ball of lightning suddenly formed on Suzumo's palm. It was bedazzling and coiled like an electric viper, crackling incessantly. "Oh? Thunder art!" The black-robed cultivator's expression changed as he could not help but exclaim. Even though Suzumo's cold moon saber had lightning flashing on it previously, no one thought too much. They merely assumed that it was similar to the bone spear and was made from unique spirit materials that had lightning attributes. It was merely a spirit weapon. But right now, a ball of lightning was formed in Suzumo's palm. What did that mean? The black-robed cultivator's first thought was that it was a thunder art. However, he realized that wasn't possible. With the ancient spirit lock formation, all Foundation establishment cultivators had their spirit energy locked. Even if this green-robed scholar was from an immortal sect, he was no exception. Bloodline. Suddenly, a thought flashed through the black-robed cultivator's mind. When Suzumo channeled his blood previously, it not only emitted tsunami sounds but also the rumbling of thunder. This power of thunder originated from his bloodline. As the black-robed cultivator thought, Suzumo's palm had already made contact with the bone spear. Instantly, the malevolent chi on the bone spear dissipated into emptiness and dispersed. The black-robed cultivator was not fazed. Even though the power of thunder could suppress the malevolent chi in his bone spear, Suzumo's palm was flesh and blood after all and could not be compared to his bone spear. With a feral look on his face, the black-robed cultivator's eyes flashed with ruthlessness. He roared and exerted strength in both arms, shaking his bone spear, bent on crushing Suzumo's palm. Suddenly, the black-robed cultivator's expression froze. Su Zimo's palm turned soft all of a sudden and coiled around his bone spear like a tongue. Bam! The bone spear quivered and let out a dull ringing sound. Ah! Yelling in pain, the palm of the black-robed cultivator shattered. Blood splattered all over the place as the bone spear flew from his hand. At the same time, he felt a chilling intense striking from his side that had him feeling as though he had fallen into an ice cavern. The cold moon saber was slashing over. Not good. The black-robed cultivator's heart skipped a beat. It was too late by the time he wanted to dodge. Su Zimo's choice of receiving the black-robed cultivator's bone spear barehanded was just so he could kill the latter within a single move. With the death of the black-robed cultivator, the other cultivators of the malevolent earth sect that were like chickens and dogs would be of no threat to him. Oh? All of a sudden. As though he sensed something, Su Zimo's expression changed slightly. In a split second, a warning flashed in his heart and he felt a cold, murderous intent. It was a familiar killing intent. He had felt this from the assassin that pretended to be a dead corpse when they had just entered this place. Su Zimo did not know when that corpse had infiltrated this place and what he was disguised as this time round. The only thing he knew was that he would be buried here if he was any slower. At that thought, Su Zimo halted his cold moon saber. The black-robed cultivator was, after all, a fiend heir of malevolent earth sect. He had been through countless battles and there was no way he would give up an opportunity as such. Leaning back, the black-robed cultivator landed on the ground firmly and retreated furiously. Su Zimo did not stay at the same spot either. Suddenly, he sidestepped and lowered his body, using both hands and legs on the ground like a giant python that was maneuvering grass. Sheeing! A long, thin sword landed on the spot where Su Zimo stood earlier on, leaving a shocking sword scar in the ground. If Su Zimo was half a step slower, a blooded hole would have appeared on his body. The person who struck out the sword was mixed in with the cultivators of malevolent earth sect. Even though he looked no different from anyone else, the long, thin sword he was wielding appeared unique. His gaze landing on the sword, the black-robed cultivator narrowed his eyes and let out a low cry, "Thousand-faced assassin!" Even though the thousand-faced assassin's identity was revealed, there was no fluctuation in his expression and his gaze converged with no luster. Without saying a single word, the thousand-faced assassin flicked his wrist and the long, thin sword strangely disappeared. Following that, his body flashed like a ghost and he disappeared into the fork. With that missed attack, he fled right on the spot and did not give Su Zimo any chances. The black-robed cultivator's eyes flickered as he waved his hand and said in a deep voice, "Let's go." As soon as he said that, the black-robed cultivator continued down the fork with the many malevolent earth sect cultivators following suit. Su Zimo's expression changed. After weighing his options on the spot, he turned and left, headed for the direction of the girl in pink. Even though it was a short exchange of blows, this incident would definitely cause quite a stir if the cultivation world knew about it. It wasn't just anyone who could force a retreat out of two fiend heirs single-handedly. But of course, there were two reasons why Su Zimo gave up on chasing after the black-robed cultivator. Initially, he had intended to end the battle in the swiftest possible manner by killing the black-robed cultivator using thunder methods. Now that the black-robed cultivator retreated into the fork under the protection of many, it wasn't a realistic option for Su Zimo to pursue any longer. Furthermore, there might be a supreme killer hidden along that fork road. The second reason was because of the girl in pink. Su Zimo had promised to ensure her safety. Even though he had already vaguely guessed her identity, he had to fulfill his promise before he was absolutely certain and could not afford to linger here for too long. Moreover, the itinerant cultivator, Yang Fei, was around the girl in pink. Su Zimo had long noticed that there was something amiss with the way Yang Fei looked at the girl in pink. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know a report chapter, so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 169, A Pool of Blood. Chapter 169, A Pool of Blood. The girl in pink and Yang Fei ran non-stop through the fork. Yang Fei's head was lowered and his eyes flashed with a changing expression. No one could read his thoughts. After a moment, a cold glint flashed in Yang Fei's eyes, as though he had made up his mind about something. Moving forward suddenly, he pinned the girl in pink against the wall. He raised his arm and choked it around the girl in pink's throat, almost pressing himself against her entirely. "Ua?" The girl in pink grunted softly and frowned, asking, "What are you doing?" "It hurts." The tender voice of the girl in pink seduced itself into Yang Fei's heart, causing it to skip a beat. Instinctively, he loosened his grip even though he did not remove his arm still. Leaning in, Yang Fei stared keenly into the girl in pink's eyes. He spoke with a warm moisture in his breath. "Demonis G, do you really think I'm like those fools of Southern Mountain sect? You thought that I came to this place because I was bewitched by your charm as well? What are you talking about?" The girl in pink blinked huge, innocent eyes and asked in puzzlement. "Foo-foo-foo-foo." Yang Fei smiled lecherously. "Stop pretending. Others may not know of your identity, but which disciple of fiend sects would not know who you are? Furthermore, I've been coveting your body for the longest time, hee. The girl in pink's gaze turned cold as she asked, "You're from Cloud Rain sect?" "Smart." Yang Fei praised. "No wonder you're this generation's pure maiden." With an unchanged expression, the girl in pink asked again, "Did Shangguan Yu send you?" "Him?" Yang Fei scoffed coldly. "Even though he's the fiend heir of Cloud Rain sect, he can't command me. As long as I obtain your body, I'll make a name for myself within the fiend sects and gain a huge boost in my powers. I'll trample Shangguan Yu beneath my feet and replace him to be the new fiend heir of Cloud Rain sect. Demonis G, surrender that precious pure maiden essence in your body to me." "Why are you redoing it here? What if someone comes?" Finally, a hint of panic flashed in the girl in pink's eyes as she asked with a trembling voice. Yang Fei laughed. "Don't worry, I'll take you out of this place right away so we don't get involved in this mess. As long as I obtain your pure maiden essence, it won't matter whether or not we get the inheritance of this place. Furthermore, there's that lunatic of Overlord Palace. Even if a couple of you fiend heirs combine forces, you might not be a match for him. Be Brother Yang. If I lose my virginity, my status as the pure maiden will be gone, and I won't be able to stay in the sect any longer. See, can you not abandon Yang?" The girl in pink wept as she said pitifully, "Brother Yang, as long as you don't let me down, I'm willing to serve you like a slave for the rest of my life without forsaking you." Yang Fei's heart softened. For the pure maiden of the fiend sects to beg pitifully, there was no one who could turn down such a request heartlessly. However, today was a rare opportunity that Yang Fei could not possibly give up. "Yang, don't worry. As long as I obtain your pure maiden essence, I'll definitely not abandon you." Yang Fei replied gently, "You under Cloud Rain sect as well. If I become Cloud Rain sect's fiend heir, I'll have no lack of women around me. However, I guarantee that there'll always be a place for you." "Is that so?" Right then, the girl in pink exhaled with the fragrance of flowers. Lifting her veil gently, she revealed a flawless smile and a soul-stealing pink glint flickered through her eyes. Yang Fei was slightly taken aback and his expression stiffened, a momentary daze appearing in his eyes. Not good. The next moment, he was alarmed. Just as he was about to exert force through his arm, he felt a throbbing pain in his chest as he was drained of energy. In that moment when Yang Fei was dazed, the girl in pink suddenly struck and punched Yang Fei on the chest fiercely, injuring his heart severely. Right after, her arm climbed up Yang Fei's chest like a fair snake. Spreading her slender fingers, she grabbed Yang Fei's throat. Snap! The girl in pink's gaze was ice cold and she was extremely decisive, pinching it without hesitation. Yang Fei's throat ruptured and he died on the spot, his eyes filled with indignance. The entire process lasted for a very short period of time. When Yang Fei's body collapsed to the ground, the girl in pink's veil fell slowly and covered that ravishing face of hers once more. Su Zimo had just arrived in time to see the girl in pink retract her hand. Her palm was smooth as jade, shining and delicate. It was hard to imagine that a mere palm was so shockingly beautiful that it seemed like the most precious treasure in the world. Even though she had just killed someone, there wasn't a single drop of blood on her palm. After killing Yang Fei, the girl in pink felt something and glanced sideways. When she saw Su Zimo, the coldness in her gaze disappeared. Whimpering, she pounced over like a swallow returning to its nest, while saying, "Brother Su, that was a close call. I was nearly bullied just now." Su Zimo's expression was indifferent, totally unmoved. When she pounced at him, he took a sidestep and dodged aside. Throwing herself into the air, the girl in pink pouted her red lips in grievance and confusion. Tears welled up in her eyes that seemed as though they could flow at any moment. After pausing for a moment, the girl in pink seemed to recall something as she asked in concern, "Brother Su, are you all right? Did those people from the demonic malevolent Earth sect hurt you?" Su Zimo did not reply and said suddenly, "Let's continue ahead." "Yes, all right." The girl in pink nodded obediently. "Since it's your sect's inheritance ground, you know what's there to be inherited, right?" Along the way, Su Zimo asked casually. "Perhaps some cultivation techniques or secret skills?" The girl in pink replied ambiguously, "After all, I've never been to this place before too, so I don't know the exact details." Pausing for a moment, she continued, "But I've got a feeling that we're almost reaching the end." In the underground fork road, there was always a thin black fog that emitted a faint smell of blood. As Su Zimo and the girl in pink went deeper, the stench of blood grew thicker. Su Zimo speculated that even though there were many complex fork roads underground, if they were to head for a single direction, all of those roads would lead to the same endpoint. True enough. After walking for a while, Su Zimo and the girl in pink walked out of another fork. The scenery in front of them changed and suddenly became bright. This was an extremely spacious area. Around them, the mountain walls were steep with many dense cracks. Those cracks led to the countless connecting forks outside. In the middle of this place was a gigantic pool with a sparkling surface. This was where the black fog wafted out from. Su Zimo focused his gaze and could not help but take a deep breath as chills ran down his spine. The color of the pool was dark and grisly red. It was a pool of blood. How many people's blood did it take to form such a pool? The girl in pink looked at the blood pool with a glint and fervor in the depth of her eyes. "If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know a report chapter, so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 170, Demon Heirs Gathered. Chapter 170, Demon Heirs Gathered. Translator, Atlas Studios. Editor, Atlas Studios. About 100 feet away from the blood pool, a cultivator with a buzz cut sat in a lotus position. There was a thick black spear embedded in the ground beside him. It was even taller than Su Zimo. The buzz cut cultivator had his eyes closed. Breathing steadily, his face was sharp as a knife and his upper body was bare. Every single inch of his muscle shone with a bronze luster, as though watered by molten steel. It gave off a feeling of strength. There was no one within a radius of 100 meters around the person. There was only the long, thick spear. The moment Su Zimo saw that person, he felt an immense pressure. It was an unrestrained, violent aura that dominated the entire place. "That person is very strong." Su Zimo's heart skipped a beat. Even though the presence of the ancient spirit lock formation meant that one could only rely on their melee combat skills, Su Zimo was not invincible. He was only at the marrow cleansing section of the mystic classic of the 12 demon kings of the Great Wilderness, and it wasn't at greater mastery yet. Even with the support of the marrow cleansing sutra of the Void Thunder Manual, his power was only equivalent to that of a late-stage Foundation establishment cultivator. The girl in pink frowned slightly when she looked at the buzz-cut cultivator. Demon heir of Overlord Palace, Pang Yu. Regarded by many disciples of fiend sects as the lunatic of Overlord Palace, Pang Yu was domineering in his actions and possessed extreme combat strength. He was also the only one who would be so confident to head to this place alone. On the other end of the blood pool stood more than 100 cultivators in the same get-up. It was clear they were from the same faction. Leading them was a man in purple robes. Hands behind his back, he had a deep and mysterious gaze. His eyes looked like they were able to emit a light of illusion that could bewitch one's heart. To the side of the purple-robed cultivator, there were dozens of other cultivators with their leader donning a crimson-red robe. With pursed lips, his face was expressionless and he had an extremely cold gaze. Su Zimo swept his gaze and could roughly tell that excluding them, there were 3 factions at this place. The buzz-cut cultivator was alone, the purple-robed cultivator with his 100-odd cultivators and the crimson-robed cultivator with his dozens of cultivators. Of course, it could also be 4 factions. If Su Zimo was right, the corpse that tried to assassinate him twice previously should not belong to either of these 3 factions. Including him, there were 4 factions. If that corpse was here, given his disguise skills, he would not be found by Su Zimo until he let out any killing intent. When Su Zimo and the girl in pink arrived, the cultivators of the 3 factions reacted differently. The buzz-cut cultivator was motionless, he did not even open his eyes. The purple-robed cultivator looked at the girl in pink and smirked coldly. The crimson-robed cultivator was indifferently cold and remained silent. The commonality of the 3 factions was that all of them subconsciously ignored Su Zimo. Right then, at a fork road not far away, a group of cultivators arrived. They were led by a man in black robes. Those were the malevolent Earth sect cultivators that Su Zimo had exchanged blows with previously. When the black-robed cultivator caught sight of Su Zimo, his pupils constricted slightly and there was a flash of killing intent. Initially, the black-robed cultivator brought more than 100 men with him. However, more than 20 of them were slain after that short exchange of blows with Su Zimo. In fact, he nearly died as well. Before long, another couple of people appeared. They were led by an extremely handsome man. Holding a folding fan, the man had a jade-like complexion. His eyes were akin to sparkling stars and he had an extraordinary bearing. Coupled with a set of white robes, he was what people would refer to as a dashing gentleman. The man carried a faint smile and had a gentle gaze. Compared to the buzz-cut and purple-robed cultivator, he was considered normal and did not seem as though he was from a fiend sect. The white-robed man was accompanied by 4 stunning women. All of them had beautiful looks and graceful figures, exuding different styles of their own. Turning his gaze, the white-robed man looked at the girl in pink and said gently, "Yang, this place is so dangerous. Come to my side?" He. The girl in pink chuckled. "Shang Guanyu, sorry to disappoint you. But an idiot of your Cloud Rain sect was killed by me." "Oh." The white-robed cultivator named Shang Guanyu did not seem surprised at all as he nodded. "Yang Fei? I expected that he would die. Only, I did not think that he would die so quickly. I thought that he would be able to arrive here with you at least." Even though he is a disciple of Cloud Rain sect, he committed a most heinous mistake, the girl in pink replied. "Foo-foo." Shang Guanyu laughed. "He's just an ordinary fiend sect disciple. How can he be a match for the pure maiden of our fiend sects? It's only normal that he would die." Pausing for a moment, Shang Guanyu swept his gaze across Shang Guanyu and fanned himself, asking in a seemingly casual manner, "Yang, who is that?" "He's my bodyguard." The girl in pink walked forward, slung her arm around Su Zimo's shoulders, and replied in a tired voice. "Oh?" Shang Guanyu smiled and said faintly, "He's quite capable to be able to get here, it's just a pity he's about to die." Right then, Su Zimo turned sideways and looked at the girl in pink. There was a flash of mockery in his eyes as he said calmly, "Pure maiden of the fiend sects. Indeed, you're someone of the fiend sects. I didn't want to hide it from you either, but..." The girl in pink was about to explain when she was interrupted by Su Zimo. "I've already said this previously. Any one of the fiend sects, if I meet one, I kill one." "Phut!" Upon hearing this, someone could not help but laugh out loud. What was this place? Who were the people in this place? That green-robed cultivator must be truly stupid to dare say such a thing. Ha 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 ha! A series of laughter broke out from the crowd. Even the buzz-cut cultivator who had closed his eyes the entire time turned his head to look at Su Zimo. "Who is this person? What a riot! I don't know." Maybe there's something wrong with his brain such that he's starting to spout nonsense. Almost everyone present was laughing. However, the black-robed cultivator from Malevolent Earth Sect was not. Shang Guanyu smiled. Yang, that cultivator is quite interesting. I almost can't bear to kill him. The girl in pink ignored everyone else. She looked at Su Zimo and said aggrievedly, Brother Su, you promised that you would protect me. Yes. Su Zimo nodded. His next words nearly made the girl in pink vomit blood from anger. I'm going back on my words, Su Zimo continued expressionlessly. Gritting her teeth, the girl in pink said, How can you be this shameless? Don't forget, I gave you more than 400,000 spirit stones. Su Zimo pointed at the surrounding cultivators and said in a low voice, If I'm not wrong, they are all from fiend sects as well. The inheritance ground here belongs to you guys of the fiend sects. You lured me to this place with ill intentions. If I didn't have some tricks up my sleeves, I would have ended up in the same situation as Wu Xiaoming, Yang Fei, and the rest. For 400,000 spirit stones, I can protect you. But buying my life with that amount? That's too cheap. At that moment, the girl in pink was alarmed. Both of them were so close that she could truly feel Su Zimo's killing intent. The girl in pink's body stiffened as though she had fallen into an ice cavern. She knew that if she did not handle this correctly, the green-robed man would truly kill her. Why you can't kill me? The girl in pink suddenly said. Su Zimo remained silently and merely glared at the girl in pink coldly. His palm was already on the handle of the cold moon saber. Reaching out, the girl in pink removed her veil slowly and revealed a flawlessly beautiful face. She said softly, My name is Ji Yaoyang. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know a report chapter, so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 171, It's a good opportunity to kill all of you. Chapter 171, It's a good opportunity to kill all of you. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios. The moment the girl in pink removed her veil, everyone's breathing froze for a moment. Even though the many disciples of fiend sects had seen that pitilessly beautiful face before, they could still feel an unprecedented sense of amazement looking at it once again such that they forgot to breathe for a moment. Su Zimo was momentarily stunned as well. Any words that could describe the girl in pink's beauty seemed inadequate at the moment. But very quickly, Su Zimo's eyes regained clarity. Frowning, he murmured softly, Ji Yaoyang? He recalled the scene of how he met Ji Yushi and the GU-11 back in Sky Treasure Auction House previously and gradually came to a realization. Besides, he could see traces of Ji Yaoshue from the girl in pink's appearance. She's your elder sister? Su Zimo asked coldly. Smiling with pursed lips, the girl in pink nodded. She believed that she would not have to say much for someone of Su Zimo's intelligence to guess her identity. With that relationship, he would not kill her even if she was the pure maiden of the fiend sects. True enough. The killing intent in Su Zimo's eyes disappeared. His expression changed as he asked in a deep voice, What's going on here? Why are the fiend sects gathered here? Have you heard of the 7 fiend sects? Ji Yaoyang did not reply and asked instead. Su Zimo shook his head. Ha! A snicker came from the side. Many of the fiend sect disciples looked at Su Zimo in disdain as though they were looking at a dead man. The black-robed cultivator of Malevolent Earth Sect was the only one who pouted his lips and lamented internally, continue pretending. I don't believe anyone from an immortal sect wouldn't have heard of the 7 fiend sects. Ji Yaoyang said, the so-called 7 fiend sects refers to Illusion Fiend Cult, Zenith Sect, Overlord Palace, Hidden Death Sect, Pure Maiden Sect, Cloud Rain Sect and Malevolent Earth Sect. These 7 sects are all top factions in Tianhuang mainland. Any one of the mighty figures or patriarchs in the sect is more than enough to destroy all 5 major sects of the Great Zhou dynasty. When he heard that, Su Zimo's heart skipped a beat. Even though Ji Yaoyan's comment did not sound like a big deal, there was a warning in it. She was telling Su Zimo not to reveal his identity. Otherwise, Ethereal Peak could be destroyed because of this. The few people standing at the front are the fiend heirs of the various fiend sects. That purple-robed cultivator is from Illusion Fiend Cult, the blood-robed cultivator is from Zenith Sect, the buzz-cut cultivator is the lunatic from Overlord Palace. As for the assassin that tried to kill us previously, he's the fiend heir of Hidden Death Sect, the thousand-faced assassin. Ji Yaoyang pointed at the few of them, and Su Zimo swept his gaze across the crowd before finally looking back at Ji Yaoyang. Which sect's fiend heir are you? Hee, I'm from Pure Maiden Sect. Ji Yaoyang blinked her eyes and smiled playfully. If Ji Yaoyang had not admitted it personally and Su Zimo was not there to witness, he would not have imagined that the innocent girl with a bedazzling smile right in front of him was someone from the fiend sects. The fiend heirs are gathered here for the inheritance of this place. Because the lineage of the Pure Maiden Sect is passed down alone, I don't have helpers like the rest of them. So, you've got to help me. Ji Yaoyang raised her fist and said with anticipation. Demonis Ji, there's an ancient spirit lock formation here. If you want to obtain the inheritance against Lunatic Pang, we'll have to join forces, the fiend heir of Illusion Fiend Cult suddenly said. Ji Yaoyang whispered, of the 7 fiend sects, Overlord Palace is the strongest in melee combat. That buzzcut cultivator's name is Pang Yu, you've got to be wary of him. Even without Ji Yaoyang's reminder, Su Zimo would definitely watch out for that person. To be precise, he was watching out for every single one of those fiend heirs. If the 7 fiend sects were as fearsome as Ji Yaoyang had said, how could the fiend heirs present be that easy to deal with? Right then, Pang Yu of Overlord Palace suddenly opened his eyes. There was an excited glint in his gaze as he said slowly, we're all from fiend sects, so let me remind all of you. Anyone that wishes to withdraw should do it now. Otherwise, don't blame me for not giving any face if we were to start fighting later on. Those were overbearing words. He was the only person from Overlord Palace. While the other 6 sects had the advantage of being able to join forces, this man was not only unafraid, he was even threatening them instead. It wasn't because Pang Yu was the strongest amongst the fiend heirs, it was due to the presence of the ancient spirit lock formation. With everyone's spirit energies locked, they could only rely on melee combat. Overlord Palace was the strongest of the 7 sects in terms of melee combat. The presence of the ancient spirit lock formation was also a boon for Su Zimo. If it was a proper clash, he would not be a match for the fiend heir of Malevolent Earth Sect. However, he could suppress the latter in melee combat. We'll definitely join forces. Suddenly, the fiend heir of Malevolent Earth Sect said, however, we've got to kill the outsider before joining forces. Otherwise, he's just an eyesore. The Malevolent Earth Sect heir's gaze fell onto Su Zimo. It was obvious who he was referring to as the outsider. Having suffered a huge loss and nearly dying in the hands of Su Zimo, he was naturally not going to let this off. Shangguan Yu waved his fan and nodded, saying in a gentle voice, that sounds about right. No matter what, this is an internal struggle of the fiend sects. It won't be nice to let outsiders see it. Foo. Suddenly, Su Zimo burst out into laughter. He surveyed the surroundings and declared loudly, you want to kill me? The many fiend sect disciples had cold expressions, carrying a mocking look in their eyes. However, Su Zimo continued, how rare for you fiend heirs to be gathered today. It's a good opportunity to kill all of you. And you? Su Zimo looked at the fiend heir of Malevolent Earth Sect and said indifferently, you were lucky to escape earlier on. Hand over your life now. When they heard that, everyone was stunned. Malevolent Earth Sect's heir had exchanged blows with the green-robed cultivator, read more chapter on Novelful. And he was not a match for the opponent and had to escape? What was the background of this person? Before anyone could finish their thoughts, Su Zimo's body swayed and he pulled out the cold moon saber on his waist. He was taking the first move. Rushing towards the group from Malevolent Earth Sect, he dashed with such speed that it left a flurry of afterimages. Oh? Pang Yu remarked in slight surprise as the excitement in his eyes intensified. With his eyesight, he could naturally tell how powerful the burst of that simple action from Su Zimo was. Interesting. Pang Yu smiled as though he had found a prey. Everyone, please assist me. That person is from the immortal sects. the malevolent Earth Sect heir retreated swiftly and hollered. He had witnessed Suzimo's strength earlier on and was naturally not stupid enough to fight the latter head-on. Someone of the immortal sects. Such guts! You're asking for death! Upon hearing the words immortal sect, many fiend sect disciples let out their killing intents. They pulled out their weapons and rushed forth, surrounding Suzimo. Suzimo swung his cold moon saber and descended from the skies. It was as though he wanted to slice the voids into half. Even though the fiend heir managed to dodge it, 2 other malevolent Earth Sect cultivators were caught in it. The 2 of them did not have time to think as they exerted strength in both arms and channeled their blood. Raising the saber in their hands, they pushed and defended upwards. Clang! 3 sabers collided into one another. Crack! 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 The sabers of the 2 malevolent Earth Sect cultivators shattered as the both of them shook violently as though they were struck by thunder. Coughing out fresh blood, they were sent flying. Everyone was shocked. A single slash had contained such terrifying might. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know a report chapter, so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 172, 1 against 5. Chapter 172, 1 against 5. Translator, Atlas Studios. Editor, Atlas Studios. Suzimo was not someone who would just give in and surrender. Ignoring the fact that there was an ancient spirit lock formation that restricted everyone's spirit energies, he would not have surrendered without it. Furthermore, he had a deep hatred for fiend sects to begin with. This was a rare opportunity for him. Even if he could not manage to kill all 6 fiend heirs, he would not let them receive their inheritance that easily. A chilling intent gushed at him from the sides. Through the corner of his eye, Suzimo caught sight of many sword shadows. The sword shone with a sinister glow that was dizzying. The fiend heir of Illusion Fiend Cult! The power of that attack was not strong. In fact, it was even weaker than the power burst forth from the fiend heir of Malevolent Earth Sect. However, in the hands of the fiend heir of Illusion Fiend Cult, the sword seemed to transform endlessly and it was difficult to differentiate from illusion and reality. Suzimo frowned slightly. He actually had to dodge to the side against that attack. This was a completely brilliant sword technique. Strength wasn't the only factor in melee combat. Speed, defense and techniques were all embodiments of combat strength. Even though Suzimo preferred the strength of sabers, he did not know of many techniques. He merely rotated between a few moves and made use of pure brute force. Against the brilliant sword techniques of the Illusion Fiend Cult heir, Suzimo was actually forced to retreat momentarily and had no way of retaliating. Swoosh! On the other side, there was a flash of blood, emitting a strong, pungent smell. The blood light wasn't truly blood, it was light from the saber. The Zenith Sect heir wielded a crimson-red saber that was sinister and felt as though blood was flowing within it. The intensity of that bloodlust was so strong that even Suzimo felt suffocated. Suzimo had survived an entire year in the Kanglang mountain range and had been through all sorts of bloody scenarios. However, the attack from the Zenith Sect heir still had Suzimo feeling as though he was faced with a mountain of corpses. It was extremely devastating and sapping. Swoosh! A folding fan opened and swirled in front of Suzimo. The clouds on it seemed as though they were about to rain. Suzimo merely took a single glance when he felt his mind go adrift. A surge of uncontrollable lust was rising under his abdomen. Not good. Suzimo's had a great shock. It was a similar feeling to breathing in the joyful reunion powder of Joyful Sect. However, Shangguan Yu's method was many times more brilliant than the Joyful Sect cultivators. A cold glint flashed in the eyes of the Malevolent Earth Sect heir who was forced to retreat earlier. Charging back once more, he shook the bone spear in his hands and stabbed forth. With the combined attack of fiend heirs, Suzimo was like a small boat in a furious ocean that could capsize at any moment. All of a sudden, a sense of danger flashed in Suzimo's mind once more. A bone-chilling killing intent had resurfaced. Hidden Death Sect's assassin had struck. The thousand-faced assassin was unlike Pang Yu of Overlord Palace. Pang Yu was standing at the side and watching everything coldly with his hands behind his back. Given his status and strength, there was naturally no way he would stoop down to joining forces with others. However, the thousand-faced assassin was an assassin and his aim was to kill off his enemies. Naturally, it did not matter to him whether he had to join forces or whom he was joining forces with. All he bothered about was to find the most opportune moment to strike and obtain his assassination. When she saw that, Ji Yaoyan's eyes dimmed. In the cultivation world, there were probably no more than 5 people who could survive a combined attack of 5 fiend heirs. This Su Zimo before her was a nobody and was definitely not one of the 5. Suddenly, Ji Yaoyan felt a sense of regret. Unlike Wu Xiaoming, Yang Fei, and the others, Su Zimo did not harbor any evil thoughts towards her. Read more chapter on Novelful. Furthermore, he did not hurt her despite his immense hatred for those of the fiend sects after finding out that she was Ji Yaoshue's younger sister. This was a clear-minded and loyal individual who should not die at a place as such. However, it was too late even if she regretted it. Su Zimo, who was trapped in the middle, had no room to dodge. There was only one outcome awaiting him. Amidst the shadows of swords and sabers, Su Zimo truly understood the terror of these fiend heirs. This was even with the presence of the ancient spirit lock formation. If not for the restriction on their spirit energies, Su Zimo would most likely be seriously injured the moment they clashed. How long have the 7 fiend sects been around? They had a lineage from the ancient era and were ranked alongside the immortal sects and Buddhism. Ethereal sect merely had a history of a couple thousands of years. There were countless sects like it since the ancient era, and there were many more which had disappeared into the sands of time without any trace left. As a disciple of Ethereal Peak, Su Zimo had merely been on the path of immortality cultivation for a mere 2 years. In terms of actual strength, he was no match for the fiend heirs of fiend sects at all. However, what Su Zimo truly relied on was not his immortal cultivation techniques, it was the mystic classic of the 12 demon kings of the Great Wilderness and the Void Thunder Manual. Splash! Splash! The sound of waves roaring echoed out as the earth seemed to collapse. Oh? Pang Yu's ears quivered as a bright light shone in his eyes. He said in disbelief, "Tsunami blood?" Bang! Boom! Boom! Right on the heels of that, rolling thunder could be heard mixed in the tsunami sounds. Su Zimo channeled his blood, causing his entire body to swell as his muscles tore through his clothes. The strong and ferocious bloodline coursed through his limbs, suppressing the lust in his heart. Su Zimo's eyes regained their clarity. Against the entrapment of the 5 fiend heirs, he did not show the slightest bit of fear. Instead, his fighting spirit boiled as he bellowed, "Mystify!" Thunder flashed in his palms as an extremely violent atmosphere filled the room. With Su Zimo in the center, a blinding light burst out, forming a huge ring of lightning that spread in all directions. At that moment, the 5 sense of the 5 fiend heirs were momentarily lost. The true self of the illusion fiend cult heir's long sword revealed itself for a brief instance. This was the saying that when fiends were 1 foot tall, the Tao was 10 feet higher. Su Zimo flipped his hand and slashed with his saber, clashing it heavily against the illusion fiend cult fiend heir's long sword. Sparks flew as ear-piercing sounds of metal clashing filled the air. The illusion fiend cult heir's body shook as his expression turned incomparably pale. He staggered to his knee and fell backwards, landing on the ground with a stream of blood oozing from the side of his mouth. Illusion fiend cult did not have any high-quality body tempering techniques to begin with. The moment his sword technique was broken, there was no way he could withstand Su Zimo's might. Thunder Spear! After Mystify, lightning condensed on Su Zimo's palm once more, forming a long spear that coiled like an electric python. He flung it towards the Zenith sect heir. Pust! The fiend heir gasped slightly. In this place where everyone's spirit energies were restricted, this green-robed cultivator could release Thunder Art. Furthermore, the power of his Thunder Art was considerable. There was no way the Zenith sect heir would dare to proceed as he clutched his sword in front of his chest. The Thunder Spear struck the middle of his blood-red saber and lightning flash, extending from the blade to his body. the zenith sectaire trembled and his legs went limp, falling to the ground as well. In the blink of an eye, 2 Fiend Heirs were severely injured. At this moment, the effects of Mystify had disappeared and Shangguan Yu's fan cut at Su Zimo's throat like a sharp blade. The killing intent of the thousand-faced assassin was still locked onto Su Zimo, awaiting an opportune moment to strike. At the same time, the malevolent Earth Sectaire's bone spear have carved a semicircle in mid-air, shrouding Su Zimo with a chilling, malevolent aura that was pitch black. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know a report chapter, so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 173, Manipulating the Situation. Chapter 173, Manipulating the Situation. Translator, Atlas Studios. Editor, Atlas Studios. Even though he forced back 2 Fiend Heirs in a row, the situation was still extremely dangerous for Su Zimo. Right then, a chain tore through the air and coiled towards Shangguan Yu like a slithering wild snake. It shone with a glistening cold light. There was a flash of fear in Shangguan Yu's eyes, and he did not dare to be careless, leaping back and retreating hurriedly. Demonis G, what are you doing? Shangguan Yu chided with a narrowed gaze. That chain was Ji Yaoyan's weapon. When she saw that Su Zimo was trapped, she was filled with regret. However, even if she had struck then, she would not have been able to break him out of the predicament. But the next moment, there was a sudden change. With an incomparably powerful stance, Su Zimo burst forth with the power of his bloodline and forced back 2 Fiend Heirs with his thunder art, that caused a change in the situation. Ji Yaoyan no longer hesitated and struck immediately. With her addition, there was yet another change to the situation. Of the 5 Fiend Heirs, 3 of them were gone, leaving only the thousand-faced assassin and malevolent Earth Sect heir. Actually, among the 5 Fiend Heirs, the greatest threat to Su Zimo was the thousand-faced assassin. That was because Su Zimo could not ascertain his location. Once the thousand-faced assassin appeared, it would definitely be a sure-kill attack. In a flash, Su Zimo's mind raced. He strode forward, grabbed his cold moon saber with both hands, and slashed at the bone spear. The malevolent Earth Sect heir smirked coldly. He had long noticed that even though Su Zimo was strong, the latter did not know any saber techniques. That was Su Zimo's greatest weakness. However, it was different for malevolent Earth Sect. He alone had mastered 5 high-quality spear techniques. With a shake of his bone spear, it streaked across the air in a circular arc. While it may seem like a simple move, the landing point of the tip was unknown and could change at any moment. When he saw Su Zimo's attack, the malevolent Earth Sect heir narrowed his eyes and barked coldly, "Die!" He exerted strength in both arms, and the bone spear trembled. It avoided the trajectory of the cold moon saber and continued thrusting forth at Su Zimo's chest. Leaving his chest wide open, Su Zimo had revealed a fatal flaw. Right then, a ghostly figure appeared from the crowd of fiend cultivators who had been surrounding them. It instantly appeared behind Su Zimo and stretched out its palm. Under the watch of countless gazes, that initially empty palm produced a long, slender sword. It was as thin as cicada wings and extremely sharp. No one could clearly see how the sword had appeared. But at this moment, everyone knew the identity of the assailant, Hidden Death Sect's heir, the thousand-faced assassin. No one would be able to detect him if he did not make a move. He might be at anyone's side or even in front of them. However, they would not realize that the most terrifying assassin in the cultivation world had just passed them. At this moment, Su Zimo was using his old moves to face the incoming bone spear of the malevolent Earth Sect heir. It was too late for him to retract his saber and defend. Su Zimo only had a single option left. He had to dodge backwards. At the same time, the thousand-faced assassin appeared and stabbed his sword, completely cutting off Su Zimo's escape path. The timing of the thousand-faced assassin was ingenious and frightening. Even if they were just watching, everyone could not help but feel a sense of dread. On the other side, Ji Yaoyan was totally entangled by Shangguan Yu and could not get away. In the blink of an eye, the tables had turned and Su Zimo's life was on the line. Pang Yu shook his head and the excitement in his eyes faded gradually. To him, Suzimo was already a dead man. A dead man was not worthy of being his opponent. No one noticed that Suzimo, who was in the middle of the storm, had still eyes and a composed expression. He was frighteningly calm. Under normal circumstances, Suzimo would truly have no way out and could not react in time. However, in this situation, he was deliberately letting out an opening. If he did not do that, the thousand-faced assassin would never appear. That was too much of a threat for Suzimo. As the bone spear approached, Suzimo swung back with his saber as though he had expected it. Without stopping at all, he bent down suddenly and slithered on the ground with his limbs like a giant python. Upon seeing that, everyone's eyes lit up and they were stunned. Even though the dodging movement seemed somewhat odd, it avoided the incoming bone spear and long sword of the thousand-faced assassin perfectly. The beauty was in its precision. He had managed to turn that crisis into nothing. All right. Pang Yu grinned as fighting spirit filled his eyes once more. As for the malevolent earth-sect heir, his heart skipped a beat when he missed his attack. Without thinking, he exerted strength in his feet and retreated with his spear immediately. A black shadow slid across the ground at an extremely fast speed. In the blink of an eye, it was right in front of him. Suzimo leaped up, his eyes brimming with killing intent as he slashed up with his cold moon saber. Ah! The malevolent earth-sect heir exclaimed loudly and held his bone spear in front of his chest to defend. Clang! The moment the weapons came into contact, the malevolent earth-sect heir began to feel uneasy internally. Even though his bone spear had collided with the cold moon saber, it felt as though it was striking air and he could not feel any impact. This is bad. It's a fake. The malevolent earth-sect heir's heart sank. Suzimo scoffed coldly. The moment the cold moon saber and the bone spear made contact, he sidestepped and dodged to the side. A long and slender sword stabbed from behind, brushing by Suzimo treacherously by a single hair's breadth. If he was half a step slower, or if he was entangled with the malevolent earth-sect heir, Suzimo would not have been able to dodge that attack. The expression of the malevolent earth-sect heir changed as his pupils constricted. Almost at the same time that Suzimo dodged, the sword stabbed over. In the midst of things, he had no time to react at all. Thousand-faced assassin! The malevolent earth-sect heir shrieked, and in a rather impressive display of swift reaction, he pulled the bone spear that defended his chest upwards. The thousand-faced assassin felt a blur before his eyes. When the figure flashed, he realized that something was amiss and tried to retract his momentum. Clang! The long sword made contact with the bone spear. Puff! Right after, a flash of blood appeared. The malevolent earth-sect heir groaned dully as his face turned pale and he trembled in pain. That strike should have pierced his chest. However, because he used the bone spear to dodge and the thousand-faced assassin had retracted his momentum, the long sword merely pierced his shoulder. At this moment, the thousand-faced assassin suddenly felt a sense of trepidation. A bone-chilling killing intent surged and enveloped his surroundings. Not far away, Suzimo loaded his bow. He had 4 arrows left. Now, all 4 of them were loaded on the bow that curved like a full moon. They were aimed at the thousand-faced assassin who had just appeared. It was only now that the thousand-faced assassin realized he was one Suzimo wanted to kill the most. If he had not appeared, Suzimo would have to be on his toes and be extra wary of his assassination attempts. Even if the latter had a myriad of techniques, he might only be able to use less than half of them. But now, not only had he failed his assassination attempted, his long sword was still stuck in the malevolent earth-sect heir's shoulder and he could not pull it out yet. Swoosh! 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 For black beams descended, almost sealing off all routes of retreat for the thousand-faced assassin. Upon seeing this, the spectating crowd suddenly had an illusion. On the surface, it seemed like the 5 fiend heirs were attacking the green-robed cultivator. However, the latter was actually taking the initiative to manipulate the situation and lead them in his direction right from the very beginning. Now, even the mysterious thousand-faced assassin had fallen into this green-robed cultivator's trap. Everyone could not help but entertain a flashing thought: who is this person? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know a report chapter, so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 174, Change in the Blood Pool. Chapter 174, Change in the Blood Pool. Translator, Atlas Studios. Editor, Atlas Studios. Even though he knew that he had fallen into a trap, the thousand-faced assassin was still expressionless. Drawing his sword, he curled into a ball and spun in mid-air like a turtle. The slender sword formed a beautiful, bedazzling sword beam around him. This was an extremely famous defensive technique of Hidden Death Sect. On the one hand, a curled body could reduce the possibility of one getting injured. On the other hand, the rotational force combined with the sword stance would produce a barrier that could defend in all directions, even water would have difficulty penetrating it. Cling! Clang! The black beam struck the spinning sword beam and let out a series of crisp sounds. The 4 arrows were blocked. Su Zimo shot the 4 arrows and casually threw his sanguine crystal bow down. Without the slightest pause, his body flashed and he lunged towards the thousand-faced assassin as an icy, murderous aura emitted from the cold moon saber in his hands. Naturally, Su Zimo would not assume that he would be able to kill the fiend heir of Hidden Death Sect with just 4 arrows. The 4 arrows were just his first attack. Su Zimo's Real killing blow was behind. Even though the thousand-faced assassin had blocked the 4 arrows, he still had a slight pause in his actions due to their power. By now, Su Zimo had arrived in front of him, aimed at his neck with a raised cold moon saber without saying a single word. Even though there was no technique involved in Su Zimo's attack, he carried an unrivaled aura. As his blood surged, lightning flashed as well in a ferocious manner. Without any way to dodge, the thousand-faced assassin could only face it head-on. It wasn't because he did not want to dodge, it was because Su Zimo had forced him into a spot. Every single move was calculated to extreme precision such that he did not even have room to breathe. Clang! The long sword collided against the cold moon saber and let out a jarring sound. The thousand-faced assassin's body quivered. His arms were sore and his palm was torn as fresh blood dripped. He could hardly hold his weapon any longer. The sword was curved to a frightening degree from the great force of the cold moon saber. Right as the saber was about to strike the thousand-faced assassin's chest, a strange change happened. Due to the bending of the thousand-faced assassin's sword, its tip jumped in a strange manner and silently pierced towards Su Zimo's throat as though it was alive. If Su Zimo continued with his attack, the thousand-faced assassin would be severely injured at most. However, his throat would be pierced on the spot. The assassination methods of Hidden Death Sect were unpredictable and beyond the imagination of ordinary people. Any single bit of carelessness could cause a person to lose their life. A warning flashed in Su Zimo's mind. From the corner of his eye, he caught the incoming sword tip and retracted his saber while kicking forward. On the surface, it seemed like it was just a single kick forward. However, with Su Zimo's bloodline and burst power, that kick was no different than the thrust of a huge spear. All of a sudden, as though he sensed something, Su Zimo changed his strategy at the last moment and retracted his foot. On the other hand of the thousand-faced assassin was a dagger that appeared out of nowhere, waiting for Su Zimo's leg to strike it. No wonder he's the fiend heir of Hidden Death Sect. Su Zimo praised internally and felt a sense of regret. He had laid down all these plans meticulously, thinking that he would be able to kill the thousand-faced assassin here. However, he did not expect that the latter would have been able to solve his complex attempts. Of course, even though the thousand-faced assassin had managed to survive, he was not in the best position. After enduring Su Zimo's strike head-on, the organs of the thousand-faced assassin were quaked. He did not dare to linger any longer, tunneling through the crowd and disappearing into a fork road with a single tap of his feet. The threat of the thousand-faced assassin was temporarily removed, but no one could guarantee that he would not return later on. Everyone, let's attack together and kill that punk first. The illusion fiend Cult Heir shouted with an ashen expression. The Zenith Sect Heir nodded and waved his hand. Once again, the fight resumed as cultivators of Illusion Fiend Cult, Zenith Sect and Malevolent Earth Sect gushed forth together. At the other side, Shang Guan Yu was losing his patience at Ji Yaoyang, who was pestering him endlessly. He looked at her and frowned. Demoness G, are you going to keep this up? Who is that punk to you? Read more chapter on novel full. Why do you care? Ji Yaoyang smiled and looked at Shang Guanyu playfully. Waving his hand, the four beauties behind Shang Guanyu appeared in a flash. Don't hold back, kill her. He pointed at Demoness Ji with an ice-cold gaze. He. Ji Yaoyang was not fazed in the slightest as she smiled. Shang Guanyu, we don't know who's going to kill whom first. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The four girls appeared around Ji Yaoyang and surrounded her. Using long swords, they moved in sync as though they had practiced a chain combo. Ji Yaoyang retracted her smile and danced with her chain, forming an impenetrable barrier around her. Circling around them waving his fan, Shang Guanyu looked to be casual. However, he was actually waiting for an opportune moment and was ready to strike and take Ji Yaoyang down. Clang! 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 On the other side, a huge battle had broken out. Against the combined attack of many fiend cultivators, Su Zimo wielded his Cold Moon saber fearlessly and had a torrential killing intent. Using his keen spirit perception and immense defensive techniques, he held his ground in the crowd. Puff! 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 Fiend cultivators fell to the ground constantly with blood gushing from their bodies. No one noticed that the bloodstains on the ground were all flowing towards the blood pool in the center as though they were being attracted by something. Su Zimo's bloodline did not have much power of thunder left and he could not release any more thunder arts. The enchanting sword techniques of the illusion fiend cult, the murderous saber techniques of the Zenith sect and the high-quality and special spear techniques of the malevolent Earth sect caused quite a bit of trouble for Su Zimo. Coupled with the fact that he was constantly besieged by the other fiend cultivators, Su Zimo could not guarantee that he would be able to get out unharmed as well. The best he could do was to avoid any fatal damage. While killing his opponents amidst the chaos, he had to trade their lives while taking the least possible damage. Before long, Su Zimo's body was blooded. Some of it was his own blood, but it was mostly the blood of the other fiend cultivators. The three fiend heirs and the many fiend cultivators got more nervous the longer they fought. The green-robed cultivator seemed as though he could not get exhausted. At the same time, the wounds on his body did not seem to cause him much trouble either. What they did not know was the horrifying vitality and regeneration speed of Su Zimo's body. Those minor wounds were nothing at all. Dong! Suddenly, a dull thud sounded from the place and the ground shook. Oh? Pang Yu squinted his eyes and focused at the blood pool nearby. That dull sound came from the pool of blood. Furthermore, at the same time that sound rang, a huge bubble appeared on the surface of the blood pool, forming ripples. Many of the fiend cultivators were a little dazed. Su Zimo did not hesitate. He strode forward and waved his hand, punching the chest of a fiend cultivator heavily. Snap! The sounds of bones cracking could be heard as the man's chest caved in with the organs within ruptured. Sent flying by that punch of Su Zimo, the man landed far into the distance and coincidentally into the pool of blood. Almost instantly, the person's flesh slid off his body into the blood pool and vanished, leaving only a spooky skeleton that floated for a brief moment on the pool's surface before sinking as well. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know a report chapter, so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 175, Killing a Fiend Heir. Chapter 175, Killing a Fiend Heir. Many of the fiend cultivators saw what happened and their expressions changed slightly. However, their eyes burned with an intense gaze. Su Zimo did not know what the inheritance of this place was. However, judging from their expressions, he could vaguely guess that the inheritance in that evil blood pool was about to be born. But no one dared to make any reckless moves after witnessing what happened to the cultivator that fell into the blood pool. Right then, Shang Guanyu's figure flashed. He took advantage of the moment when Ji Yaoyang was briefly distracted and sneaked in an attack. The side of the folding fan was extremely sharp and a flash of blood appeared as it brushed past Ji Yaoyang's arm. Ah! Ji Yaoyang could not help but exclaim as the pain turned her face pale. Oh? When he saw that, killing intent surged through Suzumo's eyes. With a swift leap, he jumped over the heads of the many fiend cultivators and charged at Shangguan Yu and the others. Swoosh! The cold moon saber descended from the skies, slashing down with an unstoppable might. Shangguan Yu's expression changed. There was no way he would dare take that head-on as he retreated while yelling, "Stop him! Everyone, let's work together to kill that man!" His first sentence was directed at the 4 beautiful women he brought along. The second was a call for all other fiend cultivators. Swash! 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 The 4 beautiful women had clearly trained together in a combined attack technique as for long swords stabbed from different angles, making it impossible for anyone to dodge or retaliate. Even though Ji Yaoyang was from a fiend sect, she was Ji Yoshua's younger sister after all. With that relationship, Suzumo had to ensure her safety. Now that he saw Ji Yaoyang injured, Suzumo could not care less. Facing the 4 incoming swords, he did not retreat or dodge. Instead, he slashed up with the cold moon saber in his left hand and met an incoming sword with his right hand. He coiled his hand around the sword. Bam! The sword let out a tremble as the woman wielding it exclaimed. Her palm was torn and she could no longer grip the sword, breaking the combo attack of the 4 of them momentarily. Suzumo's figure flickered and after images lingered. Appearing before the woman in the blink of an eye, he leaned it. With a bang, her body flew off like a kite that was snapped. By the time she landed, she was no longer breathing. At the same time, Suzumo flipped his hand and slashed with his saber, causing a cold light to swipe across the neck of another woman. A bloody line appeared. Sheeing! A blood mist spewed out. With just a casual brush and a single exchange of blow, 2 women from Cloud Rain sect had died in Suzumo's hands. He came to Ji Yoshua's side and asked, frowning, "How are you?" "I'm fine, you don't have to worry about me." She shook her head and indicated for her to watch out behind him. Suzumo spun around and glared at the incoming fiend cultivators coldly. Wielding his saber, he howled and charged into them once more. Bang! Even though the person in front blocked Suzumo's saber, he was still sent flying. By the time he landed on the ground, his arms were mangled and his bones crushed. He had lost all his battle prowess. Suzumo's power of blood was way too strong. The realm of tsunami blood was enough for him to crush all the fiend cultivators present. Only the 4 fiend heirs could hold out against him with their intricate moves. Dong! At the moment, the familiar dull sound rang from the blood pool again as a splash appeared on the surface. This time, the sound was even clearer and more powerful. It was as though a hammer had slammed heavily into everyone's hearts. Everyone present felt a tightness in their chest and their blood was in a mess. They could not help but frown. Suzumo suddenly felt an indescribable sense of danger. This place was a little odd. It did not seem like it was just a simple inheritance ground as those of the fiend sects had said. Suzumo did not think too much about it. He was the first to recover with his surging bloodline as he rushed into the crowd towards the malevolent Earth sect heir. Ah! When he saw that Suzumo was rushing at him, the malevolent Earth sect heir heaved a deep breath of air and bellowed. As he retreated, he shook the bone spear in his hands. The other 3 fiend heirs snapped out of their stupor from the dull sound and helped the malevolent Earth sect heir immediately, forming an entrapment. Bang! Suzumo stomped his feet on the ground, causing sand and gravel to fly everywhere as the earth trembled. The malevolent Earth sect heir was caught off guard and broke into a stumble. That slowed his movements and revealed an opening. Suzumo's eyes lit up. He cast a divine steed fleeting and cut through the crowd instantly, swinging his cold moon saber upwards ruthlessly. This was a completely one-sided attack. Coupled with his terrifying burst speed, the malevolent Earth sect heir was still a step slower even as he tried his best to retreat. His chest was sliced open, causing blood to gush out and his organs were faintly visible. Ah! The malevolent Earth sect heir shrieked shrilly. Pale as a sheet, he looked down at his chest in horror. While the 7 fiend sects were fighting for the inheritance, if things were to go awry and any one party were to declare their surrender, the rest would not be so ruthless as to kill a fiend heir. However, the malevolent Earth sect heir would have never imagined that he would come across such a malignant being in this place. Upon seeing this scene, the other 3 fiend heirs felt a chill run down their spines. Su Zimo swung left and right. Any fiend sect cultivators that stood before him either died on the spot or were sent flying with blood spraying out of them. Arriving before the malevolent Earth sect heir, Su Zimo grabbed his head with a cold expression and swung his cold moon saber horizontally. Phut! A large head was chopped off. Pust! The fiend sect cultivators gasped. They did not know which immortal sect had sent such a ruthless person who could kill the malevolent Earth sect fiend heir without batting a single eyelid. Shangguan Yu and the illusion fiend cult and Zenith sect heirs retreated. If the 4 of them were unable to kill this person, it was pointless now that there were only 3 of them left. They might even end up dying here. Lunatic Pang, are you just going to sit there and watch our fiend heirs get killed idly? Shangguan Yu asked with an ashen expression. If you continue to sit by and do nothing, what would the other fiend cultivators think of you when news of this spreads back to the fiend sects? Ha 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 ha! The illusion fiend cult heir burst out in laughter. They'll only think that Lunatic Pang is a superficial reputation of yours. You're nothing more than an empty shell who can only be arrogant within our fiend sects. When you come across anyone from immortal sects, you're so scared that you don't even dare to say a word. Upon hearing this, Pang Yu finally moved. He stood up from his spot as the fighting spirit in his eyes burned into 2 flames. With just that single action, everyone present felt an overwhelming pressure. It was as though there was a shadow of an ancient demon coming from Pang Yu, possessing unparalleled might that could even envelop the heavens. You don't have to provoke me. Pang Yu said coldly. If I were to attack, that person would be killed with extreme ease. As fiend heirs, each of them had tricks up their sleeves and were extremely intelligent. When Su Zimo was fighting the other fiend heirs, it was the perfect opportunity to sit by and reap the spoils later. There was no way Pang Yu would get involved. However, the inheritance object was about to be born. Now that the other fiend heirs were fearful because of Su Zimo, it was the perfect timing for him to stand forth. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know a report chapter, so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 176, Terrifying Lunatic. Chapter 176, Terrifying Lunatic. Boom! Pang Yu pulled out the black spear that was embedded in the ground, causing the earth to crack and mud splattered everywhere. Dragging his huge spear, Pang Yu strode in a domineering manner to Su Zimo and said, I don't know which immortal sect you're from, but I guess your master must have spent a lot of effort to nurture you. But, what a pity. Even though your bloodline has reached the legendary tsunami blood, your body tempering isn't at a greater mastery yet. You are too weak to be my match. Su Zimo's heart skipped a beat and he thought to himself about how powerful this person was. Before they even exchanged blows, Pang Yu had already seen through him. Pang Yu was not wrong. Even though Su Zimo's bloodline was terrifying and he was strong, marrow cleansing was only the 4th section of the mystic classic of the 12 demon kings of the great wilderness. In terms of body tempering, Su Zimo had yet to cultivate the organ's refinement and orifice clearing sections. Sizzle! The spear tip slashed across the ground, producing strange sounds. Amidst the sound, Pang Yu's heavy footsteps could be heard. Thump! 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 He was neither slow nor fast, but it was forceful. Every single step he took seemed as if he was stepping on the beat of Su Zimo's heart, giving the latter a feeling of dread. As Pang Yu approached, his aura grew stronger and stronger. On the contrary, Su Zimo's aura was being crushed completely. In the eyes of the onlookers, Pang Yu seemed to have transformed into an ancient demon 100 feet tall, overlooking Su Zimo, who was tiny as an ant right now. Of course, that was just an illusion of the crowd that was caused by the auras of both parties and the circumstances alongside various reasons. Shangguan Yu was secretly shocked by Pang Yu's terror. After some thought, he gathered that even without the presence of the ancient spirit lock formation, he might not be a match for that lunatic either. However, Shangguan Yu heaved a sigh of relief. No matter what, that green-robed cultivator was finally going to die. With Pang Yu around, the rest of them were in no danger of losing their lives. But if the green-robed cultivator was the one who survived, the only option left for them was to escape. A cruel glint flashed in the Zenith sect heir's eyes as he looked on coldly. When the illusion fiend cult heir saw what was happening, he was delighted and yelled, "Lunatic Pang, killing this person outright will be too easy on him. You better rip him into pieces. That'd be satisfying." Ji Yaoyang furrowed her brows as worry flashed across her eyes. She was the clearest about Pang Yu's methods and abilities. Through the history of fiend sect heirs, his strength was ranked right at the top. Otherwise, he would not be called a lunatic. Seeing Pang Yu walk over, Su Zimo suddenly realized something. Even though what Pang Yu said was true, the fact that he chose to say it at this moment was a form of mental warfare. If Su Zimo felt that he was inferior to Pang Yu, his aura would definitely weaken and he would lose the initiative. After realizing this, Su Zimo had been searching for a way to break out of that situation. Ha ha! Pang Yu did not intend to give Su Zimo any chance to begin with. When he approached Su Zimo, he raised his pitch-black spear and smashed it down like a steel whip, causing the wind to howl in a breathtaking manner. Su Zimo did not even think about it and sidestepped to dodge immediately. The power of that spear was too powerful. If he wanted to defend it head-on, he would only end up severely injured and might even die on the spot. Can you avoid it? Pang Yu's spear missed and smashed on the ground with a loud bang, causing the earth to crack. Amidst the billowing smoke, a thick black spear stabbed out. It was extremely stable, as if it could even pierce through the heavens. Su Zimo's eyes lit up. He took a half sidestep and forcefully twisted his stance with the Plow Heaven stride, dodging the sharp tip of the spear while using his Cold Moon Saber to strike at the weakest part of the spear. Su Zimo could not help but praise himself internally for that slash. Regardless of angle, timing, strength or the combination with Plow Heaven stride, the move was perfect. In fact, Su Zimo thought of what to do with this move later on. After colliding with the spear, the Cold Moon Saber slanted sideways and sliced down the body of the spear, forcing Pang Yu to let go. That way, Su Zimo would seize the initiative and gain the advantage with a weapon. Clang! The sound of metal clashing echoed out. It was as Su Zimo had imagined, and the Cold Moon Saber collided heavily against the body of the spear. However, his expression changed the next moment as he realized something was amiss. Su Zimo felt an extremely domineering shock wave on the body of the spear. The moment the Cold Moon Saber made contact with it, the shock was transmitted to him through the saber. It was a trap. It was the same way Su Zimo had dealt with the thousand-faced assassin earlier on. This was a deliberate opening set up by Pang Yu. Buzz! The spear quivered and the Cold Moon Saber was sent flying. With his palm torn and fresh blood dripping, Su Zimo's trump card he had designed earlier was now useless. Ha ha! Pang Yu burst out into laughter. Exerting strength into his arms, he swept the spear horizontally right at Su Zimo's head. After the Cold Moon Saber left his hands, Su Zimo was extremely swift and squatted. The pitch-black spear swept into air. However, it suddenly changed its momentum and stopped right above Su Zimo's head before slamming down. Pushing his feet, Su Zimo rolled to the side and barely avoided the fatal blow. He was covered with quite a bit of mud and looked rather pathetic. The both of them had only exchanged a couple of moves. However, Su Zimo had escaped death several times. If he was any bit slower, he would have died on the spot. The difference in strength between the both sides was obvious. In the eyes of everyone, Su Zimo had no chance against Pang Yu with his black spear now that even his weapon was gone. I've told you, you're very strong, but you're no match for me. Please resign to your fate. Pang Yu's voice sounded as though he was stating an unquestionable fact. Raising his brow, an idea flashed into Su Zimo's mind. He had finally realized the flaw in Pang Yu's earlier statement. My strength is indeed inferior to yours. However, strength is not the only factor in melee combat. Su Zimo composed himself and replied indifferently. In that instant, a strange change happened between their auras. Pang Yu's aura was still extremely strong. However, Su Zimo's aura suddenly became unpredictable. If one were to compare Pang Yu to a towering, mighty mountain, Su Zimo would be akin to a bottomless ocean. It was hard to tell who was stronger between the two. No one could tell if the mountain would overturn the ocean or if the ocean would sink the mountain. I'm really curious. Now that even your weapon is gone, what are you going to fight me with? Sensing the abnormality in Su Zimo, Pang Yu continued with his mental warfare. Not only are weapons useless in the hands of some people, they may even be a burden. Su Zimo let out a long sigh and actually took the initiative to walk towards Pang Yu calmly. Splash! Splash! Bang! Boom! Boom! Huff, hum. A strange noise rang in Su Zimo's body. That was the tiger leopard thunder sound. Su Zimo's aura was climbing steadily. If anyone were to close their eyes, they would definitely be met with a shocking scene in their minds. It was an ancient demon that stood tall and mighty. With bloodshot eyes, it strode through the torrential ocean and its body shimmered with lightning. It was an unyielding sight. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know a report chapter, so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 177, Melee Combat Suppression. Chapter 177, Melee Combat Suppression. As Su Zimo approached with an intensifying aura, Pang Yu could wait no longer. The pitch-black spear in his hands danced as he strode forth and dived towards Su Zimo. A simple spear with incomparable strength shot out. Su Zimo's expression was unchanged. He sidestepped and dodged it. No matter what, he was still not Pang Yu's match in terms of raw power. Furthermore, Su Zimo had already lost his weapon. Now that he was barehanded, all the more he couldn't fight Pang Yu head-on. The pitch-black spear danced in Pang Yu's hands like a gigantic black dragon. Everywhere it passed, it burst with a suppressive force that could destroy everything. Su Zimo kept retreating, and the space he could dodge decreased by the second. He was completely restricted by Pang Yu. Everyone could tell that if this was to continue, Su Zimo would undoubtedly lose before long. But the strange thing was that none of them could see any bit of fear in Su Zimo's calm face. Dong! A dull sound rang from the blood pool once more. Everyone's expressions changed as their hearts skipped a beat. Right after, the blood pool started to swirl slowly as though it was being attracted by a force. Before long, a gigantic vortex appeared in the middle of the blood pool, growing deeper by the moment. All the fiend sect cultivators were stunned. They had all realized that the inheritance was about to be born. In the fiend sects, anyone who obtained the item in the blood pool would be completely reborn. If an ordinary fiend sect cultivator obtained it, he could replace a fiend heir entirely. If a fiend heir obtained it, he could very well become the strongest fiend heir of the 7 fiend sects. Who wouldn't mind having a treasure like that? Even Pang Yu seemed to be slightly dazed as his hand moved slower. Right then, Su Zimo's eyes lit up. He suddenly reached out and grabbed the pitch-black spear with a flash of lightning in his palms, a coil and a tremble. Oh? Pang Yu's reaction was extremely fast. The moment he realized something was amiss, he channeled his blood towards his arms and steadied the pitch-black spear with all his might. That was an absolute suppression through strength. But then, Pang Yu's expression changed. The lightning in Su Zimo's palms extended rapidly on the pitch-black spear into Pang Yu's body. As though he was struck by lightning, Pang Yu's body shuddered and he nearly let go of the pitch-black spear as pain surged through his arm as though it was pricked by needles. Swoosh! Immediately, Pang Yu channeled his bloodline to purge away the wanton power of thunder that had entered his body. Steadying himself, he took a deep breath of air and wanted to retaliate. Su Zimo had already seized that opportunity to appear in front of Pang Yu. His knees were slightly bent in a seemingly kneeled position. With a smile, he pushed his hands towards Pang Yu's mouth, looking as if he was holding up an immortal fruit. For some reason, Pang Yu felt his scalp tingle and a chill run down his spine when he saw that pose. Sanguinate Fruit Offering, that was a powerful killing move of the mystic classic of the 12 demon kings of the great wilderness. Pang Yu retreated. He wanted to retract his pitch-black spear and block it in front of Su Zimo. However, the latter followed him like a maggot, ensuring that the distance between them was never more than 1 arm. This was a particular distance. Even though the might of Pang Yu's pitch-black spear was frightening, it became a burden under such a distance. Grabbing his spear with 1 arm, Pang Yu tried to force down Su Zimo's palms with his other arm. A cold glint flashed in Su Zimo's eyes as he changed strategy at the last moment. Gripping Pang Yu's wrist with both hands, he tore it towards both sides while releasing his power of blood. At the same time, Su Zimo stomped his knee forward like a galloping horse. This was another killing move, Divine Steed Dismemberment. Bang! Su Zimo's knee landed squarely on Pang Yu's chest, giving off a dull sound of defeat. Pang Yu's body shuddered as he staggered backwards, his face flushed red for a brief moment. Su Zimo was secretly shocked. If it was anyone else who was struck by the Divine Steed Dismemberment, their arms would have been ripped apart even if their chest wasn't crushed. But now, Pang Yu was merely forced back a couple of steps after receiving that killing move. Instead of losing his combat power, his feral instincts were triggered. How terrifyingly strong was this person's physique? What Su Zimo did not know was that at the moment, the mental shock for Pang Yu was greater. He had thought that Su Zimo's strength would not be a threat to him. However, that move earlier on gave his arms a tearing pain. The bones in his chest felt like they were cracking, his heart stopped for a moment and even his organs were shaking. Killing intent surged fervently in Pang Yu's eyes as his fighting spirit rumbled. With a wrathful roar, he tossed away his pitch-black spear and lunged at Su Zimo with his bare hands. At that sight, Su Zimo praised internally. For Pang Yu, the only way of breaking away from that situation was to cast away the weapon in his hands. Not everybody would be able to react in the midst of such an intense battle and come to that realization. Even then, they may not have the guts to discard their weapons. However, since he had the advantage, Su Zimo would naturally not let Pang Yu make a comeback. While he did not know of any saber techniques, there were way too many melee killing moves in the mystic classic of the 12 demon kings of the great wilderness. Pang Yu clenched his fists, charging at Su Zimo's head from the side like 2 mountains. Su Zimo did not dodge nor avoid it. Stepping forth, he unleashed the stance of the Plow Heaven Stride and retracted both arms to his sides. With a sudden slant, he thrust and pushed forward. Bovine's Moon Gazing. This move not only allowed him to dodge Pang Yu's killing move, it even allowed him to retaliate. Good move. The corners of Pang Yu's eyes twitched as he changed strategy at the last moment. He pulled his arms in front of him to defend against Su Zimo's punch while sweeping with his legs horizontally. Su Zimo followed suit and changed strategy as well. Suddenly, he bent down and was almost sprawled on the ground. Using all his limbs, he slithered in front of Pang Yu like a gigantic python. After Anaconda Swath came the big killing move. Anaconda Strangle. Su Zimo's body elongated as though he was weak and boneless. He coiled around Pang Yu's legs and channeled his blood, bursting off with an exuberant power of blood. Whoosh! Su Zimo's muscles expanded rapidly and he grew in size, bent on crushing Pang Yu into meat pulp. Ah! Pang Yu realized the danger as well. Roaring, he churned his blood to fight head-on. Both sides exerted power. After a slight pause, Su Zimo realized that he would not be able to do anything to Pang Yu if this carried on. This person's physique was way too strong. With a swift motion, he slid down from Pang Yu's body. Pang Yu was not in the best state either, panting slightly with a blushed face. Right then, his vision blurred, Su Zimo was actually rushing at him again. Boom! A deafening explosion of air could be heard. Pang Yu raised his head to see Su Zimo's fist pummeling down from the skies, looking like a supreme seal that could suppress the ancient times. Its aura was magnificent and terrifying. Taking a deep breath of air, Pang Yu raised his arms and defended against it. Bang! The fist and arm collided, giving off a sound that could chatter one's teeth. Pang Yu's feet sank into the ground, making him seem shorter than Su Zimo. The melee combat fight was way too intense and dangerous. With rapid changes in their moves, both of them fought with lightning speed such that everyone felt their hearts palpitating just by watching. Suppression. Lunatic Pang, who was deemed as the #1 fiend heir in melee combat, was actually being suppressed by an unknown green-robed cultivator. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know a report chapter, so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 178, Skeleton in the Stone Coffin. Chapter 178, Skeleton in the Stone Coffin. After the sanguinate fist seal, Su Zimo did not pause at all and thrust forward, coiled like a ball with his legs slightly bent. Arriving in front of Pang Yu, Su Zimo's body suddenly bounced off and he struck up with both arms, hitting Pang Yu heavily on the chin. Bang! Pang Yu's head was reared as blood gushed into his eyes. With loosened teeth, he staggered backwards. Back in the Kanglang mountain range, Su Zimo crushed a cultivator's jaws and neck with this sanguinate fruit offering. But now, Pang Yu merely lost a couple of teeth. Su Zimo leaned in and smashed against Pang Yu's strength with his entire body's might. The latter grunted and his muscular body was sent flying. This did not cause Su Zimo to stop. With a flash of his body, he grabbed Pang Yu by the ankles and exerted strength in his arms. Exhaling deeply, Su Zimo lifted Pang Yu's entire body and smashed it heavily into the ground. Boom! A huge human-sized crater formed on the ground as dust spread everywhere. Many of the fiend sect cultivators were dumbfounded as their mouths twitched uncontrollably. This was an outcome none of them had expected. Everyone could tell that Pang Yu's strength was far superior compared to Su Zimo. However, a single mistake caused him to lose the initiative and Su Zimo continued the combo till this eventual defeat. Even though it was a short exchange of blows, both parties displayed extremely powerful melee combat techniques. Dong! Yet another dull sound rang out. Everyone looked in the direction of the sound. Gradually, their pupils constricted as their expressions froze. In the blood pool not far away, an ancient coffin laid quietly at the bottom and was faintly discernible from the vortex. Placed in the middle, it looked as though it was one with the pool. There were many mysterious and esoteric runic patterns etched on the surface of the stone coffin. However, due to the constant flow of blood, most of it was indiscernible and it had a dim glow. There were also huge chains wrapped around the surface of the stone coffin. They were all covered in rust and seemed as though they had been there for a long time. The dull sounds from before came from this stone coffin. All of a sudden, another sound came from the blood pool. Crack! 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 The chains on the stone coffin began to crack and shattered under the watchful eyes of everyone. With a loud boom, the lid of the coffin was lifted by a tremendous force. The dull sound in the stone coffin became even clearer. Dong! 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 It was as though someone was striking the drums of the heavens in a deep and powerful manner. Everyone focused and gasped. A figure was lying in the stone coffin. To be precise, it was a skeleton. However, there was a grisly red heart in the chest of the skeleton and it was beating with great vigor. Dong! 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 The dull sounds were actually the beating of the heart. Many of the fiend sect cultivators were so terrified that they even forgot to breathe. Su Zimo realized this was unexpected. At the very least, the skeleton before him was definitely not within the calculations of the many fiend sect cultivators present. He did not have time to bother about Pang Yu, who was lying in the huge pit. In a flash, he appeared beside Demonis G and whispered, "Hurry up and leave. Something is not right." Demonis G's face was pale as a sheet at the moment. A look of fear flickered in her eyes as she murmured, "It's probably too late." Su Zimo sensed something and followed Demonis G's gaze towards the blood pool once more. Read more chapter on Novel Full. In just that short while, the blood in the pool was drained by more than half after gushing into the stone coffin. As for the skeleton in the stone coffin, its body already had a layer of flesh and blood. Although it was thin and translucent, it was growing at a speed visible to the naked eye. Su Zimo narrowed his gaze as countless thoughts flashed through his mind. Reincarnation? Or was the skeleton not dead to begin with? Who was he? At this moment, Su Zimo suddenly realized that he could not move his feet, as if he was being restrained by an invisible force. Sweeping his gaze, he realized that it was the same for the many fiend sect cultivators present. They were all rooted to the spot. Suddenly, the skeleton in the stone coffin sat up. The black holes where its eyes were shone with a sinister red gleam as it opened its mouth and produced a series of tones. Since you are a here, a don't leave anymore. Because it had no tongue, the skeleton's pronunciation was unclear. However, everyone could vaguely make out what it was saying. Without any warning, the group of cultivators closest to the blood pool flew through the air towards the stone coffin in the blood pool simultaneously, as though they were pulled by something. Their eyes were filled with fright. Those people struggled furiously in midair, wanting to get away from the stone coffin, but to no avail. Some of them had despair in their eyes as they roared and raised their weapons, stabbing at the skeleton in the stone coffin. The long swords that stabbed the skeleton broke on the spot. Many fiend sect cultivators were brought to the vicinity of the skeleton. It opened its mouth and sucked, causing the flesh and blood of a cultivator opposite to gush into its mouth like liquid. In the blink of an eye, a group of fiend sect cultivators perished without a single survivor. The empty, white skeletons that remained fell from mid-air and scattered beside the stone coffin. After absorbing the fresh blood, the flesh on the skeleton became more abundant. Although it was far from the level of a normal person, its face could already be vaguely made out. Standing up from the stone coffin, the skeleton walked out and surveyed the surroundings with a pair of bloody red holes. It seemed to be able to see everything around it. The skeleton took another breath and the flesh on its face squirmed, as if it was in enjoyment. Such fresh blood, click, click, clack. At some point in time, Pang Yu had crawled up from the ground. Coughing blood, it was obvious that Su Zimo had slammed him hard. Pang Yu cursed, Fu *K. I thought that this was an inheritance ground. Turns out there's an old demon buried here. Swoosh! The skeleton waved. Another group of cultivators flew towards it. Even though the bodies were theirs, they could not control it at all. It was an unstoppable power. Before long, that group of cultivators perished once again, leaving behind a pile of bones as their flesh were all absorbed by the skeleton. Dong dong! Dong dong dong! The beating of the skeleton's heart grew louder and stronger. What should we do? Demoness G's petite body trembled as she asked softly. She naturally knew that given the situation before them, only fate could decide their lives. Both she and Su Zimo were powerless to resist. However, she merely wanted to talk to someone out of the fear in her heart. Su Zimo was expressionless as he glared at the skeleton coldly. They stood no chance at all. The skeleton was indeed extremely strong. So strong that it was hard to imagine. However, it had clearly been trapped in the stone coffin for a long time and had just escaped. Although it was recovering its strength, now was also its weakest moment. As long as he could find its weakness, they might be able to obtain a sliver of life. At this moment, the skeleton waved again. About 10 cultivators flew towards the skeleton. Su Zimo and Demoness G were among the group. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know a report chapter, so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 179, Thunderclap Kill. Chapter 179, Thunderclap Kill. Su Zimo and Demoness G flew towards the skeleton, drawn by some invisible force. In the short process, Su Zimo could feel his bloodline stir as though it was about to be extracted. The other fiend sect cultivators did not give up. Some struggled and begged, some screamed hysterically, while others raised their weapons and slashed wildly at the skeleton. However, the skeleton was intact and there were no wounds at all. As long as it opened its mouth and sucked, the flesh of the cultivator on the other end would turn into a pool of blood and flow into its mouth. that nourished the flesh on the skeleton, and the beating of its heart grew stronger. Before long, it was Suzumo and Demonis G's turn. The skeleton turned around and faced the both of them. The hole in its eye shone with a bloodthirsty red glow, and it was filled with excitement. Demonis G's face was ashen and her eyes were filled with despair. Pust! 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 Right then, Suzumo suddenly took a deep breath, causing a huge current of air to gush into his lungs fanatically. It was akin to an anaconda devouring the sun and moon, trying to turn into a dragon and soar through the heavens. The airflow was extremely fast and violent. When it cut his throat, traces of blood even seeped out with a salty smell. Suzumo's chest bulged in a shocking manner, as if he had swallowed a huge balloon. Kill! Suzumo was one step ahead. Opening his mouth suddenly, he roared and released the airflow as blood boiled in his body. Boom! The roar erupted in the air like thunder. Fiend-sect cultivators who were slightly further away from Suzumo frowned, feeling a sharp pain in their ears as they spaced out briefly. Thunderclap Kill! It was an extremely strong thunder art in the Void Thunder manual. Converting sound into energy in an instant, it could produce a powerful impact. However, it was impossible to learn this thunder art since someone had torn away the back half of the Void Thunder manual. Yet, Suzumo had gained some inspiration through his past experiences and had his own insights. Coupled with Anaconda Eclipse of the Mystic Classic of the 12 Demon Kings of the Great Wilderness, he created a sound spirit technique that possessed quite a formidable power as well. That was the Thunderclap Kill that Suzumo had just executed. Of course, this was not a complete thunder art, it was merely something that Suzumo had deduced. Each time it was released, Suzumo's lungs would suffer immense pressure and possibly even injuries. Unless it was a last resort, Suzumo would not use Thunderclap Kill easily. If Suzumo had managed to gain greater mastery of the marrow cleansing section and used organs refinement to strengthen his lungs, he would naturally be able to withstand the outburst of Thunderclap Kill. Now that Suzumo had used this technique, it was naturally because he was prepared to risk his life. The power of thunder was the strongest of the young elements and could purge evil. It was the same for Thunderclap Kill. When the skeleton heard that roar, its body trembled and the flesh that coagulated actually showed signs of falling off. Right on the heels of that, Suzumo's eyes shone with a vicious glint. He thrust his right hand using his palm as a knife and stabbed it into the skeleton's chest. Puff! Flashes of blood appeared. Just as Suzumo's hand stabbed into the skeleton's chest, it was stuck. Immediately after, the flesh on Suzumo's palm began to fall off, gushing into the skeleton's body as liquid blood. Click! Clack! The skeleton opened its mouth, seemingly mocking Suzumo for overestimating his abilities. In the blink of an eye, the flesh on Suzumo's palm had dissipated, revealing a blood-bone palm. Suddenly, the skeleton trembled. An extremely terrifying aura emanated from the blood-bone palm, spreading across its chest in a shuddering manner. A thin layer of fire that emitted a searing and horrifying heat burned on the surface of the blood-bone palm, as if it could incinerate all living beings. It melted the flesh on the skeleton's chest instantly. Suzumo clenched his teeth and thrust. Instantly, the blood-bone palm extended into the skeleton's chest, spreading its fingers and gripping its beating heart. At that moment, Suzumo and the skeleton trembled at the same time and stopped moving instantaneously. The entire world seemed to have frozen over. Phut! Suzumo squeezed his palm and the heart exploded. Clack! Clack! Opening its mouth, the skeleton let out a strange howl from the depths of its throat. Suddenly, a tremendous force exploded in front of the skeleton's chest, repelling Suzumo instantly. Scarlet light emanated the place filled with the stench of blood. Large patches of blood mist splattered on Suzumo's and seeped into his pores. In the blink of an eye, he was covered in blood and his body swelled in a terrifying manner, as though he was a fiend celestial who had just emerged from hell. Ah! An extremely powerful bloodline surged into his body. Feeling as though his body was about to explode, Suzumo could not help but roar into the skies. The moment he opened his mouth, rich and pure sanguine light spewed out, emitting a powerful and domineering fluctuation of his bloodline. Upon seeing this, the eyes of the remaining fiend sect cultivators burned. No one knew what exactly happened to the skeleton or how Suzimo had managed to pierce its chest and deal serious damage. However, everyone could tell that more than half of the skeleton's blood essence had surged into Suzimo's body. It was a huge opportunity. With such pure bloodline essence, anyone present would be able to reach the Tsunami Blood realm. As for Suzimo, who had already achieved Tsunami Blood, what level would he reach with this opportunity? What sort of changes would happen to his bloodline? Immediately following that, the expressions of the fiend sect cultivators changed again. Something was not right. At the moment, Suzimo's body was filled with a thick bloodline such that it was about to explode. Streaks of blood appeared on his skin in a horrifying manner. A look of pity flashed in Pang Yu's eyes. This was indeed a huge opportunity. It was so huge that no one's body could withstand it. From his point of view, Suzimo's fate was decided. He would explode due to the rich bloodline, leaving no corpse in his wake. Ah! The skeleton let out a low growl and the holes in its eyes emitted a cold light. It opened its mouth and spat out a string of words. "I'll have you guys die with me." Bang! Boom! Boom! The ground trembled violently as cracks began to appear, spreading out in all directions rapidly. The walls around them collapsed as countless boulders fell and covered the skies. The fiend sect cultivators were terrified as they fled in all directions. Due to their spirit energies being locked, they would definitely die if they were buried by the boulders. None of them would have the strength to withstand the impact. Demonis G wanted to escape, but when she caught sight of Suzimo's miserable appearance, she hesitated slightly. No matter what, she was the one who brought him here. He was an innocent victim to this calamity. Furthermore, Suzimo had indeed kept to his promise and ensured her safety for the entire journey. In that instant, if Suzimo had not counterattacked, she might have ended up as food for the skeleton just like the other fiend sect cultivators. With that moment of hesitation, Demonis G lost her final chance to escape. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know a report chapter, so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 180, Escaping Alive. Chapter 180, Escaping Alive. Bang! 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 As though the end of the world had arrived, the sky collapsed. The surrounding boulders crashed down and blocked all passageways. At the moment, Suzimo's body swelled and trembled. He panted heavily as the powerful bloodline essence crashed wantonly within his body. Suzimo's body was on the verge of falling apart. The unbearable pain was causing his consciousness to go fuzzy. Opposite him, the skeleton looked terrible as well. A huge bloody hole appeared in its chest. The original place of his heart was now empty, leaving only some pieces of flesh. There was originally a layer of flesh on the skeleton. It was close to recovering to human form. Now that the heart was ruptured, the flesh was disintegrating as well. Before long, it fell off the skeleton and slid to the ground. Soon, it turned back to a white skeleton with an aura that was even weaker than before. The skeleton gazed at Suzimo's blood-bone palm. The bloody light in the hole in its eyes flickered before dimming gradually. The last trace of its life was also dissipating slowly. "You die too." The skeleton looked at Suzimo and suddenly opened its mouth. Right after, it raised its hand and stabbed at Suzimo's chest with fingers as sharp as daggers. If the attack struck, there was no need to wait to be buried by countless boulders. A Foundation establishment cultivator's heart would definitely be pierced to certain death. Upon seeing that, Demonis G's expression changed, but she did not stop him. No matter what, they were not getting out of this place. There was no difference between dying a moment earlier or later. Even though Suzimo's consciousness was fuzzy, his spirit perception was still there. He felt a strong sense of danger. Instinctively, he dodged to the side. Suzimo did not have time to react. It was purely out of instinct. Puff! The palm of the skeleton pierced through Suzimo's chest like a sharp knife, emerging from his back filled with blood. That palm was aimed at crushing Suzimo's heart. However, due to that dodge, it pierced through the middle of Suzimo's chest, brushing by his heart. That burst attack seemed to have exhausted the skeleton's last strength. Feeling the sharp pain in his chest, Suzimo punched out casually and sent the skeleton flying, causing it to fall into the rubble. The skeleton remained motionless, as if it was already dead. The hole in its face was pitch black. In the blink of an eye, a layer of dust and gravel covered the skeleton. Sheeing! A gush of blood shot out from Suzimo's chest and splattered all over the ground. It emitted a crystalline luster, and the bloodline was rich and shimmering. Suzimo's figure shrank by quite a bit. Although he had not recovered to his original state, the bloodstains on his body were gradually fading and he was recovering slowly. Oh? That change caught Demonis G's attention. In truth, Suzimo was at his most arduous period earlier on. The bloodline was too strong and his body could not withstand it. It was equivalent to a powerful force that surged rampantly in his body and could not be vented. The reason why Suzimo's body swelled was because the pressure within was too great. That was also why his skin cracked with streaks of blood appearing. If he could not digest the power of that rich bloodline, a single fate awaited Suzimo: death through explosion. However, the skeleton's final attack had inadvertently saved Suzimo's life. Its intention was naturally to kill Suzimo. Unexpectedly, Suzimo managed to dodge the fatal strike to his heart using his spirit perception. Even though the injury was serious and the wound on his chest was horrifying with blood gushing out, it was an outlet for the power of the bloodline within to gush out. Because of that, it helped him avert the crisis. Of course, Suzimo still retained most of the bloodline's essence within his body. However, that bloodline essence was no longer a threat to his life. It was a blessing in disguise. There were too many things that happened that night. If there was any slight deviation in the series of events, not only would Suzimo fail to obtain the opportunity before him, he would even be met with a huge calamity. It was the same for the current situation. Suzimo and Demonis G were not out of danger yet. Bang! Boom! Boom! The surrounding mountains collapsed and a huge shadow crushed. They would be buried before long. The passageways out were already blocked. Notwithstanding the fact that Suzimo was severely injured in the chest and was dazed and weak, even if he was in his best state, he might not have been able to escape. "I'm sorry." A rare trace of worry and kindness could be seen in Demonis G's eyes as she pretended to be relaxed and smiled at Suzimo. Crack! 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 The ground beneath shook as cracks appeared and extended. Suzimo's legs gave way and he almost fell into one of the cracks. Shrugging his head, he tried his best to stay awake. He looked down at the pitch-black and bottomless crack, not knowing what was beneath. If he was not careful and fell in, he would probably be crushed into meat pulp. All of a sudden, Suzimo's ears twitched. He could vaguely hear the sound of running water from the depths of the crack. After cultivating the mystic classic of the 12 demon kings of the great wilderness, Suzimo's hearing and vision was far superior to normal people. He was almost at the point where he could listen to the world. Swish! The mountain peak above their heads fell alongside countless boulders, bringing with it dust that blocked their vision in a terrifying manner. Demonis G had a look of despair as she closed her eyes and sighed gently. Right then, she felt someone yank her wrist. Caught off guard, her knees buckled and she was led over. Subconsciously, she opened her eyes and looked. Suzimo's face was frighteningly pale. Clutching the wound on his chest with one hand, he used his other hand to grab her as they stumbled to the stone coffin not far away. Quickly, go in! Arriving at the stone coffin, Suzimo led Demonis G in front of him and with a shout, pushed her. She was stunned for a moment and fell into the stone coffin without resistance. Suzimo leaped in right after, grabbing the lid of the coffin from the side and yanking it. With a slam, the lid closed above them tightly. The last bit of light disappeared. It was pitch black inside the stone coffin. Bang! 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 Almost at the same time as the lid was shut, the sound of countless boulders smashing onto the coffin rang. It was heavy and deafening. There was not much room in the stone coffin because it was designed for a single person. Now that the both of them were inside, together with the fact that Suzumo's body was slightly swollen after absorbing the bloodline essence, it seemed extremely squeezy. A strange feeling arose in Demoness G's heart, but she did not say anything. If it was anyone else or even Suzumo before they arrived at this place, she might have killed him on the spot. But now, Demoness G did not move an inch. She blinked her eyes in deep thought. If Suzumo was even slower for a moment earlier, they would have been crushed to death by the boulders outside. Despite that, Suzumo chose to let her enter first and bear the danger himself. At that thought, a gentle glint flashed across Demoness G's eyes as she pursed her red lips. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know a report chapter, so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 181, River Undercurrent. Chapter 181, River Undercurrent. The ground trembled and the stone coffin shook violently along. Slowly, it tilted and slid down a pitch-black crack, falling over. Moments later, the stone coffin fell into water with a loud splash and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Dust flew everywhere as boulders rolled down. The sky was collapsing. After a long time, the tremors finally calmed down. The original place was reduced to ruins without any sign of life. In the middle of the ruins, there was a huge hole. It was pitch black and no one knew where it led to. A gentle breeze gusted in the dark night, blowing away the dust of the ruins. Not far away, 4 figures stood. To be precise, there were 5. One of the figures was extremely blurry and indistinguishable in the night. It was the thousand-faced assassin. The 5 fiends looked at the ruins not far away, their gazes flickering with a lingering fear. Feeling cold from the wind's breeze, the 5 of them suddenly realized that their clothes were drenched in sweat. There were hundreds of fiend sect cultivators with fiend heirs, all of them gathered for the inheritance of this place. This could be considered as a rare clash between the juniors of the fiend sects. However, none of them expected the stark changes of this expedition. Notwithstanding the fact that they did not obtain the inheritance, it nearly even turned into a massacre. Of the hundreds of fiend sect cultivators present, only the 5 of them survived. The malevolent Earth sect heir was slain by an unknown green-robed cultivator. Demoness G could not escape in time and was definitely buried in the ruins. If not for the drastic change in terrain later on that dispelled the ancient spirit lock formation, even the 5 of them may not have been able to make it out. With complex expressions, none of them spoke. This ruin was caused by that terrifying skeleton. However, for some reason, the person who left the deepest impression on everyone that night was the unknown green-robed cultivator. To be fair, if he had not ruptured the heart of that skeleton at the final moment, their fates might have been the same and they would have their essence blood absorbed by the skeleton. Who was that person? After a long time, Pang Yu suddenly asked. Shangguan Yu shook his head. He should be someone from the immortal sects. There's only those few immortal sects that are strong in melee combat. Since his bloodline contained the power of thunder, I gather that he might be a legacy disciple of Zephyr Thunder Palace. What a pity! Pang Yu smacked his lips as a look of pity flashed across high eyes. He was not discouraged over his previous defeat to Suzumo. Instead, his fighting spirit burned even fiercer. His strength was far greater than Suzumo. The fact that Suzumo's consecutive killing moves were unable to truly injure Pang Yu's tendons, bones, and essence chi was evident of how powerful and terrifying the latter's physique was. The reason why Pang Yu lost was because he had underestimated the enemy, giving Suzumo the chance to take the initiative and suppress him to the very end without a chance to come back. Pang Yu believed that he would definitely not lose if they fought again. Now that Suzumo had fallen, Pang Yu had lost the chance to defeat him. He could not help but feel regretful and sighed. In fact, Pang Yu was not the only one, the other 4 fiend heirs were similarly frustrated. At the end of the day, there was an ancient spirit lock formation in this place and everyone's spirit energies were restricted such that they could not unleash their true strength. To them, the malevolent Earth sect heir had met with an unjust death. It's a pity that man is dead. Otherwise, we'll definitely come across him on the ancient battlefield in the future. At that time, I'll definitely let him witness the power of Cloud Rain sect. Shangguan Yu harumphed softly. What's the point of saying all this? The illusion fiend Cult Air flicked his sleeve and left, replying coldly, time to go. See you on the ancient battlefield. The thousand-faced assassin flickered and disappeared on the spot. In the blink of an eye, all 5 fiend-heirs left one after another and peace returned to the ruins. Not long later, a voluptuous and curvaceous figure descended upon the ruins. She had exquisite looks and exuded a mature aura, as if she could stir the deepest carnal instincts in one's heart. It was the chief steward of Sky Treasure Auction House, Ji Yushi. What happened exactly? Ji Yushi murmured with a solemn expression. Swoosh! Ji Yushi stood in midair above the ruins, and a terrifying force surged out from her glabella. Releasing her spirit consciousness, she searched the ruins carefully, unwilling to miss any traces. Nothing? Ji Yushi frowned and gazed at that bottomless pit beneath her. After hesitating slightly, she descended eventually. Before long, Ji Yushi arrived above a river. She searched her surroundings once more, but to no avail, looking at a river nearby. Using her spirit consciousness, Ji Yushi seeped into the river and searched through the depths of it. After a while, her expression changed and she retracted her spirit consciousness. She caught sight of a dark shadow flowing into the distance at the bottom of this river. If she was not wrong, that should be the undercurrent of the river. The undercurrent was extremely strong and turbulent. Any object that fell into it would be swept away. The final position would naturally be at where the undercurrent ended. Yanga, just where are you? The figure disappeared, leaving behind a soft sigh. Not long after Ji Yushi left, deep in the rubble beside the river, a pair of pitch-black holes in the eyes of a skeleton emitted a scarlet, sinister glow. Even though Su Zimo and Demonis Ji were hidden in the stone coffin, both of them still suffered a huge blow the moment it fell into the river. Ooh! Ah! Su Zimo grunted softly and Demonis Ji howled in pain. The two sounds that emitted together from the stone coffin came across as strange. Su Zimo felt a sharp pain in his chest. That sudden impact rattled his tendons and bones, causing him to gasp as it felt like his bones were falling apart. Demonis Ji's arm was previously injured by Shangguan Yu. It was a minor injury and was no longer bleeding after it was bandaged. However, that impact tore the wound once more as Demonis Ji frowned and yelped. Although there was a thick stone coffin between them, Demonis Ji could still feel the flow of the river outside. She heaved a sigh of relief. No matter what, they had managed to escape the place. Once the stone coffin sank to the bottom of the water, they would be able to break out from inside. All of a sudden, the stone coffin did not continue to sink. As though it was pulled by an external force, it continued to roll forward. It was a sudden change of momentum and the two people who were caught off guard inside collided against one another. Both of their hearts went a-flutter as they retreated subconsciously. However, there was not much excess space within the cramped stone coffin. After that, the atmosphere within the stone coffin turned odd immediately. The temperature seemed to be rising in a frustratingly hot manner. In the darkness, both of them panted slightly and faced each other. Their eyes met but they did not speak. Su Zimo turned his head and slanted his body slightly. His body was still slightly swollen because the bloodline essence within it was not absorbed yet. It did not matter if he moved, but once again, he accidentally made contact with Demonis Ji. Su Zimo quickly stopped what he was doing and laid rooted to the spot. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know a report chapter, so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 182, Blood Refinement Fiend Sutra. Chapter 182, Blood Refinement Fiend Sutra. Instead of sinking to the bottom, the stone coffin was brought away by an external force. There was only a single possibility: they had met with a river undercurrent. Neither of them had an option in the river undercurrent. Even if they were to leave the stone coffin now, they would not be able to get out of the river undercurrent. Furthermore, both of them were injured. Right now, they could only leave it up to fate and leave the stone coffin after it left the river undercurrent. Upon realizing that there was no danger, Demonis Ji was slightly relieved. She glanced sideways at Suzimo, who was lying beside her, and rolled her eyes, curling her lips with a hint of playfulness. "Hey, you did it on purpose, right?" Demoness G suddenly asked. Suzimo closed his eyes and did not reply, feeling a tinge of guilt. After all, the two of them had just bumped into one another, and there was no avoiding physical contact. "I didn't expect that. You're no different from others, despite looking refined and decent. You're also as perverted. HMPH, to think that you would call yourself a righteous person of the orthodox path, aren't you ashamed?" The both of them were extremely close to each other, and Demoness G's body emitted a seductive fragrance of flower as she exhaled. Suzimo listened to Demoness G's reproachful tone. Feeling the warmth by his ear, he could not help but feel restless and unable to control himself. All of a sudden, his heart skipped a beat as he bit his tongue to try and maintain clarity. After what happened to Wu Xiaoming, Yang Fei, and the rest, Suzimo had vaguely guessed what pure maiden sect specialized in. No wonder those of the fiend sects call her a demoness. Suzimo praised internally. Even though he was prepared, he was nearly bewitched by her as well. Every single frown, smile, action and emotion of Demoness G would cause one to be attracted to her unconsciously. If they were not careful, they would sink into her charms, unable to extricate themselves. Noticing that Suzimo kept his eyes closed and refused to answer, Demoness G could not help but grin and asked gently, "Hey, let me ask you. Why didn't you get in first earlier?" "Why did you let me in first?" Suzimo suddenly opened his eyes and replied coldly, "I'm afraid you might be crushed to death because you're too stupid." Demoness G nearly choked on Suzimo's reply as she grit her teeth subconsciously. However, on second thought, the situation was truly way too treacherous back then. If she were to stay behind, she would definitely not be as decisive as Suzimo. It was highly likely that she would be crushed to death by the boulders as Suzimo had mentioned. Even so, she was still a little angry. She felt pent up for some reason. Demoness G bit her red lips and pinched Suzimo suddenly, saying coquettishly, "Go over there. Stay away from me." Even without her saying that, Suzimo wanted to keep his distance from her, as far away as possible. However, the stone coffin was extremely cramped and did not have much excess space. Right now, the best solution was to refine away the bloodline in his body and return it to normal. That way, there would be more space. If nothing unexpected happened, Suzimo should be able to attain greater mastery of his marrow cleansing section after refining the bloodline essence. Taking a deep breath of air, he channeled the mental cultivation technique of the Tiger Leopard Thunder sound and started his breathing and expiration in the stone coffin. Huff, hum, bang. Boom. Boom. Strange sounds suddenly emitted from Suzimo's body. It got louder and clearer, like a tiger, leopard, and thunder. Suzimo's bloodline began to churn along with the rise and fall of the sounds. The boundless bloodline essence was being refined and infused into Suzimo's own bloodline. Demoness G watched silently at the side without saying anything. She could naturally guess that Suzimo was channeling an extremely strong blood-swapping technique. The reason why this refined man possessed such terrifying power should be because of that technique as well. She listened intently at the side, blinking and planning on learning that secret skill herself. However, that was a naive thought. Suzimo's blood-swapping technique was a combination of two top-notch marrow cleansing techniques. It was the one and only Tiger Leopard Thunder sound in Qianhuang mainland. Putting aside the Tiger Leopard Thunder sound, how much time did Suzimo spend to comprehend the sound of tigers and leopards? Demoness G did not even have a mental mantra. It was truly wishful thinking for her to want to comprehend Suzimo's secret skill just by listening to it. After a day and night, Demoness G finally gave up after multiple fruitless attempts. She pouted and sulked. The Tiger Leopard Thunder sound was indeed extremely powerful. After just a day and night, Suzimo's body had shrunk considerably and it wouldn't be long before it returned to normal. The most surprising thing for Demoness G was that the wound on Suzimo's chest had already healed and was beginning to form a scab. What strong regeneration capabilities! She was secretly astonished. That wound pierced through Suzimo's body entirely. Even for body-tempered cultivators, they might not recover fully without half a month at least. However, Suzimo had only spent a single day and night to recover all wounds on his body. At that moment, the wound on Demonis G's arm had only just healed and stopped bleeding. It would take a few more days for scabs to form. What sort of a monster is this? Demonis G stared at Suzimo's side profile, lost in thought. After the blood swapping, Suzimo's complexion became even fairer and brighter. It was soft and tender like a newborn baby, crystalline like jade. No wonder Sister can't forget him. I'm impressed, this lad does have some capabilities. Pausing for a moment, Demonis G thought again, those aren't small capabilities either for him to be able to teach Lunatic Pang a lesson. After enduring for so long, Demonis G was tired as well. As she watched Suzimo who was cultivating, her eyelids grew heavy and she drifted into sleep. After a long time, she jolted awake from her dreams. Bouncing upright, she slammed against the lid of the coffin with a loud thud. Ouch! Demonis G rubbed her head and cried out in pain. With that, she was completely awake and remembered where she was. Instinctively, she looked to the side. Suzimo's body had returned to normal and he was staring at the lid of the coffin with a reared head. Demonis G quickly checked her body and only heaved a sigh of relief after ensuring that it was fine. As the pure maiden of the fiend sects, this was an amateur mistake that she should not have committed. She fell asleep beside a man. If it was the fiend heir of Cloud Rain sect, Shangguan Yu, beside her, the consequences would be dire. That was close. Demonis G stuck out her tongue lightly and subconsciously glanced at Suzimo. Eh? This time, she discovered Suzimo's abnormality. She had initially thought that his eyes were opened in a daze. Now that she was taking a closer look, he seemed to have noticed something and was studying it carefully in a trance-like manner. Demonis G followed his gaze and looked towards the lid of the stone coffin. Oh? Her eyes widened as she discovered something strange as well. There were words on the lid of the coffin. The handwriting was a little messy as if it was carved with something sharp. Previously, the atmosphere between them was ambiguously flirtatious in the stone coffin. Coupled with the fact that it was completely dark, neither of them bothered to notice the lid of the coffin. Now that they focused, they could vaguely make out the words on the coffin lid. There were 4 words on the first row. Blood Refinement Fiend Sutra. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know a report chapter, so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 183, Buddha Bead, Hand Seal. Chapter 183, Buddha Bead, Hand Seal. Upon seeing those words, Demonis G's heart palpitated as she continued reading hurriedly. Gradually, her eyes widened and she was engrossed as well. Even though it was pitch black in the stone coffin, Suzimo had extremely strong eyesight after cultivating the mystic classic of the 12 demon kings of the great wilderness. Everywhere his gaze was, it would be clear like daylight. This was a cultivation technique for one's bloodline and it detailed many strange spirit arts. Profound secrets of the bloodline were depicted and there were many novel techniques in stimulating and making use of the bloodline's power. This was something completely unheard of. The spirit art used by the skeleton to devour many of the fiend sect cultivators previously was the blood devouring technique, one of the many detailed in this blood refinement fiend sutra. Even though many of the spirit arts in this fiend sutra were vile and evil, some of them caught Suzimo's interest. He secretly memorized and pondered over them. Even though this trip with Demonis G was filled with many surprises, it was a blessing in disguise. Now, Suzimo had attained greater mastery of the marrow cleansing section. His bloodline flowed quietly in his body, giving birth to immense power and shimmering with a crystalline luster such that his blood vessels were almost transparent. From now on, Suzimo could start to cultivate the organs refinement section. Only, it was much more difficult to cultivate than the marrow cleansing section. The marrow cleansing section gave mention of the sound of tigers and leopards. However, the organs refinement section merely contained obscure and complicated scriptures without any mention of demon beasts and whatnot. Suzimo had no clue at all how he should go about refining the organs refinement section. After a long time, the stone coffin began to shake violently. It was thrown out by an external force before calming down and sinking gradually. Suzumo's heart stirred. He realized that the stone coffin had already left the river undercurrent. At the side, Demonis was already at the limits of her endurance. Wearing her veil again, she channeled her spirit energy and pushed with her palm heavily against the coffin lid. With a bam, the lid was blown away as river water surged into the stone coffin. In the blink of an eye, Suzumo was drenched. Demonis was already prepared as a nearly transparent barrier was conjured around her body, repelling water. Turning to look at Suzumo's sorry state, she could not help but laugh. In the river, Suzumo floated. He looked a little dazed, as if he had yet to regain his senses. In truth, it wasn't because Suzumo's reaction was not fast enough. It was because after water gushed into the stone coffin, Suzumo caught sight of a Buddha bead around the size of a longan one floating. The Buddha bead was extremely old. Even though it was made of wood, there was no sign of decay. A palm was etched on the Buddha bead that had its middle finger and thumb touching to form a hand seal. Every single line on the palm could be seen clearly and it was bedazzling. Suzumo had merely taken a single look at the Buddha bead when he felt his vision blurring into an extremely shocking scene. It was like a battlefield in purgatory. Corpses piled into mountains and blood flowed like rivers everywhere. The smell of blood filled the air and black clouds were overcast in an atmosphere so repressing that one could barely breathe. A cold wind blew in the surroundings, sending chills down one's spine. A man covered in blood stood atop the mountain of corpses. With his back facing Suzumo, he was laughing with his head lowered like an unparalleled fiend. It was a sinister and terrifying laughter, sounding as though it was ringing right inside Suzumo's ears. It was extremely unsettling. A moment later, bits of golden light shone through the gaps in the black clouds, scattering some warmth across the battlefield. With the passage of time, the golden light grew more and more intense, almost tearing the pitch-black clouds away. All of a sudden, a dazzling golden pillar of light descended from the sky, seemingly tearing the heavens and shining on the fiend. Roar! The fiend was furious and reared its head, bellowing towards the heavens in wrath. The veins on its neck were exposed and its blood vessels were protruding in a terrifyingly ferocious manner, akin to a living ghost from hell. Boom! Accompanied by a deafening roar, a bedazzling golden palm descended from the sky. It crushed down gently with its middle finger and thumb touching one another to form a hand seal. Fiend Suppression Seal! A deep voice sounded. Before the golden hand seal even descended upon the fiend's head, its body suddenly exploded as though it could not withstand the pressure, spraying blood all around the place in a horrifying manner. Suzumo felt his eye sting from the splattered blood and he snapped out of the illusion. The entire process seemed very slow, but in fact, it occurred in the split of a moment. Looking at the Buddha bead nearby that was sinking, Suzumo broke into a shudder. There was a flash of struggle in his eyes. After some hesitation, he swam into the river and chased after the Buddha bead, clasping it in his palm. There was nothing unusual when he retrieved it. Suzumo heaved out a sigh of relief. It seemed that as long as one did not look at the pattern on the bead carefully, they would not fall into the illusion from before. Fiend Suppression Seal. Those 3 words flashed through Suzumo's mind. Needless to say, that must be an extremely powerful secret technique. Even though the illusion had lasted for a moment, the golden hand seal left a deep impression in Suzumo's mind and he could not forget about it. Kicking his legs, Suzumo swam towards the river's surface and before long, he arrived at the shore. At that moment, his upper body was nude and his pants were sopping wet. Demonis pursed her lips and swept her gaze across Suzumo's lower body. Just as she was about to tease him, Suzumo's body shivered and he churned his bloodline. With the power of the bloodline, a white mist emitted from Suzumo's body suddenly. All the water droplets were vaporized. Under the veil, Demonis mouth opened into a circle. Suzumo retrieved a clean green robe from his storage bag and wore it. He also tossed the Buddha bead conveniently into his storage bag. Demonis' eyes shifted. Recalling the abnormality of Suzumo at the bottom of the river, she approached him and blinked. What did you find down there? It's nothing. There was naturally no way Suzimo would tell Demonis G about the Buddha bead as he replied casually. How stingy! She harumphed. Summoning a flying sword, Suzimo leaped on it and flew into the air, surveying the place. He did not know where the river undercurrent had brought them. Demonis G arrived in midair and looked down as well. Suzimo pondered for a while and looked at the river behind him. His heart stirred and he had a vague guess where they were. This was Yongxing River, a tributary of Jishui River that originated from the Great Zhou dynasty and passed by Yang country. In other words, Suzimo and Demonis G had arrived in Yang country's territory. Suzimo looked over at the capital of Yang country with longing in his eyes. I've been away from home for 2 years. I wonder how elder brother is doing. The scene of leaving Pingyang town 2 years ago felt like yesterday in his mind. Suzimo did not have many relatives. Other than him, the Su family only had Su Hong and Su Xiaoning as descendants. Su Xiaoning was far away in Azure Frost sect and it was not easy to see her. Suzimo decided to visit his brother in the capital of Yang country. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know a report chapter, so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 184 I Obsession. Chapter 184 I Obsession. After a rough analysis, Suzimo rode his flying sword and sped towards the direction of Yang country's capital. When Demonis G saw that Suzimo turned around to leave and ignored her, she could not help but feel agitated. Stomping her foot, she chased after him on her flying sword. As the pure maiden of the fiend sects, her status was unimaginable. It was not something an ethereal peak disciple like Suzimo could compare to. Furthermore, she was born a charming woman. After cultivating the supreme mystic classic, Pure Maiden Sutra, every single frown and smile of hers would exude the power to bewitch all living beings. Even for cultivators who were a realm above her, they could easily fall under her skirt if they were slightly careless. Any cultivator who had the slightest bit of evil intent when they saw Demonis G would inadvertently fall under the bewitchment of the Pure Maiden Sutra. The entire process was subtle and difficult to detect, causing one to sink deeper and deeper. That was the true terror of the Pure Maiden Sutra. Even a single thought would work. They would be controlled by the Pure Maiden of the fiend sects. What made Demonis G upset was how Suzimo had not been interested in her right from the beginning. Moreover, he was extremely wary. He was even more so after discovering her identity, wanting nothing more than to keep his distance and never see her again. That made Demonis G question her charms or whether there was a problem with the Pure Maiden Sutra. Both of them sped through the air one after another. Just like that, half a day was gone. Suzimo stopped and turned to look at Demonis G behind him, frowning. She came to a stop as well, ignoring his gaze. With her hands behind her back, she pretended to be nonchalant and looked at the scenery below in a seemingly relaxed manner. Suzimo turned back and left and Demonis G followed him again. Even when he changed directions and routes, she followed accordingly. Stopping in his tracks, Suzimo turned around and asked, "Why are you following me?" "TSK." Demonis G rolled her eyes and pouted. "That's odd. You're going your own way and I'm going mine. Who's following you? Stop thinking so highly of yourself." Suzimo nodded. "All right then, where are you going?" "I?" Demonis G was at a loss for words. She rolled her eyes and retorted, "Why do you care where I go? The world is huge and I can go anywhere I want." Because this woman was Ji Yoshua's younger sister after all, Suzimo could not do anything to her. Furthermore, back in the inheritance ground, Demonis G had the chance to escape but she did not abandon him. That proved that she did not have a bad nature despite being someone of the fiend sects. Suzimo turned to leave and she followed hurriedly. After a short while, Demonis G suddenly asked, "Hey, you seem to hate me." "I don't have a good impression towards those of fiend sects," Suzimo replied. "Phoo." Demonis G smiled as a look of mockery flashed in her eyes. She shook her head. "I thought you were different from others." To think that you're a fool as well. Oh? Su Zimo raised his brow and replied, "You're a young brat who has been led astray. Why do you speak as though you know right from wrong? Does your sister know about this? What do you mean by going astray?" Demonis G was suddenly agitated as she stopped in front of Su Zimo and looked him in the eyes. "Since you don't have a good impression towards those of the fiend sects, you think that the path of fiends is one that's astray? Let me ask you then, do you know what fiends are? Do you understand anything about fiend sects?" Su Zimo was stunned for a moment. He wanted to reply but did not know what to say. Indeed, it was difficult for him to define fiends, and he did not understand fiend sects as well. In fact, he had not even heard of the 7 fiend sects before he met Demonis G. After a moment, Su Zimo replied, "Indeed, I don't know what fiends are. However, I know that Wu Xiaoming, Yang Fei, and the others were sincere about wanting to protect you. But you got them killed." Demonis G scoffed coldly, "That's where you're wrong. Yang Fei was someone from Cloud Rain sect and he had no good intentions following me. As for Wu Xiaoming and the rest, I can assure you that they were only lured there because they had ill intents towards me. Such people deserve death. If I didn't have the means to protect myself, what do you think they would have done to me?" Su Zimo thought for a moment before adding, "Back in the past, I encountered a sect named Joyful Sect here. Their disciples committed all sorts of evil and abducted women, using their yin to raise their cultivation realms. If that's not fiendish, what is? Joyful Sect is in the same league as Cloud Rain Sect, there's no difference." "That's where you're wrong again." Demonis G revealed a look of disdain and shook her head. "I've never heard of any Joyful Sect before. Although I'm not a disciple of Cloud Rain Sect, I know that Joyful Sect is not even befitting of carrying the shoes of Cloud Rain Sect cultivators." She paused for a moment and asked again, "Also, do you know Cloud Rain Sect very well? Why do you claim that Joyful Sect and Cloud Rain Sect are in the same league and there's no difference? On what basis?" "Their cultivation techniques. Just because you've seen Joyful Sect's cultivation techniques, you understand the cultivation techniques of Cloud Rain Sect." Su Zimo remained silent. Demonis G continued, "Let me tell you, even though the disciples of Cloud Rain Sect are frivolous and always have sex with women, they don't force any women at all. Otherwise, they will be punished heavily by Cloud Rain Sect and even sentenced to death. Moreover, copulation between men and women is a fusion of yin and yang, the universe's natural path and the primordial Tao. What's wrong about that? If that's fiendish, you're telling me that all married couples in the world are fiends." Upon hearing this, Su Zimo frowned. In that case, Cloud Rain Sect and Joyful Sect truly had a difference. Cloud Rain Sect would not force others. If the women were willing, there was nothing to say about that. Also, the real fiend sects are only the 7 of us. In fact, 6. Even Malevolent Earth Sect cannot be considered as a true fiend sect, let alone some rubbish like Joyful Sect. Do you think they're fit to be called fiends?" Demonis G continued, "Since you don't know what fiends are, let me tell you. There's a reason why the Tao of fiends can be ranked alongside the Immortal and Buddha Tao and be passed down through the ages. The Tao of fiends is the Tao of obsession, the Tao of extremity." "Tao of obsession, Tao of extremity." Su Zimo repeated and frowned in deep thoughts. What Demonis G said had indeed given Su Zimo a new understanding of the term fiend. The fiend mentioned by Demonis G seemed to depart largely from his previous impression of the term. Furthermore, there would definitely be some degree of obstinateness in everyone's hearts. If they were to take a step more and reach the state of obsession, they would turn into fiends. Obsession turns one into fiends. Su Zimo asked, "Since it's the Tao of obsession and extremity, what does Cloud Rain Sect cultivate?" "The Tao of indulgence." Demonis G explained slowly, "In the Cloud Wind Mental Sutra, indulgence is at the basis of it. However, there are 2 major taboos. One is to not force others, the other is to not be stirred by emotions. The reason why Yang Fei died in my hands was because he had violated the 2 great taboos of the Cloud Wind Mental Sutra, resulting in him exposing a fatal opening. As such, his death comes as no surprise. If one wanted to indulge in lust, they would have to be heartless. That was the obsession and extremity of fiend sects. One would have to forsake many things to tread on this path. Fiends were incomplete and imperfect. Su Zimo's heart was shaken. After a brief pause, he asked, "What does the Pure Maiden sect cultivate?" "Not telling you." Demoness G smiled slyly. "If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know a report chapter, so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 185, For Years On. Chapter 185, For Years On. After Demoness G's words, Su Zimo had a new understanding and impression towards her and fiend sects. Just like immortals and Buddha, fiends had a Tao of their own. After pondering for a while, Su Zimo suddenly thought of something and asked, "A few months ago, I met a cultivator in a spirit mine with ruthless methods. He massacred an entire city of living beings and uses a vile cultivation technique that can suck a living person into a dry corpse. Is he someone from the fiend sects?" "From what I know, there's no such cultivation technique in the fiend sects." Demoness G shook her head. She paused for a moment and continued, "The reason why the reputation of fiend sects is bad in the cultivation world is all because of you people from the orthodox path. As long as it's something that goes against humanity, you guys accuse us of the fiend sects for it. It's truly despicable. If it's not done by the fiend sects, you guys can come forth and explain yourselves." Su Zimo frowned. "Foo-foo." Demoness G scoffed coldly, "There's no way the fiend sects will do that. Demons have their pride." She thought for a moment and said, "A senior in the fiend sects once gave an example to describe the difference between immortals and demons. I think it's rather apartment. For the same treasure, cultivators of the fiend sects would fight for it openly. However, cultivators of immortal sects would vie for it in secret and frame it onto those of the fiend sects. That's a little extreme." Su Zimo shook his head. "I don't wish to argue with you anymore." With that, Su Zimo turned to leave. Demoness G followed him again. But this time round, Su Zimo did not chase her away. "Where are you going?" she asked. Su Zimo remained silent for a while before replying, "Back home to take a look." As Su Zimo sped towards the capital of Yang Country, more than 10 cultivators arrived at a small town on the border of Yang Country. They were led by a man and woman. The man wore sparkling white robes. He had a smile on his face, looking handsome and elegant. The woman was dressed in a long, emerald dress. Her black hair swayed in the wind and she had beautiful features, looking gentle and quiet. The both of them rode on their swords and their clothes fluttered in the wind. Like a match made in heaven, they were dazzling and could not be ignored. More importantly, both of them were at perfected foundation establishment realm. The 10-odd cultivators that followed them were all foundation establishment cultivators as well, varying from early to late stage. On their waists hung a badge with the words "Iridescent Clouds." It was daytime at the moment with many citizens walking on the streets. Their expressions changed starkly with the sudden appearance of the many foundation establishment cultivators above them. The citizens hurriedly knelt on the ground and shouted, "Greetings, immortals." Someone in the crowd with sharp eyes recognized the gentle woman and whispered, "It's that girl from the Shen family. It's really her. I wouldn't have been able to tell if you hadn't said it. She's changed drastically after 4 years. She's just like a fairy now." "Sure. Shut up. Stop looking at her. She's an immortal now. If you anger her, she's going to gouge out your eyeballs." The gentle woman in the emerald dress was none other than Shen Mingqi, who was taken away by perfected being King Lang 4 years earlier to join Iridescent Cloud's palace. The white-robed cultivator beside her was her senior brother, Shu Yu. "So this is your home, junior sister?" Shu Yu looked at Shen Mingqi beside him with a gentle gaze and asked softly. "I see." She seemed distracted as she responded. Looking at the small town beneath her, she sighed in a dazed manner, letting out a reminiscing expression. Unknowingly, 4 years had passed. 4 years ago, she stood with perfected being King Lang in mid-air looking at Pingyang town the same way. However, that afternoon, a stubborn youth stood with his chest puffed and head held high on this familiar long street. He did not kneel nor fear. At the thought of that youth, Shunmengqi smiled faintly. Right after, she sighed gently and shook her head. No matter what, immortals and mortals were different, she was no longer on the same level as that youth. Decades later, her youth would still be present and she would be in her prime. However, that youth would have entered his later years and await death of old age. Even though they had unforgettable memories together, that could only fade and disappear along with time. Junior sister, junior sister? Shiyu's voice pulled Shunmengqi back from her memories. Ah, sorry, she replied apologetically, neither too intimate nor unfriendly. Shiyu was considered as one of the top 10 inner sect disciples of Iridescent Cloud's palace. He had courted her for a long time, but she never agreed to it. She made the decision to return home for a visit in a low profile. However, Shiyu volunteered to accompany her and brought more than 10 juniors along. Before long, Shunmengqi and the others descended at the Shun residence. She only had a single kin, her brother, Shunnan. The Shun family had changed drastically. Even though the Zhao and Li families were eradicated and removed from Pingyang town, Shunnan had benefited greatly from following the two families in the past. As such, he had long expanded into a luxurious mansion. Because of Su Xiaoning's kidnapping incident back then, Su Zimo went on a killing spree and killed many people, except Shunnan. Even so, Shunnan did not dare to continue being brazen. After all, Su Hong's conferment as king happened in Pingyang town. Although no one knew what was going on behind the scenes, everyone witnessed the outcome. Mengqi? When Shunnan caught sight of Shunmengqi, he was rooted on the spot with a look of disbelief. Brother, it's me, Shunmengqi smiled and nodded. It's good that you're back, it's good. Facing more than 10 Foundation establishment cultivators from Iridescent Cloud's palace, Shunnan's heart was trembling with fear. He looked uneasy as he remarked with a smile. From Shunmengqi, Shunnan could feel an unfamiliar aura. It was as though their relationship through blood had faded after she entered the path of immortality. The family has changed quite drastically. Shunmengqi walked around the Shun residence casually with a smile. Shunnan followed behind her, not daring to walk in front. After walking around, Shunmengqi asked in a seemingly casual manner, Shunnan, are the 4 major families of Pingyang town still around? Such as the Su family? Ah? Shunnan froze for a moment and shook his head with a strange expression on his face. Not anymore. The Su family is not around anymore? Shunmengqi stopped in her tracks and suddenly turned around, frowning. Yeah, they're all gone. Shunnan nodded and related everything that happened 4 years ago. Shunmengqi listened intently. That Su Zimo must have taken on an expert in the pugilistic world as his master. His strength grew by leaps and bounds and he destroyed the Zhao and Li families almost single-handedly. Shunnan glanced at Shunmengqi. However, he did not kill me. I think it's on account of your relationship. Shunmengqi did not reply. She knew very well why Su Zimo did not kill Shunnan. Even though it had something to do with her, it was definitely not because of their relationship. Junior sister, who is that Su Zimo? Where is he now? At the side, Shiyu could vaguely tell that Su Zimo seemed to have a close relationship with Shunmengqi in the past. Because of that, he was long frustrated and asked with a scowl. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know a report chapter, so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 186, Old Friends. Chapter 186, Old Friends. Sensing the frustration in Shu Yu's tone, Shunmengqi replied calmly, he's just a childhood playmate and an old friend. Without a spirit root, he can't cultivate and is unlike us. You don't have to bother about him. So, it's just a mere commoner. I was wondering what sort of a character he was. Shu Yu raised his eyebrows and said coldly, this Su Zimo clearly knows that you've joined Iridescent Cloud's palace and became a cultivator. Despite that, he dares to bully your brother? Shunmengqi shook her head. Forget it, it's all in the past. Besides, it might not be his fault either. Even though Shannan made himself seem innocent while explaining the story and mentioned how Su Zimo was the one bullying others, Shen Mengqi was well aware of her brother's character. Furthermore, the way Shannan was avoiding her gaze affirmed her guess that there was more to things. How can that do? Shu said in a deep voice, this Su Zimo doesn't know his place. He even dares to act so impudently as a commoner. Since I got to know about him, I'll have to teach him a lesson he'll never forget. Initially, Shu had not intended to interfere in this matter. However, he could vaguely sense that Shen Mengqi seemed to be defending that Su Zimo. The more she did that, the more Shu wanted to interfere and take a look at that person. He looked at Shannan and asked coldly, young Master Shen, where is that person now? Shannan did not intend to do anything at first. But when he heard Shu Yu's words, his mind started churning and he turned more energetic. Stammering, he replied, he left Pingyang town 2 years ago. I don't know where he is. Shu Yu frowned. The Great Zhou dynasty was enormous and there were dozens of vassal states of varying sizes. Finding a person was no different from searching for a needle in a haystack. Shannan coughed gently. However, he has a brother, Su Hong, who is the current king of Yang. He has a prominent status and we can't afford to offend him. Humph! Shu Yu scoffed. A king of mortals is but a mortal. He can be on par with the Qi refinement warrior of a minor sect, but against a foundation establishment cultivator of iridescent clouds palace like me. Even if he's the king of Yang, he'll have to kneel before me. Shannan's eyes shone and his blood boiled as he listened. It was as if Shannan was looking at the high and mighty king of Yang kneeling in front of him obediently, not daring to lift his head. What sort of an image would that be? Shu Yu declared proudly, that's perfect. Junior sister, since this Su Zimo bullied your brother, let's go to the capital of Yang country and teach his brother a lesson. Fufu, this is tit for tat. Shen Mengqi frowned and hesitated. Junior sister, we'll have to make a trip to the capital of Yang country even if it's not for this matter. Shu Yu continued, junior brother Zhu disappeared for 2 years without a trace. Master asked us to investigate the place where the most cultivators are gathered in Yang country. The place with the most information is the capital. Yes, all right. Shen Mengqi nodded. Shu Yu retrieved a spirit vessel from his storage bag and injected spirit qi, causing it to expand with the wind and hover in midair. Smiling, Shu Yu said, young Master Shen, do come along. The day you meet the king of Yang will be the day you can hold your head high. Shannan nodded hurriedly and his body trembled in excitement, his eyes could barely conceal his emotions. The many iridescent clouds palace cultivators boarded the spirit vessel one after another. Under Shu Yu's control, it rose into the air and turned into a stream of light, speeding towards the capital of Yang country. After traveling a few days at full speed, Su Zimo and Demoness Ji finally arrived at the capital of Yang country. 2 years ago, Su Zimo was here. In that main hall, he beheaded the king of Yang, Zhao Qian, in front of everyone. Tying the latter's head to his waist, he engaged in a bloody battle and fought his way out with dominance. Everything seemed to have happened yesterday. After a slight pause, Su Zimo rode on his flying sword and sped towards the palace, arriving above it quickly. Who's there? Someone berated from below. Right after, 2 Qi refinement warriors summoned their flying swords and flew into the air, arriving opposite Su Zimo and Demoness Ji. The 2 of them were Qi refinement warriors, one at level 6 and the other at level 9. Using their spirit-peering art, they swept across Su Zimo and Demoness Ji, causing their expressions to change in shock as they shuddered. Su Zimo's current cultivation was at the peak of early-stage foundation establishment, he was far above the both of them. Demoness Ji stood there with a veil covering her face, they could not detect her cultivation. Greetings, seniors. The 2 Qi refinement warriors reacted quickly and bowed hurriedly. One of them asked cautiously in a testing manner, may I know what brings you 2 here? Bring me to the king of Yang. Su Zimo smiled in a friendly manner. This? The 2 men exchanged glances and did not agree immediately. After all, they did not know the identity of this green-robed cultivator, how would they dare to bring people in rashly? However, the man and woman before them had high cultivations. If they wanted to force their way through, no one could stop them either. Right then, a sword beam sped over from not far away. When that person came close and caught sight of Su Zimo, his eyes lit up and he said happily, "Second young Master Su. Mr. Song, it's been 2 years. How have you been?" Su Zimo smiled and nodded. The person who arrived later was the Qi refinement warrior that Su Zimo had hired 2 years earlier to protect the Su family, Song Qi. Back then, Song Qi had just broken through to be a level 8 Qi refinement warrior. Right now, he was at level 9. Eh? Song Qi looked at the flying sword Su Zimo was riding on with widened eyes of disbelief. From what he could remember, Su Zimo did not have a spirit root and was unable to cultivate. How was he managing sword kinesis flight right now? Instinctively, Song Qi checked Su Zimo's cultivation with the spirit peering art. That single check gave Song Qi a shock and he nearly fell from the skies. Early stage foundation establishment. In just 2 years, a mortal without any foundation or spirit root had entered foundation establishment realm. Song Qi had not slacked off in the past 2 years, but even then, he had only improved by a single level. In fact, what Song Qi did not know was that Su Zimo had even spent half a year locked in Thunderclap Valley without any improvement to his cultivation. Furthermore, half of Su Zimo's spirit Qi was spent on tempering his body as well. How great was the gap between them? In the entire Yang country, a foundation establishment cultivator could be considered as one of the top. This was the difference between spirit root and had nothing to do with how much talent or cultivation resources one had. Second young Master Su, you've changed so much in 2 years. Song Qi sighed and shook his head, lamenting to himself. If he had not seen it with his own eyes, he would never have imagined that the youth from Pingyang Town back then would reach such a level today. Demoness Ji blinked her eyes at the side. Grinning, she muttered softly, "Second young Master Su. Hee, interesting. How has brother been recently?" Su Zimo asked. Young Master's health is fine, but he often misses the two of you. He's worried that you'll meet with danger and be bullied outside. That had Su Zimo feeling extremely touched. Song Qi led Su Zimo and Demoness Ji into the back palace. The back palace of the King of Yang was quiet and plain. There were no beautiful women or 3,000 concubines. Instead, they saw quite a number of Su family members. When old friends met, they could not help but exchange pleasantries. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know a report chapter, so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 187, Reunion. Chapter 187, Reunion. King of Yang's Chamber. The King of Yang, Su Hong, had a solemn expression. He was playing chess against Uncle Zheng, and it was at a particularly intense situation. The guards Liu Yu and Yu Qi were stood at the side, standing watch over the both of them with sharp gazes. Uncle Zheng, Liu Yu and Yu Qi Hui were the oldest and most loyal 3 in the Su family. They never left even when the Su family was at its lowest and was almost annihilated. Young Master, you aren't young anymore. Are you really planning to continue wasting your time like this and not get married? After 4 years, Uncle Zheng looked much older. However, his eyes were still clear and exuded the glint of wisdom. In private, everyone addressed each other no differently from before. Su Hong remained silent. Young Master, the bloodline of the Su family has to continue, Uncle Zheng persuaded again. With a sharp slap, Su Hong put down a chess piece and pointed to the chessboard with a smile. Uncle Zheng, if you get distracted again, you're going to lose. Seeing that Su Hong clearly did not wish to talk about it, Uncle Zheng gave a bitter smile and sighed. I'm not as energetic as before. I'm old now. Right then, a burst of laughter came out outside and Song Qi's voice rang. Young Master, Mr. Xiang. Guess who's here? The door to the King of Yang's chamber was closed. Su Hong and the rest could only see vague shadows, but they could not see the appearance of the visitors. When he heard that, Su Hong shook his head and smiled. What's there to be mysterious about? Who could it be? Uncle Zheng went silent for a moment. A thought struck him as he whispered, could it be the second young master or miss? Xiaoning wouldn't have time to return since she's on the path to immortality cultivation. As for Zimo, there was a look of worry in Su Hong's eyes. I don't know where that lad has gone off to. I haven't seen him in 2 years. Big brother, I'm back. One of them pushed the door open. He was dressed in green and carried a scholarly aura around him, looking refined and graceful. It was none other than Su Zimo. Second young master? It really is the second young master. Liu Yu and the others revealed looks of joy as they broke into laughter. Zimo! Su Hong's eyes sparkled. He stood up slowly and walked forward, sizing Su Zimo from head to toe. As much as he tried to control himself, he could not conceal the excitement in his heart. While Su Hong was sizing him up, Su Zimo was looking at Su Hong as well. After 2 years, Su Hong did not seem to have changed much. Back when he had failed to assassinate the King of Yang, he was disheartened and his hair turned white overnight. At first glance, he looked like a venerable old man. In fact, Su Hong was only 34 this year. Stretching both hands, Su Hong gripped Su Zimo tightly on the shoulders and shook the latter vigorously. Finally, he nodded in satisfaction. Not bad, you're stronger than before. Young master, I'm afraid you don't know yet, but second young master Su is now a cultivator as well. Not just that, his cultivation is even much higher than mine. Song Qi remarked at the side. Oh? For real? Su Hong's eyes lit up. Su Zimo did not hide anything and nodded. That's right, brother. I joined a sect named Ethereal Peak, one of the 5 major sects of the Great Zhou dynasty. It's not weaker than Xiaoning's Azure Frost sect. Good, good, good. Su Hong nodded repeatedly. Liu Yu and the rest were delighted too. At this moment, Su Hong's gaze turned towards the girl beside Su Zimo. He could not help but be slightly stunned as a feeling of amazement surged in his heart. This lady is... Su Zimo finally remembered that Demoness Ji was still beside him. Just as he was about to introduce, he heard her voice. It was like pearls falling on a jade plate and was pleasant to one's ears. Hello, big brother. Su Zimo frowned. It was naturally all right for him to refer to Su Hong as big brother. But why was this Demoness Ji joining him? Su Zimo glanced sideways, wanting to remind her. However, he ended up losing his focus and was rooted on the spot as well. Unknowingly, Demoness Ji had removed the veil on her face, revealing a peerless beauty that could captivate all life. She was flawless and unimaginably beautiful. This time, there was no bewitching charm exuding from Demoness Ji. On the contrary, she looked refined and elegant. Nodding slightly, her cheeks flushed red as though she was a little shy. Su Zimo's jaw nearly dropped to the ground. This was Demoness Ji? This young girl before her was completely unlike Su Zimo's impression of her being that seductive Demoness Ji who could bewitch the entire world. This was clearly a respectable woman, not some Demoness. Demoness Ji moved closer to Su Zimo and tugged Su Zimo's sleeve with her petite hands. Rolling her eyes at him secretly, she looked at Su Hong and said timidly, I'm Yanga, Zimo's friend. Su Zimo felt goosebumps all over his body. If they were friends, so be it. Why did she have to break a pause in the middle? Even though there was nothing wrong with that sentence, the way Demoness Ji said it changed the tone of it and would lead to inferences. True enough. Su Hong looked enlightened and nodded in delight. Uncle Zheng and Song Qi smiled as well, looking at Demoness Ji with a hint of scrutiny, feeling more satisfied by the moment. Liu Yu and Yu Qihua winked at Su Zimo and secretly gave him a thumbs up. Demoness Ji, what are you doing? Su Zimo pulled Demoness Ji to a corner and whispered, frowning. What's wrong? She asked with an innocent expression. Who told you to remove your veil? It's rude to meet Big Brother with a veil. That's true. Su Zimo nodded instinctively, but he felt that something was amiss. On second thought, he snapped out of his stupor and glared at Demoness Ji. Who is your big brother? His my big brother. Also, Demonis G, why are you pretending in front of my big brother? Don't you think I know what sort of a person you are? Su Zimo gave a cold sneer. Sure, let's not pretend then. How about I jump into your embrace and we can make out right now? Demonis G glanced sideways at Su Zimo, full of provocation. Su Zimo jumped in fright and hurriedly said, please continue pretending. He knew very well that this person in front of him could truly do such a thing with no qualms. Zimo, what are you doing? Right then, Su Hong walked over with a hint of blame in his tone. I heard you mentioning something about a Demonis. How is she a Demonis? Don't spout nonsense. To think that you've spent more than 10 years studying the texts of saints. Su Zimo could not really explain despite being reprimanded and could only say, Big brother, please don't overthink things. She's truly just a friend of mine and is a fellow cultivator. Oh? Unexpectedly, Su Hong's eyes lit up and he nodded. That's good. Both of you are cultivators, so it's a perfect match. Demonis G grinned and an imperceptible smugness flashed across her eyes. Su Zimo coughed lightly and changed the topic. Has Xiaoning returned in 2 years? No. Su Hong shook his head. You haven't seen her either? I see. Su Zimo said in a low voice, but you don't have to worry, big brother. The sect competition is about to begin. At that time, all major and minor sects within the Great Zhou dynasty would be present and I'll be able to see Xiaoning then. Naturally, Su Xiaoning was not the only one he would see at the sect competition. He might even encounter some old friends. An image surfaced in Su Zimo's mind. It was a gentle girl who told him heartlessly, our fate has come to an end. We are separated as mortals and immortals. I'm afraid we will not see each other again. It's true our fate has come to an end. As for whether being separated as mortals and immortals as well as whether we'll see once another again, ha. Su Zimo's eyes flashed with mockery. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know a report chapter, so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 188, Breaking into the Palace. Chapter 188, Breaking into the Palace. Su Zimo did not leave immediately. He planned to stay in the palace for a few days and accompany his brother. After all, he did not know when he would be back next time. Demonis G did not leave either and stayed in the palace alongside Su Zimo. She merely took occasional walks outside and came over to tea Su Zimo when she had nothing to do. As the king of Yang, Su Hong would naturally not reside in the back palace all the time. Every day, he would take time to evaluate the memorials in the imperial court. In that period of time, Su Zimo would sit in his house quietly, raising his cultivation and starting on the organs refinement section while studying the various bloodline spirit arts he obtained in the stone coffin as well as the Buddha bead. Before leaving Ethereal Peak, Su Zimo's cultivation was already at the peak of early stage foundation establishment. After the fight at the inheritance ground and obtaining a huge chunk of bloodline essence from that mysterious skeleton, Su Zimo broke through to mid-stage foundation establishment within a couple of days naturally. His bloodline was extraordinary to begin with and he had already reached the legendary Tsunami blood realm. As such, it was comparatively easier for him to cultivate the bloodline spirit arts. However, he had no clue how to go about the organs refinement section. He would think about it occasionally but put it aside when he could not find anything. During that period of time, Su Zimo's greatest focus was still on that mysterious Buddha bead. It was clear that there was a powerful secret skill hidden within the Buddha bead, Fiend Suppression Seal. Each time Su Zimo looked at the Buddha bead, he would fall into the illusion and experience the power of that golden palm descending from the skies to crush the demon and mountain of corpses with the hand seal. He constantly pondered and tried to figure out every single detail. This day, a group of Foundation establishment cultivators arrived at the capital of Yang country, led by a man and woman, Shuyu and Shunmengqi. Junior sister, if you want me to say it, let's openly barge into the palace and bring the king of Yang out. After asking about news of junior brother Zhu, we can seek revenge. How about that? Shuyu asked for Shunmengqi's opinion with a smile. Shen Mingqi frowned and shook her head. I don't wish to see those old friends, so I won't be going with you guys. Xu Yu rolled his eyes and nodded. That's true. Given our status, we'll be elevating the King of Yang's status if we go and look for him at his place. Junior brothers Liang Hao and Liu Hongyi, please bring our fellow sect mates to the palace and invite that King of Yang over. Xu Yu placed emphasis on the word invite. His intentions were clear, he wanted Su Hong to suffer. 2 iridescent clouds palace cultivators stood up and cupped their fists. Don't worry, senior brother Xu. Leave it to us. Xu Yu nodded. Liang Hao and Liu Hongyi were both late-stage Foundation establishment cultivators. In the capital of Yang country, they were absolutely domineering existences. Furthermore, they carried the badge of Iridescent Clouds Palace on their waist. Which idiot would dare provoke them? Xu Yu, Shen Mingqi and Shen Nan looked for a random inn and moved in, waiting for Liang Hao and Liu Hongyi to bring the King of Yang over. Shen Nan was the most excited among them. In the 2 years since Su Hong was conferred king, he had been on tenterhooks, afraid that the Su family would seek revenge on him one day. Now, he no longer had to be afraid. After Su Hong's court session of the day, he headed for the back palace. When he reached Su Zimo's door, he realized that it was tightly shut. Pausing for a slight moment, he did not knock and instead turned to leave. He gathered that Su Zimo was probably in seclusion and did not disturb the latter. Upon returning to his chamber, Su Hong continued to read the account memorials. Not long after, there was a sudden commotion outside the door. Who's there? Ah! Sounds of fighting and screaming could be heard vaguely. It was as if someone had barged into the palace and headed straight for the chamber. Oh? Su Hong frowned, his expression calm and composed. Liu Yu and Yu Qihui exchanged glances and quickly stood in front of Su Hong, whispering, "Young master, leave from the back." Song Qi stood up and retrieved a flying sword from his storage bag. He shook his head with a solemn expression. It's most likely too late to leave. Snap! Just as he said that, the door to the chamber was smashed apart by a tremendous force. More than 10 cultivators barged in with large strides, their heads reared with an imposing aura. Song Qi looked at them and could not help but feel shocked, his breathing stagnated. Foundation establishment cultivators. There were more than 10 cultivators, all of them Foundation establishment cultivators. The 2 people leading them were even at late-stage Foundation establishment. The power they possessed was almost enough to destroy a vassal state. When did Yang country offend such a faction? Song Qi's thoughts raced and he pondered, it makes no sense. We rarely have any interaction with cultivators, so we couldn't have offended these people. His gaze landed on the badge on the waist of the Foundation establishment cultivators. Iridescent Clouds Palace. One of the 5 major sects, Iridescent Clouds Palace. This was big. Song Qi forced himself to remain calm as he revealed a smile and said in a deep voice, "Fellow seniors of Iridescent Clouds Palace who have come to visit the capital, please forgive us for being impolite and failing to welcome all of you." Liang Hao did not even bother to look at Song Qi. His head was raised, his nostrils facing the skies as he looked around. Finally, his gaze landed on Su Hong in the middle as he asked with raised brows, "You're the King of Yang, Su Hong?" "I am." Su Hong stood up slowly with a calm expression. He pushed Liu Yu and Yu Qihui aside, facing Liang Hao and the rest directly. "Fu!" Liu Hongyi's lips curled into a cynical smile. He laughed lightly. The ignorant are truly fearless. You can stay calm now, but I wonder if you'll roll in your pee out of fear later on. May I know why you guys have barged into the palace of Yang country? Su Hong's tone was calm and composed, neither overbearing nor servile. Why? Liang Hao's expression darkened and he suddenly shouted, "Su Hong, how bold of you! Kneel down when you see immortals of the Iridescent Clouds Palace." His voice was deafening, reverberating in the chamber strongly. It was as if there was really an immortal looking down on all life and questioning loudly. Mortals aside, even Song Qi's expression was slightly pale. His chest felt stuffy and his heart raced. Su Hong raised his head and suddenly smiled. Why should I kneel? You're indeed ignorant. It seems like you're someone who won't cry until you see the coffin. I've got to let you suffer for a bit, Liu Hongyi declared sinisterly with a malicious expression. Right as he was about to step forth, a voice came from outside. The people from Iridescent Cloud's palace are truly promising. They're always forcing people to kneel, Fufu. Those words were clearly filled with disdain and mockery. Immediately, the group from Iridescent Cloud's palace were enraged as they turned back. A green-robed man strode over. Refined and delicate, he was elegant like a scholar. However, his eyes were narrowed like a sharp blade, carrying an intensely cold glint. Behind the green-robed man was a girl in a pink dress. She was breathtakingly beautiful and her eyes seemed to be able to speak. Every glance of hers caused waves of light to swirl around her, fluttering the hearts of the many cultivators present as well. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know a report chapter, so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 189, Might of the Fiend Suppression Seal. Chapter 189, Might of the Fiend Suppression Seal. Be it male or female, the dozen or so cultivators of Iridescent Cloud's palace were attracted by the girl in pink's appearance, forgetting where they were for a moment. It was only after the green-robed man and girl in pink brushed past them and entered the chamber that everyone came to their senses. Liang Hao and Liu Hongyi used their spirit-peering art to probe the two of them immediately. The girl in pink seemed to have cultivated some secret technique, concealing her cultivation in a blurry and unfathomable manner. There was nothing special about the green-robed cultivator, he was a mid-stage foundation establishment cultivator. Liang Hao and Liu Hongyi sneered to themselves. When both of them saw that neither the green-robed cultivator or girl in pink had any identity badges, they assumed that these must be itinerant or minor sect cultivators, and there was nothing to be afraid of. The moment they saw the girl in pink, be it Liang Hao or Liu Hongyi, both harbored a thought, they wanted to show off their strength and vie for the girl in pink's attention. The green-robed cultivator and girl in pink were naturally Su Zimo and Demonis Ji. Su Zimo walked into the chamber and swept his gaze. Upon seeing that no one was injured, the killing intent in his eyes lessened slightly. Even though Song Qi did not say anything, he kept giving Su Zimo a meaningful glance to remind him that his opponents were of a higher cultivation realm. Furthermore, they were from Iridescent Cloud's palace and were strong with a powerful backing. Worry flashed in Su Hong's eyes when he saw Su Zimo appearing as well. Su Zimo merely smiled and nodded to Su Hong, Song Qi, and the rest, indicating for them to be at ease. He found a random chair and sat down calmly without even glancing at the group from Iridescent Cloud's palace. Liang Hao and the rest were furious when they saw how arrogant Su Zimo was despite his lower cultivation. Were you the one who spoke just now? Liang Hao glared at Su Zimo fixedly and asked coldly. Yes. Su Zimo lowered his head and pressed his middle finger against his thumb, rubbing it lightly as he replied expressionlessly. Liang Hao narrowed his eyes and said icily, in that case, do you have any objections if I get Su Hong to kneel down? Su Zimo raised his head and looked askance at Liang Hao, asking with a smile, are you worthy? You must be courting death. Liang Hao's fingertips moved in an incantation gesture, and the spirit energy in his dantian burst out, forming a long sword out of thin air. This was one of the more ordinary spirit techniques in the cultivation world, the condensing sword art. Using rich spirit energy as a foundation, a long sword was condensed. However, its sharpness was no weaker than a spirit weapon. Furthermore, its aura was terrifying and emitted a suppressive force. Right then, Su Zimo moved as well. His mind flashed repeatedly with the shocking scene he had witnessed when he delved into the illusion of the Buddha bead. Subconsciously, Su Zimo's middle finger and thumb pressed together to form a weird hand seal. The secret skill hidden in the Buddha bead, Fiend Suppression Seal. At that moment, the spirit energy in his dantian circulated crazily and continuously surged into the newly formed hand seal. The speed was too fast. The Fiend Suppression Seal was like a bottomless pit, absorbing the spirit energy in Su Zimo's dantian constantly like a whale swallowing a cow. Su Zimo had a feeling that if he did not make a move, the Fiend Suppression Seal could even absorb his spirit energy entirely without a single drop left. The more powerful the spirit art, the greater the consumption of spirit energy. Right now, Su Zimo was at mid-stage Foundation establishment. Due to the presence of the Blood Bone Palm, the quality of his spirit energy could even match that of a late-stage Foundation establishment cultivator. If the Fiend Suppression Seal could absorb all the spirit energy of a late-stage Foundation establishment cultivator, how terrifying was that spirit art? Su Zimo did not dare to wait any longer and attacked directly. Boom! There was a deafening sound. Under everyone's watchful eyes, a giant golden palm descended from the sky. Smashing through the heavens, it suppressed all air flow and crushed towards Liang Hao and the others in a repressive manner. At that moment, even those who were not involved felt a sense of trepidation. Pust! Song Qi gasped as his heart trembled. Even though the strike was not aimed at him, he could still feel a suffocating pressure. Demonis Ji watched with an open mouth and widened eyes in disbelief. As the pure maiden of the fiend sects, she naturally had a sharp eye. The power of this spirit art before her was far beyond her imagination. Ethereal peak aside, even the fiend sects that had survived through the ancient times did not have many spirit arts of this level. Liang Hao and Liu Hongyi, who were situated beneath the Fiend Suppression Seal, were horrified. They looked up with widened, bloodshot eyes and shuddered in fear. Both of them could see clearly. The patterns on the golden palm were clearly visible, as though they were corporeal. It was as if the divine god's palm carried with it a supreme might as it came crushing down, seeking to destroy all living things. Everyone, help me! The Fiend Suppression Seal descended extremely quickly and encompassed a large area. Liang Hao did not have time to dodge and could only roar loudly. Beside him, Liu Hongyi was also the first to bear the brunt. At that moment, the two of them had an illusion. They did not seem to be facing a mid-stage Foundation establishment cultivator. Instead, it was a perfected Foundation establishment cultivator who had unlocked multiple meridians. Liang Hao did not even have time to stab at Su Zimo using the spirit sword he had just conjured. He could only use all his strength to stab at the golden palm above him. Kill! On the other side, Liu Hongyi also burst out with a spirit art. A huge mirror covered the both of their heads, glistening with a watery surface as though it could withstand all power. Even though the remaining 10 Iridescent Clouds Palace cultivators were not enveloped by the Golden Hand Seal, they hurriedly rendered their assistance, seeing their two senior brothers in need. Instantly, flying swords with cold auras intertwined with one another as spirit arts were released. There was only one goal, the descending Golden Hand Seal. Snap! Liang Hao's spirit sword was the first to snap. Against the Golden Hand Seal, it was like a mere chicken that could not withstand a single blow. Bang! 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 Clang! 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 The flying swords and spirit arts of the Iridescent Clouds Palace cultivators struck the Golden Hand Seal and it trembled, dimming its golden light considerably. Even so, the Golden Hand Seal continued to crush down. It made contact with the spirit mirror Liu Hongyi conjured. Piak! The ripples on the surface of the spirit realm instantly coagulated as they shattered, dissipating their spirit energy. Liang Hao and Liu Hongyi panicked. They quickly took out a protective talisman from their storage bags and crushed it. A light dome appeared around them. Crack! 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 In the blink of an eye, cracks appeared on the surface of the light dome and spread rapidly. Bang! The protection talismans had failed. Phut! Liang Hao and Liu Hongyi could not endure the burden and spat out a mouthful of blood as though they were struck by lightning. Their faces were pale and dispirited. Right after, their legs buckled and they fell to their knees with a plop. The impact nearly shattered their knees, causing their faces to squeeze together in pain. The Golden Hand Seal dissipated as well after receiving that much of an impact. It was completely silent within the chamber. No one had expected this. Demonis Ji knew that Su Zimo was terrifying in his melee combat ability. However, she had not expected that he would be able to unleash such domineering powers in terms of cultivation techniques as well. The 2 late-stage Foundation establishment cultivators were seriously injured and lost their combat power. The remaining 10 Iridescent Clouds Palace cultivators were not enveloped by the Fiend Suppression Seal after all. Since they only attacked by the side, they were not injured. Even so, they had expended quite a bit of spirit energy as they looked at Suzimo with frightful eyes. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know a report chapter, so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 190, Get Over Here Yourself. Chapter 190, Get Over Here Yourself. Right from the start, Suzimo had been seated on the chair without any major movements. In fact, he did not even stand up and looked calm and composed. In reality, he felt quite the shock as well. The might of the Fiend Suppression Seal had far surpassed his expectations. At that moment, the spirit energy in his energy was almost depleted. If he could provide sufficient spirit energy, how terrifying would the power of the Fiend Suppression Seal be? According to his calculation, the power exerted by the Fiend Suppression Seal earlier on was probably less than 30% of its full power. What sort of a spirit art was that? A mere 30% of its power nearly depleted Suzimo's spirit energy as a mid-stage Foundation establishment cultivator. Who are you? What sect are you from? Tell me your name if you've got the guts. Liang Hao struggled to stand up. He stared at Suzimo and asked slowly with hateful eyes. Who allowed you to get up? Suzimo's gaze turned cold and he casually flicked the teacup on the table. How strong was Suzimo's physical strength? Even a casual strike of his was not to be underestimated. Furthermore, Liang Hao was already severely injured. Pshoo! The teacup tore through the air. Before Liang Hao could react, the teacup smashed onto his knee with a loud bang. Instantly, the teacup shattered into pieces. Liang Hao was just about to get up when he was forced to kneel after such a heavy blow once more. Ah! He cried out in pain, and cold sweat trickled down his forehead in the blink of an eye. At the side, Liu Hongyi was about to get up as well. However, the scene scared him so much that he shivered and continued kneeling on the ground obediently with a lowered head, not daring to mutter a word. The situation was pressuring. At a time like this, being stubborn was only asking for trouble. Even though there were 10 Foundation establishment cultivators from Iridescent Clouds Palace remaining, all of them were stunned by Suzimo. How would any of them dare to make a move? The 10 Iridescent Clouds Palace cultivators exchanged glances and tacitly retreated. The matter before them could only be handled by Senior Brother Shuyu and Senior Sister Shenmengqi. It was useless for them to stay here. This is not over yet. All of you, stay here. Suzimo sat on his original spot with no intention of getting up. Even though his tone was calm, it carried an unquestionable strength. Hurry, let's go! Someone shouted loudly and summoned a flying sword, running outside without looking back. Suzimo pointed forward and hollered softly, "Instant thunder!" Snap! Accompanied by a deafening roar, a thunderbolt as thick as an adult's arm suddenly descended and shot down in the middle of the Iridescent Clouds Palace cultivators in a dazzling manner. The dense thunderbolts quickly spread out and crackled. Thunder art was the most offensive of all spirit arts. Coupled with the fact that Suzimo had cultivated the ancient Void Thunder Manual, the power of thunder in his bloodline was extremely strong. Of the remaining 10 people, 4 were at mid-stage, while 6 were at early-stage Foundation establishment, how could any of them withstand the might of thunder? Ah! 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 Tragic cries could be heard from the crowd. The 6 early-stage Foundation establishment cultivators were instantly electrocuted and charred. Green smoke billowed from their bodies as they fell to the ground. The 4 mid-stage Foundation establishment cultivators were also covered in dirt. Although they had barely managed to withstand the blow, they were severely injured with blood oozing from the sides of their mouths. All their hairs turned charred and curly from the shock. Su Hong, Song Qi, and the others were long dumbfounded by what they saw. How could they have expected that his younger brother, the second young master of the Su family, would be so powerful in just 2 years? Fellow Daoist, you better not go too far. Liu Hongyi gulped and mustered his courage to declare. Interesting. Su Zimo smiled. You're the ones who came knocking to provoke, forcing others to kneel in an intimidating manner. Why am I the one blamed for going too far now? Don't you get arrogant now. Liang Hao endured the pain in his knees and said sinisterly, Punk, my senior brother and sister are in the capital now. Wait and see what happens if we don't bring Su Hong back with us. Oh? Su Zimo read between the lines and asked with interest, does that mean that you are here today to take away the King of Yang? Liang Hao replied loudly, so what if I am? Very good. Su Zimo nodded and asked again, why do you want the King of Yang? Is it because he has a feud with you guys, or is it something else? That's none of your business. Liang Hao snorted. Even though Su Hong is the King of Yang, he's a mere mortal. It's his honor if senior brother Shu wants to see him. Honor? Su Zimo sneered coldly, in that case, I'll let one person leave. You. Go back and tell your senior brother Shu my exact words. Su Zimo casually pointed at a slightly injured Iridescent Clouds Palace cultivator and said indifferently, if you want to meet the King of Yang, sure. Get over here yourself. The Iridescent Clouds Palace cultivator nodded with a terrified expression and fled on his flying sword. In an inn near the capital, Shu Yu and Shen Mengqi were casually eating and chatting. Shu Yu asked with concern, Junior sister, you don't look too good. Are you feeling unwell? It's nothing. Shen Mengqi shook her head and frowned. For some reason, I'm feeling a little frustrated. Shu Yu smiled. Junior sister, you don't have to think too much about it. If you don't wish to see those old friends, you can just avoid Su Hong when he's here later. Leave everything to me. All right, Shen Mengqi nodded. Right then, the sound of clothes fluttering through the air could be heard from afar. It was obvious that someone had sped over on a flying sword in a seemingly flustered manner. Oh? Shu Yu frowned and waved his robes gently, causing the entrance door to open as a figure rushed in. Junior brother Lu? Shu Yu and Shen Mengqi were slightly taken aback. The person's clothes were torn and some places even had burn marks. He had rushed over in haste with white smoke still rising from his charred, curly hair as though he had just been electrocuted. Junior brother Lu, how could you be so careless to be struck by lightning? Shu Yu frowned and berated. You're an immortal cultivator and yet you don't even know how to dodge lightning. Look at you, how inappropriate. The cultivator with the surname Lu was about to land from his flying sword. When he heard that, it triggered his internal injuries and he spat out a mouthful of blood, falling head first onto the ground. Shu Yu went forward and helped him up. Oh? His expression changed, he could sense the fluctuations of a spirit art from this person's body. Your injuries were caused by a thunder art? Shu Yu asked with furrowed brows. Lu finally managed to catch his breath and nodded. Senior brother Shu, something has happened. He quickly recounted what happened in the palace, even relating Su Zimo's statement word for word. HMPH, what big words! A mere mid-stage Foundation establishment cultivator, and he dares to get so cocky with me. Shu Yu's expression darkened as he asked, what's his name? What sect does he belong to? I don't know. Lu shook his head. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know a report chapter, so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 191, Old Flame. Chapter 191, Old Flame. Lu frowned as he recalled, that person wears a green robe and he looks refined and elegant, like a cultured scholar. Pausing for a moment, Lu grumbled indignantly, but it's all a lie. Who would have thought that the frail scholar would be this powerful? He was so terrifying when he attacked. Upon hearing this, Shen Mengqi's heart skipped a beat. A familiar figure flashed across her mind. In the past 4 years, this figure had been buried deep in her memories, almost forgotten. It was only because she had returned to her old home that brought back some of her childhood memories in a melancholic manner. Upon hearing Junior brother Lu's recount of the incident, the first person that came to Shen Mengqi's mind was Su Zimo. However, she smiled and shook her head, denying her thoughts in the blink of an eye. The thought was indeed rather ridiculous. Su Zimo did not even have a spirit root. How could he cultivate and possess such tremendous strength? Shen Mengqi had never regretted her decision. Even if it happened again, she would choose to leave Su Zimo and Pingyang Town to follow perfected being King Lang on the path of cultivation. After 4 years of cultivation, she was even more certain of one thing. That was, with the passage of time, the gap between her and Su Zimo would grow to a point where it was no longer possible for them to have any interactions. Let's go to the palace. I want to see which idiot would dare to harm the cultivators of Iridescent Cloud's palace. Shuyu's voice pulled Shen Mengqi back from her messy thoughts. Shen Mengqi frowned. Senior Brother Shu, even though the person is at mid-stage Foundation establishment, he has the strength to take down late-stage Foundation establishment cultivators. We mustn't be careless. I see. Shuyu smiled. Don't worry, junior sister. I know my limits. According to Junior Brother Lu's description, this person must have obtained a high-quality spirit art and made use of that to defeat Liang Hao and the others. Shen Mengqi nodded. However, the higher the quality of the spirit art, the more spirit energy it would consume. Shuyu smirked coldly and continued, if I'm not wrong, that person should be almost drained of spirit energy. He won't be able to recover much in this period of time, he is now at his weakest. Senior Brother Shu, Senior Sister Shen, let's not delay any further and move now. I see. 3 rays of sword light rose into the air as Shen Mengqi carried Shen Nan and sped towards the palace with Shuyu and Lu. Before long, the 4 of them arrived at the entrance of the King of Yang's chamber. The door was open. From the outside, they saw Liang Hao, Liu Hongyi and the other Iridescent Cloud's palace cultivators kneeling on the ground in a dejected manner. As the 4 of them were looking down from their flying swords, they could not see who else was inside the chamber. Withdrawing their flying swords, Shuyu and the others descended at the entrance of the chamber and looked inside. At first glance, the 4 of them saw a mature man sitting in the middle of the room. Even though he was only middle-aged, he had a head of white hair. Of course, the most prominent thing about the man was a slanted scar on his face. It was terrifyingly ferocious, almost splitting his entire face into 2. Upon seeing Su Hong, Shen Mengqi felt a little emotional. She naturally knew him although she did not have a deep impression. Even though this person before her was already the king of a country with considerable power, compared to her, he was nothing in terms of status and strength. When Su Hong saw Shen Mengqi, he was slightly stunned. The Shen family girl? After 4 years, he could barely recognize the gentle and simple girl from back then. Shen Mengqi exuded a clear, cold aura that kept people at arm's length. Even though they were both cultivators, Su Hong did not feel the same coldness from Su Zimo. At that moment, he suddenly felt relieved. He was relieved Shen Mengqi chose to leave his brother back then. They were not the same type of people to begin with. Shen Mengqi's gaze moved away from Su Hong after pausing for a while and turned to the 2 people seated at the side. A green-robed man sat on a chair at the side of the chamber. His side view was facing the entrance as he leisurely sampled freshly brewed tea that emitted a fragrant scent with a calm expression. Upon seeing the green-robed man, Shen Mengqi felt as if she was struck by lightning. Her body trembled slightly and she froze on the spot. Shaking her head gently, her cherry lips opened slightly as disbelief filled her eyes, her mind was going blank. Even though it was just a side profile. Even though it had been for years. Even though that person had matured a lot. Shen Mengqi recognized him at the first instance. If it was any other time, Shuyu would definitely notice something unusual about Shen Mengqi. However, at that moment, his full attention was drawn in by the girl in pink sitting beside the green-robed man. He almost forgot where he was. She smiled at him tenderly, her eyes curved into crescent moons that were filled with love. Ah! Suddenly, an exclamation was heard from the chamber. Shen Nan had obviously recognized the green-robed man and his expression changed. Back then, the impression left on Shen Nan by this man wielding a long saber in the courtyard of the Zhao family while drenched in blood was too deep. It almost became a nightmare that he could not get rid of. Even though Xu Yu and Shen Mengqi were beside him, the fear that was deep-rooted in his memories still frightened Shen Nan into shrieking. It was a somewhat familiar shriek. At that moment, Su Zimo finally placed the teacup in his hands down slowly. Turning slightly, he glanced towards the entrance. Their eyes met. Instantly, it was as though space had changed and time had reversed. A series of images flashed past his mind and gradually dissipated. There was silence for a long time. Shen Mengqi's expression was complex. Su Zimo was slightly startled. However, his eyes regained their calmness before long. From the moment he stepped onto the path of cultivation, Su Zimo knew that he would definitely meet Shen Mengqi again. However, he did not expect that it would be under such circumstances, that it would be today. For years ago, she left resolutely and Su Zimo suffered a huge blow. He could still remember that heart-wrenching pain till this day. If not for Dai Yu's appearance, it would have been difficult for him to get out of that ordeal so quickly. Su Zimo initially thought that he would be filled with resentment towards Shen Mengqi. He had even imagined that if they were reunited, he would stand proudly before Shen Mengqi and tell her that there was nothing tough about living in a world without her. However, reality was different from imagination. Now that he met Shen Mengqi once more, Su Zimo was extremely calm. In fact, he seemed relaxed. Unknowingly, Shen Mengqi had turned into a passerby of his life and was just an ordinary old acquaintance. At that moment, Shen Mengqi felt a mix of emotions and bitterness in her mouth. It had been for years. He did not seem to have changed much, he was still dressed in green and exuded a scholarly air. However, Shen Mengqi had just used her spirit-peering art and could naturally tell that Su Zimo was now a cultivator. Furthermore, he was a mid-stage Foundation establishment cultivator. How could that be? The atmosphere within the chamber suddenly became strange. The disciples of Iridescent Cloud's palace were kneeling on the ground, looking extremely miserable and perplexed. For some reason, Senior Sister Shen looked distracted and confused after she entered the chamber and caught sight of that green-robed cultivator. It was the same for Senior Brother Shu, who was staring at the girl in pink. No one was bothered about them at all. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know a report chapter, so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 192, That's Quieter Now. Chapter 192, That's Quieter Now. Even though Su Zimo looked calm and composed without much emotion, Demoness Ji noticed something unusual nevertheless. A weird glint flickered in her eyes, but she said nothing. Su Zimo tapped his fingers on the table and attracted everyone's attention. He then said slowly, "Tell me, why are you looking for my elder brother?" There was no greeting nor pleasantry as Su Zimo went straight to the point of questioning. A flash of panic appeared in Shen Mengqi's eyes as she was suddenly at a loss of what to do. Su Zimo's gaze turned to Shen Nan, who was cowering at the side. Raising his brow slightly, he asked, "You're here for revenge?" That gaze of Su Zimo sent Shen Nan shivering as he shook his head like a rattled drum. "Was it your idea?" With a slight pause, Su Zimo shifted his gaze to Shen Mengqi and asked coldly, "Or yours, him?" No, Shen Mengqi shook her head subconsciously. Shen Mengqi was a cultivator after all. Taking a deep breath, she composed herself and explained, "It's because 2 years ago, a junior brother of the sect may have disappeared within Yang country. We're here to see if the king of Yang has news of him." "Oh, right. You know the missing person too. We're all from Pingyang town, he is Jew." Suddenly, Shen Mengqi paused. Looking at Su Zimo, she seemed to know something. Prior to this, she had not considered that Su Zimo might have something to do with Zhu Dingyun's disappearance. But if Su Zimo was a mid-stage Foundation establishment cultivator now, he should have been a cultivator 2 years ago as well. In addition, Su Zimo and Zhu Dingyun had a feud to begin with. The truth was revealed. 2 years ago, Zhu Dingyun returned to Pingyang town to cause trouble for Su Zimo. Unexpectedly, he was killed by the latter, who wiped away all traces. Shen Mengqi's speculation was similar to the truth. It was just that Su Zimo was not a cultivator 2 years ago, he merely possessed the capability to kill Zhu Dingyun as well. With that, Shen Mengqi had already calmed down. Su Zimo had become a cultivator just like her. However, his spirit root and endowment were inferior to hers. Furthermore, he had not joined any major sects and his future achievements would never ever match hers. In Iridescent Cloud's palace, she made friends with geniuses of the cultivation world. As for Su Zimo, he did not have any backing or power. He would only be able to hang out at the bottom rung of the cultivation world and die at any moment. Even though they had both spent for years, she was already at perfected foundation establishment with a meridian unlocked. As for him, he was only at mid-stage foundation establishment. That was the difference between them. Moreover, Shen Mingqi believed that the gap between them would only deepen as time passed. She was certain of that. Her decision back then was still the right one. At that thought, Shen Mingqi regained her confidence and composure. She looked at Su Zimo with a smile. It's been a couple of years, but you've changed quite a bit. Su Zimo was about to say something when he felt a lotus root-like arm coiling around his arm. Fragrance assaulted his senses as Demonis Ji spoke. Zimo, who is this woman? Shen Mingqi frowned. Only now had she noticed that there was a girl in pink seated beside Su Zimo. More importantly, this girl in pink was far superior than her in terms of looks or aura. Shen Mingqi felt uncomfortable when she saw the girl in pink hugging Su Zimo intimately. It was as if something that belonged to her had been stolen by someone else. Staring at Demonis Ji, Shen Mingqi asked coldly, "Who are you? What do you think?" Demonis Ji smiled like a flower and squeezed next to Su Zimo. She raised her chin slightly and looked at Shen Mingqi as if she was exerting dominance. Su Zimo removed Demonis Ji's arm. Just as he was about to speak, his heart stirred. He felt a killing intent. If the King of Yang is your brother, that means you're Su Zimo? Shu Yu could not help but flare up when he saw Demonis Ji almost squeezing herself into his embrace. He interrupted with a murderous aura. Su Zimo reversed the question, "So what if I am? All my fellow juniors were injured by you?" Shu Yu narrowed his gaze and asked again. Su Zimo nodded. "That's right." "All right, hand over your life then." Shu Yu shouted and conjured a hand seal, his eyes turning cold. All of a sudden, Shen Mingqi swiftly blocked in front of Shu Yu and whispered, frowning, "Senior brother Shu, let's forget about this. There might be some misunderstanding." "Misunderstanding?" Shu Yu's face darkened. "He injured so many of our fellow juniors. Is this a misunderstanding?" If it was in the past, Shu Yu would not object to anything Shen Mingqi said. But now, he was completely charmed by Demonis Ji. He only knew that killing the green-robed cultivator before him was the only way he could obtain Demonis Ji's body and heart. Shen Mingqi pursed her lips. "I'll get him to apologize to you and our fellow juniors now. Please let him off this once, senior brother." With that, Shen Mingqi turned to Su Zimo and said in a low voice, "What are you waiting for? Come over and apologize." Su Zimo suddenly laughed, his eyes filled with mockery. "You were the ones who came to provoke and cause me trouble. Why should I apologize?" Shen Mingqi frowned and glared at Su Zimo, hollering softly, "Su Zimo, don't be ungrateful. I'm trying to save you." "Oh?" Su Zimo did not stop smiling. Shen Mingqi said, "Do you know of the 5 major sects? Do you know of Iridescent Cloud's palace? There are some people and factions you can't afford to offend in the cultivation world. What are you still waiting for? Come and apologize." Demonis Ji clapped her hands and smiled. "Sister, you're truly right about that. There are truly some people and factions you can't afford to offend in the cultivation world." "Foo-foo." Shu Yu laughed icily, "Junior sister, an apology has to be sincere. I'll only let Su Zimo off if he kneels and kowtows 3 times in front of me." In Shu Yu's opinion, humiliating Su Zimo in front of the girl in pink might produce an even better effect than killing him. "Senior brother, isn't that a little overboard?" Shen Mingqi frowned slightly. "Humph." Shu Yu replied coldly, "That's not all. Su Zimo is not the only one who should be kneeling and apologizing. His brother has to do it as well. Senior brother, I'm begging you. Let this matter." This matter is non-negotiable. At this moment, Suzumo suddenly stood up and walked toward Shuyu expressionlessly. Thinking that Shuyu had compromised and was about to apologize, Shuyu could not help but laugh smugly. Ha ha, at least you know your place. How annoying. Suzumo came in front of Shuyu and said. Suddenly, he reached out and grabbed Shuyu's throat with lightning speed. Suzumo squeezed hard. Crack! The sound of bones cracking echoed as Shuyu's eyes turned bloodshot and almost popped out of their sockets, looking at Suzumo in disbelief. He had not expected that Suzumo would dare lay a hand on him. More than that, he had not expected that Suzumo would dare kill him. Furthermore, there were no chances given at all, it was a sure kill strike. Suzumo released his grip and heaved a long sigh of relief, muttering softly, "That's quieter now." Shuyu's head tilted and fell to the ground in a thud. He was dead. A dead silence took over the chamber. Complete silence. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know a report chapter, so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 193, Pay with Blood. Chapter 193, Pay with Blood. Liang Hao, Liu Hongyi and the other Iridescent Clouds Palace cultivators knelt on the ground in shivers. They looked at Suzumo with fear as sweat filled their palms. Shunmingqi stood rooted to the spot and stared blankly at Shuyu, who died with grievances on the ground with disbelief in her eyes. Everything had happened too suddenly and Shunmingqi's head felt as though it had exploded, buzzing chaotically. Suzumo, how dare he? Is he crazy? Did he not think about the consequences? Demoness G narrowed her gaze and licked her lips. To be fair, she was the most calm of the people present. Even though she had not known Suzumo for long, she could vaguely understand his temperament. This was a man who looked weak on the outside but had a tiger in his heart, decisive to kill. The moment he made a move, he was like a thunderbolt that would not give anyone a chance to breathe. Even the fiend heir of malevolent Earth sect was killed by him, let alone a mere cultivator of Iridescent Clouds Palace who was yapping incessantly without fear. Suzumo, do you know what you're doing? Do you know how much trouble you've caused? Shunmingqi glared at Suzumo, looking agitated as she questioned loudly. Suzumo smiled nonchalantly. That made Shunmingqi even angrier. She clenched her fists and shouted, "I didn't expect you to still be so immature after 4 years. You're a cultivator. Even if you can escape, have you ever thought about your brother who will still be in the capital of Yang country? Have you considered that you would implicate your family?" Suzumo glanced sideways and waved his sleeves. A golden silk cloth floated over from the table in front of Su Hong. It emitted a faint authority as if the emperor had descended and was inspecting the world. The Imperial Edict. Shunmingqi and the others recognized the origin of the golden silk cloth immediately and were shocked. The status of the Emperor of Great Ju was much higher than theirs. Suzumo replied indifferently, "My brother has the Imperial Edict with him. Anyone who dares goes against him is going against the Great Ju dynasty, making an enemy of the Emperor." Everyone from Iridescent Clouds Palace fell silent. Furthermore, grudges of the cultivation world should not implicate mortals. Pausing for a moment, Suzumo swept his gaze across everyone from Iridescent Clouds Palace and finally fixed it on Shunmingqi, saying slowly, "Whoever dares lay a hand on my brother and break the rules first, I'm sorry. I'll have them pay with blood." As soon as he finished speaking, a torrential murderous aura burst out from Suzumo's body, almost materializing. It caused everyone's hearts to tremble. The temperature in the chamber plummeted. Liang Hao and the others trembled. They quickly avoided Suzumo's gaze, not daring to look him in the eye. In Shunmingqi's eyes, Suzumo had suddenly become an extremely unfamiliar person, someone that she did not know at all. This wasn't a frail scholar. This was clearly a fiend celestial from hell, a bloodthirsty and violent ancient demon. That feeling was fleeting, as if it was an illusion. In the cultivation world, while there was no official rule, many cultivators had a tacit understanding that they would not involve mortals in their grudges. Shunmingqi took a deep breath and composed herself before continuing, "All right, Even if your brother is safe, you'll have to account for killing a disciple of Iridescent Cloud's palace. From now on, you'll be running away from home, living in fear every day. Is this what you want? Suzimo smiled, looking at Shenmengqi calmly and asked, Who said that I'll be homeless? You still refuse to come to your senses. Shenmengqi looked at Suzimo in disappointment. Iridescent Cloud's palace is one of the 5 major sects in the Great Zhou dynasty. As long as you're within the borders of the Great Zhou dynasty, who can protect you? Which sect will dare take you in? Suzimo, wake up! Piak! Right then, Suzimo took out a long badge from his storage bag and tossed it at the table beside him. I forgot to mention, I'm a disciple of Ethereal Peak. It's no big deal killing someone from Iridescent Cloud's palace. Ethereal Peak will naturally protect me. Shenmengqi stared intently at the identity badge on the table. Biting her cherry lips, she stood there in a daze. Everything she was prepared to say could no longer come out of her mouth. Ethereal Peak. It had been for years, but Suzimo had actually joined one of the 5 major sects as well, Ethereal Peak. From the moment she saw Suzimo, Shenmengqi had been looking down at him condescendingly. All of a sudden, Shenmengqi realized that Suzimo had everything she relied on as well. Her pride seemed to have turned worthless. In that for years, the gap between them had not increased. Instead, it shrank. What comforted Shenmengqi slightly was that she was still higher than Suzimo in terms of cultivation realm. I'll be at Ethereal Peak. Whoever wants revenge, come. I'll take you on. Suzimo's tone was calm, as if he was talking about a trivial matter. After a brief silence, Shenmengqi gave Suzimo a complicated look. She turned around and said, Let's go back to the sect. With that, she walked over to Liang Hao and Liu Hongyi, wanting to help them up. Both of them eyed Suzimo warily. Seeing that the latter was expressionless and did not object, they endured the pain and stood up. The group from Iridescent Cloud's palace supported one another and left the King of Yang's chamber. A breeze brushed past them and they felt a chill. Unknowingly, all of them had broken out in cold sweat. It was only when they walked out the door that everyone heaved a sigh of relief. They felt as though they had survived a disaster. Even though they were all Foundation establishment cultivators, for some reason, all of them felt a tightness in their chest against Suzimo. It was as though there was a menacing pressure that prevented them from breathing. Shenmengqi said to everyone from Iridescent Cloud's palace in a low voice, Leave the palace first. I'll be right after. Senior Sister Shen, don't fight with that Suzimo anymore. What if, Liu Hongyi's heart skipped a beat as he hurried to persuade her. Everyone else nodded in agreement with fright in their eyes. It would be fine if Shenmengqi won. But if she lost, they were worried that they would be implicated and lose their lives here as well. Senior Sister Shen, let him off this time. There will be many opportunities to take his life in the future. Another person tried to persuade while encouraging Shenmengqi at the same time. Don't worry, I'll be right back. I won't fight with him. Shenmengqi let out a reassuring smile and turned back. Coming in front of Suzimo, Shenmengqi stared at him and said coldly, Come out. I have some things to say to you. With that, Shenmengqi turned and walked out. Shenmengqi's tone made Suzimo frown. What's the matter that's so mysterious that you have to hide it from me? Demoness Ji's eyes darted between Suzimo and Shenmengqi as she asked meaningfully. Clang! Clang! Right then, Suzimo knocked his fingers on the table. If you have anything, you can say it here. Suzimo did not get up as he lowered his eyes and said calmly. Shenmengqi stopped in her tracks, back-facing Suzimo. Her expression changed continuously as she grit her teeth and turned around slowly. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know a report chapter, so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 194, Frog in the Well. Chapter 194, Frog in the Well. Shenmengqi said, Thank you for not being calculative with my brother and sparing his life. Suzimo replied, Thank you for your reminder back then. Take that as a favor paid. Upon seeing this, everyone from the Su family felt emotional. They watched Su Zimo and Shen Mingqi grow up together. The two of them were once childhood sweethearts. After seeing one another 4 years later, there was no joyful reunion nor deliberate avoidance, it was merely a polite exchange of indifferent thanks. Of course, Shen Mingqi was the only one who understood the meaning of their conversation. Everyone else was confused and did not know what was going on. Before they parted for years ago, Shen Mingqi caught up with Su Zimo and said something. Among it, she said, "Zhu Dingyun and I will be leaving Pingyang town with the perfected being tomorrow." It seemed like it was nothing, but if one thought about it carefully, they would realize that there was no need to mention Zhu Dingyun. At that time, perfected being Kang Lang was in midair and Shen Mingqi did not dare to make her reminder too obvious. However, she believed that given Su Zimo's intelligence, he would definitely be able to read between the lines. The facts proved it as well. After Su Zimo returned to his home, he pretended to be drunk and successfully bewitched Zhu Dingyun, scaring the latter off. Of course, even without Shen Mingqi's reminder, Zhu Dingyun might not have succeeded with Dai Yu around. After a brief silence, Shen Mingqi asked, "Did you kill Zhu Dingyun?" "Yes." Su Zimo did not choose to hide the truth. He had even killed Shu Yu, so he naturally did not care if Zhu Dingyun's death was added to it. "Zimo, even though you're a disciple of Ethereal Peak, I still want to say that you were too rash earlier on." Shen Mingqi said, "If you didn't kill Shu Yu, I would have helped you keep Zhu Dingyun's death a secret. At least you won't offend Iridescent Cloud's palace that way. Now that you've killed Shu Yu in front of everyone, I can't help you hide this secret even if I wanted to." "Why should you hide it?" Su Zimo asked. "Who?" Shen Mingqi was momentarily stunned. He replied indifferently, "If I wanted to hide it, the simplest method would be to kill all of you." Shen Mingqi's heart skipped a beat. From Su Zimo's gaze, she had a feeling that he wasn't joking about it. Su Zimo continued, "If I didn't kill you guys, it meant that I have no intention to hide it. So naturally, I'm not afraid of offending Iridescent Cloud's palace." A killing intent flashed through Su Zimo's eyes at the thought of perfected being Kang Lang. "Furthermore, I've already offended Iridescent Cloud's palace before." Upon hearing this, Shen Mingqi's heart skipped a beat. She seemed to have recalled something and frowned. "Shen Mingqi, are you still thinking of taking revenge on my master?" "Oh? Perfected being Kang Lang is your master?" Su Zimo smiled faintly and said sarcastically, "How unlucky. Go back and tell him to live his life well. One day, I'll personally take his life." "Su Zimo, that's enough." Shen Mingqi was a little agitated and questioned lightly, "You want to kill my master just because of a horse?" "A horse?" Su Zimo stood up slowly. His eyes flickered coldly and a murderous aura emitted from him through just that simple motion. Arriving before Shen Mingqi, Su Zimo stared at her with a piercing gaze that was sharp as knives. Shen Mingqi even had an illusion that Su Zimo's gaze stabbed her. She took a step back subconsciously. At that moment, she had even forgotten that her cultivation was higher than Su Zimo's. He said coldly, "If not for Zui Feng, I would have died. Your master wanted my life back then." Shen Mingqi couldn't refute him. She had witnessed what happened back then. If Zui Feng had not been psychic and managed to defend in time, Su Zimo would have been burnt to ashes. Shen Mingqi took a deep breath and raised her head, looking straight in Su Zimo's eyes. "After 4 years, you're still arrogant and ignorant as ever. You overestimate your abilities. What right do you have to take revenge on my master as a Foundation Establishment cultivator? Yes, you will grow stronger and raise your cultivation with the passage of time. However, Master will not remain stagnant either. He will grow stronger too. You will never be able to catch up to him and take revenge." Pausing for a moment, Shen Mingqi scoffed coldly, "Also, I didn't attack you just now because I'm weaker than you. It's because I didn't want to fight you for old time's sake, but don't push your luck. Do you think that you have the strength to defeat me, a perfected Foundation Establishment, just because you killed Senior Brother Shu with a sneak attack?" Su Zimo looked at Shen Mingqi calmly. At this distance, he had 100 ways to defeat Shen Mingqi. Sadly, those who were ignorant would never ever know of their ignorance. As though she hadn't had enough, Shunmingqi continued, Suzimo, there are too many geniuses in the cultivation world and there are tons of people stronger than you. You are nothing at all. With your cultivation, you're not even qualified to take part in the Great Zhou Dynasty sect competition. That is a grand event in the cultivation world where the top geniuses of the Foundation establishment realm will meet and spar. Phut! Upon hearing that, Demonis Ji could no longer contain her laughter and interrupted Shunmingqi. What are you laughing at? Shunmingqi asked coldly. Demonis Ji ignored her and looked around as though she was looking for something, muttering, Huh? I thought I heard a frog in the well croaking. How annoying! Shunmingqi's face darkened. She placed her hand on her storage bag and remarked icily, Who are you calling a frog in the well? Noticing Shunmingqi's movement, Demonis Ji smiled. So be it if someone's a frog in a well. What's worse is that she's a self-righteous frog, boasting to others about how much of the sky she can see. What a joke! All right. Shunmingqi harumphed coldly. Let me show you the methods of a frog in the well. As soon as she finished speaking, Shunmingqi used her left hand to conjure a seal and slapped her storage bag with her right, causing a flying sword to land in her palm. Boom! A rumble echoed from within Shunmingqi. Right after, a meridian shone brightly like a divine dragon, roaring in Shunmingqi's body and emitting a rich spirit qi. One of the 8 meridians. The spirit-peering art could only determine if a cultivator was a perfected Foundation establishment, but it could not detect how many meridians they have unlocked. The more meridians that were unlocked, the more spirit energy they had and the stronger they were. It was obvious that Shunmingqi had unlocked a spirit meridian. Swash! The moment Shunmingqi made her move, a pink figure flashed and appeared in front of her. Demonis Ji stuck out her left hand and grabbed the meridian on Shunmingqi's left wrist with lightning speed. Instantly, Shunmingqi's expression changed. Her left arm turned numb and the spirit energy in her meridian turned sluggish, unable to circulate at all. The next moment, she felt her neck turn cold, prickling in pain as a cold air entered her body. Shunmingqi's face looked extremely terrible, not daring to move as she froze on the spot. Demonis Ji leaned over and smiled. Don't doubt it when I say that you're a frog in the well. If someone like you were to enter the ancient battlefield, the only thing that awaits you is death. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know a report chapter, so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 195, Ancient Battlefield. Chapter 195, Ancient Battlefield. Shunmingqi's face was pale and she panted slightly, not daring to retort. Demonis Ji was smiling in a beautiful manner. However, they were both women and Shunmingqi could sense hostility and killing intent from Demonis Ji. Both of them were strangers and it was impossible for them to have any grudges. There was only one possibility why the girl in pink had a killing intent towards her. It was because of Suzimo. Shunmingqi's gaze shifted onto Suzimo. Her emotions were complicated and she actually felt a sense of bitterness. Why? What did Suzimo have that would make this girl who was superior to her in terms of looks and strength fall for him? In reality, Suzimo and Demonis Ji's relationship was not what Shunmingqi imagined. However, Suzimo could not be bothered to explain and there was no need to either. Let her go, Suzimo said indifferently. Demonis Ji glanced sideways and looked at Suzimo keenly, a hint of mockery flashing in her eyes as she asked with a smile, What's wrong? You can't bear it? Suzimo frowned. All right, I'll listen to you. Demonis Ji changed her tone and said sweetly, releasing Shunmingqi and returning to Suzimo's side, standing coquettishly. Shunmingqi only let out a long breath when she felt the coldness around her neck dissipate. Unknowingly, she was already drenched in sweat. After this unforeseen change, Shunmingqi no longer had the face to stay on. She harumphed coldly and turned to leave. Summoning her flying sword, she soared through the air. Turning back, Shunmingqi looked at the set of green robes in the palace behind her with a complicated expression. She had never expected that their reunion after 4 years would be as such. Could she have been wrong back then? If she had not chosen to leave Pingyang Town with her master back then, would she have followed Zimo onto the path of cultivation and joined Ethereal Peak together? No, I wasn't wrong. Shen Mingqi took a deep breath, her gaze resolute as she muttered to herself, I'll prove myself at the sect competition. I'll prove that my decision back then was the right one. In that grand cultivation event where everyone will be watching, I'll obtain unparalleled glory for the sect and be famous in Great Ju. I'll be the one entering the ancient battlefield. As for you, you'll just be a spectator below. Outside the King of Yang's chamber, Su Zimo stood at a stone step nearby. Hands behind his back, he stood against the wind as it lifted his black hair gently. Demoness Ji drifted swiftly behind Su Zimo, her eyes burning with curiosity as she asked, Who was that? Su Zimo did not seem to have heard anything. TSK. She pouted. I can guess even if you don't tell me. That's your old flame, right? Su Zimo's expression changed and he glanced sideways at Demoness Ji. What I'm most curious about now is why she chose to leave you back then. Demoness Ji was puzzled. She held her chin with her hand and frowned. At least among the younger generation, you're already very powerful. I don't think Iridescent Cloud's palace has anyone that can surpass you. Why did that woman choose to leave you? Isn't that a stupid decision? I was quite ordinary back then, Su Zimo replied. I don't believe you. Demoness Ji shook her head. She must have bad taste. Pausing for a moment, Demoness Ji smiled smugly. However, that makes me look even more formidable. I picked you right away with my sharp wisdom, hee hee. Su Zimo did not laugh. Instead, he asked, You followed me for so long. What exactly do you want? Perhaps you haven't realized it yourself, but your personality is closer to that of a fiend's. Demoness Ji looked at Su Zimo meaningfully and said in a deep voice, You abhor evil and are decisive to kill. You also place a clear distinction between gratitude and hatred. Actually, you're very suited for fiend cultivation. Is that your motive? Su Zimo shook his head. I'm not suited for fiend sects. Why do you say that? Looking into the distance, Su Zimo replied indifferently, The road I want is different from others. Even fiend sects may not be able to accommodate me. At that moment, Demoness Ji suddenly realized that she could not understand Su Zimo. What is the road you want? She asked subconsciously. Su Zimo did not elaborate. After some thought, he changed the topic and asked, What was the ancient battlefield that you mentioned just now? You know that the Great Ju dynasty holds a sect competition once every 10 years, right? I see. Su Zimo nodded. Ji Yaoxue had mentioned this 2 years earlier. It was a grand event for the Great Ju dynasty where all major and minor sects will gather and spar. Their realms were limited to those below Golden Core. This was a battle between Foundation establishment cultivators. There would be 4 ranking lists for spirit, talismans, elixirs, and weapon with only the top 10 of each. The competition was intense. However, it also meant that this was the best opportunity for one to make a name for themselves. Furthermore, the Great Ju dynasty would reward the cultivators on the ranking lists handsomely. It was also said that there would be additional mystery rewards. Demoness Ji continued, Actually, the mysterious reward is for one to enter the ancient battlefield and cultivate for a year within. Cultivate for a year? Su Zimo frowned slightly. Demoness Ji laughed. Don't underestimate that 1 year. Even if you cultivate outside for 10 or even 100 years, it might not match what you can obtain from cultivating in the ancient battlefield for 1 year. There are countless treasures within. Lost cultivation techniques, elixir and talisman recipes and even weapon refinement techniques can be found there. The opportunities inside are unimaginable to you. Su Zimo's blood boiled as he listened in shock. Demoness Ji continued, There are some things you might not know. Back then, the founder master of True Fire sect obtained a long-lost flame secret skill in the ancient battlefield. He then established True Fire sect, which turned into one of the 5 major sects in the Great Ju dynasty. Of Ethereal Peak's 3 secret skills, one of them was obtained from the ancient battlefield as well. It's not an overstatement to say that all geniuses of Qianhuang mainland would have to venture to that place. However, only paragons will be able to return alive. If you die within. Su Zimo's heart skipped a beat as he recalled that terrifying expert of Ethereal Peak. That person mentioned that the Void Thunder Manual was obtained from an ancient ruin. A question suddenly flashed through Su Zimo's mind and he asked, since the ancient battlefield is so great, why aren't golden cores or even nascent souls sent there? Wouldn't that mean a greater chance of obtaining treasures and inheritance opportunities? Demonis G explained, actually, every ancient battlefield was left behind by the ancient era and it forms its own dimension. In the most elementary ancient battlefield, only Foundation establishment cultivators can be sent inside. Furthermore, it would even require many Void Reversion Dao beings to combine forces in breaking through the dimensional barriers. Given the strength of the Great Zhou dynasty, only dozens of Foundation establishment cultivators can be teleported at best. That's the reason why we have the sect competition. Su Zimo pondered deeply. Does that mean that only golden cores are allowed in the intermediate ancient battlefield? I see. Demonis G nodded. However, there's no one in the Great Zhou dynasty that has the power to send golden cores into the intermediate ancient battlefield. Think about it. If you require the combined forces of many Void Reversion Dao beings to break the dimensional barrier of the elementary ancient battlefield, what sort of cultivators do you need for the intermediate ancient battlefield? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know a report chapter, so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 196, Farewell. Chapter 196, Farewell. Demonis G said, of course, if you consider joining the Fiend sects, you won't need to worry about such stuff. Be it Foundation establishment or golden cores, Fiend sects have the capabilities to send into the ancient battlefield. The sort of opportunities you obtain and whether you can return alive will depend on yourself. Su Zimo shook his head and smiled. Demonis G had painstakingly beat around the bush hoping to invite him to join a Fiend sect again. When she saw Su Zimo's reaction, she knew what his reply would be. However, she was not disappointed and merely shrugged her shoulders. It's all right. If you change your mind, feel free to join us anytime. Su Zimo nodded. Demonis G continued, however, I have to remind you. Even though there are many opportunities in the ancient battlefield, they are accompanied by immense dangers. Some of it will come from the ancient battlefield itself and some of it will be from the other cultivators. Even though you've defeated a Fiend heir, you have to understand that they were unable to unleash their full strength due to the ancient spirit lock formation. Su Zimo was well aware of that. If not for the ancient spirit lock formation, he was definitely not a match for a few Fiend heirs. According to Su Zimo's speculation, those Fiend heirs, Demonis G included, must have unlocked at least 4 meridians. The ancient battlefield is the true first clash for all Foundation establishment geniuses of Qianhuang mainland. The world outside of Great Zhou dynasty is way too big and there are many unknown lands and powerful beings. Inside, you might encounter the legacy disciples of the 9 immortal sects. There will also be top spirit demons of the 8 demon races. Many of them are mutated beasts with extraordinary bloodlines and strength. There's also the 7 Fiend sects, 6 Buddhist monasteries, 4 dissident groups and 3 aristocrat families. There will be many legacy disciples of the top factions in Qianhuang mainland, all of them peerless paragons. When Su Zimo heard that, he suddenly frowned. At the mention of the 6 Buddhist monasteries and the 4 dissident groups, Demonis G paused for a clear moment as though she was apprehensive. Immortal sects, demon races, Fiend sects, Buddhist monasteries, dissident groups, aristocrat families, each type sounded like an ancient lineage. According to the order of the 9 immortal sects, 8 demon races, and 7 Fiend sects, there should be another lineage in between the 6 Buddhist monasteries and 4 dissident groups. At that moment, Demonis G said, with so many geniuses gathered on the ancient battlefield, only less than 30% will be able to make it out alive after a year. Su Zimo was stunned. That figure was completely beyond his expectations. It meant that more than half of them would die in the ancient battlefield. Demonis G looked at Su Zimo and said, to be fair, you are indeed extremely strong in melee combat. However, if you were to enter the ancient battlefield with your current strength, the chances of you surviving is 0. Su Zimo did not refute. He believed in Demoness G's judgment. However, her remark did not affect his confidence. There were 3 more years to go before the sect competition. For Su Zimo, that was more than enough time, and he could definitely increase his strength greatly. Right now, he had attained greater mastery of the marrow cleansing section. As long as Su Zimo was able to attain greater mastery of the organs refinement section within 3 years, he believed that there would not be many people who could match him in melee combat. If he could attain greater mastery for the orifice clearing section, Su Zimo had confidence that he would defeat anyone beneath Golden Core Realm in melee combat. As for immortality cultivation, he was at mid-stage foundation establishment right now. With the ethereal foundation establishment as his basis, he should be able to reach perfected foundation establishment within 3 years. After he unlocked a couple of meridians, he would use them in combination with his sword formation, Fiend Suppression Seal, Blood Refinement Fiend Sutra, and other secret skills. In the ancient battlefield, that might not be enough for Su Zimo to dominate the masses and suppress all geniuses. However, it was definitely enough for him to protect himself. Since you're not willing to join the fiend sects, I won't bother you anymore. Demoness G looked at Su Zimo and said with a smile. Su Zimo asked, are you leaving? Yes. Demoness G nodded. She turned to look at Su Zimo with a faint smile. Why? Can't bear for me to leave? No, I wanted to say, if you want to leave, hurry up. Humph. Demoness G stomped heavily on Su Zimo's foot before raising her chin smugly and turning to leave. Halfway through, she suddenly turned back and shouted, hey, if you see my sister, don't tell her that I'm in a fiend sect. I can't be sure about that. Su Zimo gave a faint, cold smirk and turned to leave as well. He did not walk far when Demoness G's aggrieved voice sounded, if you reveal it, I'll tell sister that you bullied me in the coffin. Su Zimo's legs buckled and he nearly fell. This D*MN girl. His mouth twitched as he cursed silently. Hurry and go. Su Zimo waved without turning back. Pursing her lips, Demoness G smiled. A faint fragrance drifted with the wind and dissipated in the air. For the next period of time, Su Zimo was in no hurry to leave and return to the sect. He remained in the palace, chatting and drinking with his elder brother, Su Hong. When he was free, it was a carefree life. A month later, Su Zimo was prepared to leave the capital. To be fair, there were very few cultivators like Su Zimo who would take time out to return home and accompany their families. Not to mention, he stayed on for an entire month. Most cultivators would choose to sever their mortal relationships at the first instance. It wasn't because they were heartless, but because they knew that day would arrive sooner or later. The sooner they severed those ties, the sooner they would be done with the many burdens of the mortal realm, and it would be nothing but beneficial for their cultivation path. Su Zimo understood that logic as well. However, he could not do it. When he was about to leave, Su Hong accompanied Su Zimo out of the city before he stopped and reminded the latter, Zimo, you don't have to come back if you don't have much time. You don't have to worry about me. Even though he said that, there was a hint of reluctance in Su Hong's eyes. I can't really help you much as an elder brother. Do take good care of yourself being all alone out there. Su Zimo looked at his brother's head of white hair and pursed his lips in silence, feeling miserable within. In the cultivation world, the most precious types of elixirs were those that could boost one's longevity. It was priceless. Decades later, they would have to be separated through life and death. Su Zimo dared not think about it. As though he recalled something, Su Hong hurriedly added, Zimo, if you have the chance, visit Suning and see if she's doing well. She has a soft personality. Even if she has been wronged, she might keep it to herself and not tell anyone. All right. There's nothing else. Su Hong's gaze dimmed gradually as he muttered softly. Big brother, take care. After a long silence, Su Zimo finally spoke. His voice was slightly hoarse. Go, go. Su Hong turned around and waved his hand. Second young master, take care too. Uncle Sheng stood on the spot, his voice quivering as tears streamed down his face. When the Su family was in trouble, Su Zimo and Su Xiaoning were still young, they were practically raised by Uncle Zheng. In Uncle Zheng's eyes, Su Zimo was akin to his own son. He was already old and did not know if he would be able to see Su Zimo again. This might be their final farewell. As though he felt something, Su Zimo suddenly stopped in his tracks and came before Uncle Zheng. Pursing his lips, he knelt on the ground and kowtowed 3 times solemnly. For years ago, the immortal might have perfected being Kanglang failed to crush the youth's backbone and have him submit on his knees. For years later, Su Zimo kowtowed goodbye before an elderly man with a white beard on his own accord. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know a report chapter, so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 197, Trapped Spirit Monkey. Chapter 197, Trapped Spirit Monkey. A streak of light flashed through the air, tearing through the skies and passing through the vast lands, brushing by cities and villages. A few mortals subconsciously looked up. Some of those with sharper eyes faintly caught sight of a set of green robes. Amidst the clouds, it disappeared before everyone swiftly. Su Zimo did not return to the sect immediately. Instead, he sped in the direction of the Kanglang mountain range. He had not seen the damn monkey for 2 years and missed it a little. Additionally, Kanglang mountain range had a cold lake. Back then, Su Zimo was too weak and could not get to the bottom of the cold lake since he had just cultivated the Tendons Transformation section of the Mystic Classic of the 12 Demon Kings of the Great Wilderness. Now that Su Zimo was at greater mastery of the Marrow Cleansing section and had a rich bloodline, he could attempt to check out the cold lake once more. The moment he arrived at the skies of the Kanglang mountain range, Su Zimo heard a series of roars that shook the mountains with a murderous aura. That was the howl of the wolf, something Su Zimo was extremely familiar with. Back when he lived in Kanglang mountain range for a year, he was fighting those spirit beasts most of the time. Wolves were cunning and extremely intelligent. If not for the spirit monkey's help, Su Zimo would have already died in a wolf's belly. Su Zimo furrowed his brow slightly. It was daytime right now. Logically speaking, most spirit beasts would lay dormant, and it was the same for the wolves. It was rare for such a commotion to happen now. This should be the work of a pack of wolves. Su Zimo muttered softly. Even when he joined forces with the spirit monkey back then, he could only rely on sneak attacks and was unable to fight powerful wolves head-on. Moreover, after killing a few wolves, it was inevitable that his body would contain the aura of a wolf's bloodline. If he did not conceal it with other auras, he would be tracked by the wolves before long. Su Zimo ignored the wolf pack and headed towards the cave he used to live in. If he wanted to look for the spirit monkey, this was his only clue. Otherwise, searching for a monkey in the vast Kanglang mountain range was akin to finding a needle in a haystack. Su Zimo had not gone far when his eyes flickered, sensing that something was amiss. The roar of the wolves came from the direction of the cave. Was it a coincidence? Su Zimo pondered for a moment and withdrew his flying sword, descending into the forest. He dashed towards the cave with all his might while surveying his surroundings with a sharp gaze, trying to search for clues on the ground. Before he arrived at the cave, Su Zimo already had determined the situation based on the clues on the ground. The number of wolves this time was large, there should be more than 10,000. That was a terrifying figure. Typically, there would be a spirit demon-level wolf in a wolf pack amounting in the hundreds. For a wolf pack of more than 10,000 wolves, there were at least 10 of those spirit demon wolves. The most terrifying thing was that the alpha of the wolf pack might even be a spirit demon equivalent to a golden core. The difference in strength between spirit demons was huge. The weakest of them were comparable to Foundation establishment cultivators. The strongest of them were equivalent to golden core perfected beings. Su Zimo's expression was grim. When he saw that he was about to reach the cave, he slowed down and moved forward silently. Soon, the figures of many wolves appeared before him, their eyes flashing with a green glint. Bloodthirsty and ruthless, they bared their teeth and saliva drooled from their mouths onto the ground as they snarled deeply. Suzimo did not proceed forward rashly. Instead, he came beside a huge ancient tree and, using all his limbs like a spirit ape, climbed it stealthily. Standing up high, he looked over and could not help but take a breath of cold air. There were too many. Densely packed, they covered the entire mountains, causing chills to run down one's spine. The wolf pack did not surround the cave. Suzimo would definitely choose to avoid and not provoke these beasts. However, only Suzimo and the spirit monkey knew about that cave. He was not going to leave until he confirmed the spirit monkey's safety. There were also hundreds of wolf corpses lying in the cave, and most of the blood had dried up. Only a few wolves that looked like they had their heads smashed in seemed to have died not too long ago. Although he was a distance away, Suzimo could still see clearly. Most of the wolves looked like they suffered fatal injuries on their heads, as if they were bashed by some blunt weapon. Suzimo narrowed his gaze at the dark cave entrance. If he was not wrong, the spirit monkey should be inside. Logically speaking, given the alertness of the spirit monkey, it should have escaped long ago. Once this place was exposed, there was no way it would be trapped by such a large wolf pack here. Furthermore, this pack of wolves was also behaving strangely. Instead of rushing forth together, they were dragging things out. Suzimo did not dare to act recklessly, merely surveying the wolf pack from the tree. Given the discipline of a wolf pack of this size, there was definitely an alpha wolf around. If the alpha was a golden core spirit demon, Suzimo could not fight it head-on. However, if the alpha was a Foundation establishment spirit demon, Suzimo would be able to break through the wolf pack on his flying sword and kill all of them to try and defeat the alpha, or even kill it. That was because Suzimo had an advantage that Foundation establishment spirit demons did not have. Sword Kinesis Flight. As long as Suzimo were to ride on his flying sword, he would be invincible no matter how many wolves there were. However, if the alpha was a golden core spirit demon, Suzimo would not dare to barge in. Be it humans or demons, core formation was an extremely important step. There is the saying that once one creates a golden core, one's lifespan will not be decided by nature. Once one forms a core, even spirit demons would be able to soar through the skies without the use of any external objects. This meant that even if the wolf did not have wings, it could fly as well, and Suzimo's advantage would be gone. Furthermore, Suzimo was not a match for a golden core spirit demon as well. They were on completely different levels. If the opponent was a cultivator that did not cultivate any concealment techniques and the difference in realm between them was not too great, one could easily detect the other party's cultivation realm using spirit peering art. However, the spirit peering art was useless against spirit demons. That was because there was no spirit energy in the spirit demons' bodies. Before a spirit demon attacked, one could only rely on experience, feelings, and observation to gauge their cultivation realms. At the front of the wolf pack stood more than 10 tall and strong wolves that looked malicious. Pacing back and forth, none of the other wolves dared approach them. Suzimo nodded silently. If he was not wrong, those 10-odd wolves were Foundation establishment spirit demons. Their status in the wolf pack was very high, akin to a small leader. However, upon further observation, he discovered that none of them seemed like the true alpha wolf. Suzimo continued searching. All of a sudden, his gaze paused at the top of a tall, green rock. Above it sprawled a wolf. It was not big and did not look extraordinary when compared to the many spirit beast level wolves below. However, Suzimo determined after some consideration that it was the alpha wolf. Out of more than 10,000 wolves, that was the only one that dared to sprawl around. Its expression was languid and its eyes were half closed, as if it was taking a rest. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know a report chapter, so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 198, Tricked. Chapter 198, Tricked. Just as Suzimo's gaze landed on the alpha, it suddenly moved as if it sensed something. Oh? Suzimo's heart skipped a beat. His gaze was extremely obscure, such that the 10-odd Foundation establishment wolves had not noticed it. If this alpha sensed it, there was an 80% chance that it was a golden core spirit demon. Suzimo continued observing. The Alpha merely moved a little and did not make any other motions. It did not even open its eyes, as though it was merely adjusting its position to make itself more comfortable. Suzumo heaved out a sigh of relief. Roar! At that moment, 5 spirit demon wolves growled lowly and walked towards the cave slowly with feral expressions. The entrance of the cave was squeezy. The 5 wolves did not dare to barge in, merely loitering in front of the cave. Oh! Oh! Before long, a familiar cry came from within the cave, filled with provocation. Suzumo's eyes lit up and he no longer had any doubts. That was the sound of the spirit monkey. The spirit monkey was very smart and defended the entrance of the cave with a terrain advantage, destroying the wolf pack one by one. However, that was only a temporary solution. The spirit monkey had to be constantly on guard against the wolves' sneak attacks and could not relax at all. If this continued, the spirit monkey would not be able to withstand it eventually. After all, there were more than 10,000 wolves and the spirit monkey was alone. The 5 wolves at the entrance did not fall for the spirit monkey's provocation. They continued loitering around the cave with a ruthless glint in their eyes. Suzumo's gaze swept over the Alpha on the green rock again. If it was a golden core spirit demon, the spirit monkey should have been dead long ago and would not have been able to last till now. At that thought, Suzumo no longer hesitated. He wore the mystic gold silk armor and leapt down from the tree as a flying sword appeared beneath his feet in midair. Swash! A sword beam tore through the air and Suzumo bypassed the dense wolf pack, disregarding their howls and speeding towards the cave. At the same time, the Alpha on the green rock opened its eyes. Narrowing its gaze, a cunning and savage glint was revealed. Swash! 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 Suzumo's expression was calm and his eyes were clear in midair. Waving his sleeves, 6 sword beams flew out of his storage bag. Hexagonal sword formation. He shouted softly and controlled the 6 flying swords which cut through the air swiftly. The sword chi left behind scars in the air which formed a gigantic hexagonal formation. Buzz! The lighter formation patterns burst forth in a bedazzling manner. Zeng! 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 Suzumo controlled the gigantic sword formation and directed it towards the 5 wolves loitering in front of the cave. Everywhere the formation passed, the sound of metal clashing would ring forth, carrying a murderous and intense sword chi. Roar! One wolf did not know how powerful it was and leapt forth with a ferocious expression. It reached out with its sharp claws and scratched at the hexagonal sword formation. Clang! 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 A crisp sound was produced when the sword formation made contact with the wolf's claws. Right after, a bloody mist spread out as limbs flew. A spirit demon wolf was minced to death by the hexagonal sword formation on the spot. Damn monkey, come out! I'll take you out of here! Suzumo shouted as he controlled the hexagonal sword formation to chase the other 4 wolves. After a short pause, a tall figure dashed out from the pitch-black hole. It was holding a black rod and it had long arms that almost touched the ground. When the spirit monkey caught sight of Suzumo, it widened its eyes in joy. Right after, as though it remembered something, its joy turned into panic. Oh! Oh! The spirit monkeys first stood on end, gesturing behind Suzumo and yelling loudly. At the same time, Suzumo felt an immense danger and his expression changed, sensing that something was amiss. Before he could turn back, an evil gust of wind struck from behind. Suzumo was on his flying sword right now. If a wolf could appear behind him, there was only a single possibility. The wolf was a golden core spirit demon that could fly. I was tricked! Suzumo's mind flashed with the image of the Alpha sprawled on the green rock. Back when he looked at the Alpha, it budged slightly. Suzumo thought that it was a coincidence. But now, he was enlightened. The Alpha had sensed something and subconsciously reacted to it. But right after, it did not move or even open its eyes and feigned ignorance while continuing to sleep. All of that was to lure Suzumo out. That cunningness of the wolf was enough to send shivers down one's spine. A golden core spirit demon could crush Suzumo completely in terms of strength, there was no fight at all won. A powerful aura that could still hearts enveloped him. Suzumo charged forward with all his might and channeled body petrification. At the same time, he shifted the hexagonal sword formation to defend behind him. Swoosh! Spinning continuously, the hexagonal sword formation gave off a bedazzling sword light that shone like a gigantic mirror, defending Suzumo's body. A look of mockery flashed in the Alpha's eyes as it flew into the air. Tossing out a casual swipe, it struck the surface of the sword formation with its sharp talons heavily. Bang! There was a deafening sound. The hexagonal sword formation stopped spinning and slammed heavily against Suzumo's back. His expression changed and he spat out a mouthful of blood, falling from the skies. The sword formation dispersed and all 6 flying swords had cracks on them, shining with a dim light. They were all broken. The attack of a golden core spirit demon had actually destroyed 6 inferior-grade flying swords. How terrifying was that strength? Roar! The Alpha stood in midair. Suddenly, it opened its mouth and bared its grisly fangs and scarlet tongue, letting out a deafening roar that shook the forest and caused boulders to tumble down from the mountains. It was majestic and possessed an overwhelming ferocity. The spirit monkey leaped up and in the midst of the panic, caught Suzumo, who was falling from midair, intending to return to the cave. However, the cave behind the spirit monkey was now sealed by many wolves. From up above, the Alpha looked at the man and monkey on the ground. Its eyes were filled with contempt, but it did not continue to attack. The surrounding wolves began to move towards the circle, layer after layer. Oh! The spirit monkey held Suzumo with both hands and poked its head out, baring its teeth at the enemies. Its eyes shimmered with a bloody glow as it let out threatening snarls. "Damn monkey, let me down!" Right then, Suzumo said with a weak voice. "Oh?" The spirit monkey was stunned for a moment and helped Suzumo stand up. Wiping away the blood at the corner of his mouth with his sleeves, Suzumo took a deep breath and swallowed an elixir. He regulated his breathing, although his face seemed rather pale. A golden core spirit demon was way too strong. Even with the hexagonal sword formation and mystic gold silk armor, Suzumo's organs still trembled from the impact and nearly shifted positions within. It was not hard to imagine that without the hexagonal sword formation and mystic gold silk armor, Suzumo would have been smashed to pieces with that attack. The man and wolf exchanged looks. Raising its head proudly, the Alpha turned towards the green rock as though it could not be bothered to attack again. In the eyes of the Alpha, that attack was enough to severely injure Suzumo even if he was not dead. Coupled with the loss of his flying swords, the man and monkey would definitely die against the combined attacks of the wolf pack. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know a report chapter, so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 199, Fight Alongside. Chapter 199, Fight Alongside. Translator, Atlas Studios. Editor, Atlas Studios. Suzumo looked at the Alpha on the green rock and endured the pain from his organs. He racked his brains, thinking about all possible methods of escaping. There was a very small possibility. First off, the Alpha was too strong. It crushed and devastated Suzumo entirely. This was an existence he had no chance of resisting against. Secondly, the Alpha was too fast. Without the help of his spirit perception, Suzumo would have already died earlier on. The only shot at life that Suzumo had was on his blood-bone palm. Till now, Suzumo did not know what that blood-bone palm was. However, he knew that it was indestructible and possessed terrifying power. If it could strike the Alpha, there was a high chance it could deal serious damage. Roar! The surrounding 10-odd Foundation establishment wolves bared their fangs and lowered their heads, howling with shimmering, murderous glints. Oh, oh! The howl of wolves that lined the entire mountains was terrifying and shocked countless birds. Suzumo took a deep breath and faked a relaxed smile. Damn monkey, it's back to 2 years ago when we fought alongside one another. Oh! Oh! Even though it was in the midst of wolves and could lose its life at any moment, the spirit monkey did not show any fear. Instead, it was filled with excitement and joy. The joy came from being reunited with Su Zimo. Sensing the emotions of the spirit monkey, Su Zimo could not help but laugh. 2 years ago, we didn't dare to fight these beasts head-on. Today's a rare opportunity. Let's kill to our heart's content. Damn monkey, show me how much you've grown over the past 2 years. Roar! The spirit monkey roared when it heard that. Its bloodline raced rapidly, causing its flesh to swell and its body to expand. Raising its rod, charged into the wolf pack first. That rod was filled with immense power and might. Even though the opposing wolf was also at Foundation Establishment realm, a trace of fear flickered through its eyes, and it dodged to the side, not daring to fight it head-on. Puff! The wolves at the back were not so lucky. After the spirit monkey swept across with its rod, many wolves had their brains splattered to the ground and died on the spot. Whoosh! Su Zimo channeled his blood and his body gushed with a terrifying sound of tsunami. Streaks of blue lightning appeared on his skin and crackled wildly with a blinding light. Snap! Swinging his arms backwards, a thunderbolt as thick as an arm exploded in the pack of wolves, radiating with electric sparks and green smoke billowed. Under that terrifying power of lightning, the spirit beast wolves were all electrocuted to death on the spot. 2 Foundation Establishment wolves shivered pathetically as their furs curled from the electric shock. Swoosh! 2 other Foundation Establishment wolves pounced over from the side, their sharp claws flashing with cold light as they revealed sharp fangs and gnawed toward Su Zimo's neck. If Su Zimo was bitten, he would not be able to endure it even with his powerful body. You must be courting death. His eyes lit up brightly as he hollered, swinging his left arm to form a huge arc in the air. Using his fist like a stamp, he pummeled down suddenly. Bang! The large stamp slammed heavily on the wolf's head and the sound of bones cracking could be heard. Without a single sound, the Foundation Establishment wolf fell from midair. On the surface, it looked intact without any injuries. However, the inside of its head was splattered by that tremendous force. At the same time, Su Zimo flipped his right hand and opened his palm, striking the chest of the other wolf with an attack that could split mountains. Howl! The wolf let out a sad cry and its body fell toward Su Zimo. Bang! Instantly, that Foundation Establishment wolf was sent flying with its bones completely broken. It was already dead before it fell to the ground. In the blink of an eye, Su Zimo had killed 2 Foundation Establishment wolves. His aura increased tremendously, letting out a chilling killing intent as the air emanated with a murderous aura. The spirit monkey swung its rod widely with such vigor that even water might not be able to penetrate it. Piak! 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 The spirit monkey's gaze was fierce. With its height, long limbs, and tremendous strength, any wolves that were struck by its long rod would be severely injured if not dead. Behind the spirit monkey, Su Zimo's expression was calm. Despite the circumstances, his eyes were cool and did not show signs of fear. 6 inferior-grade flying swords were destroyed by a single slap of the Golden Core Alpha. Su Zimo's Cold Moon Saber and Sanguine Crystal Bow were dropped inside the inheritance ground of the Fiend sects and he could not get them out in time. Right now, he could only rely on his bare hands to fight against the wolves. Even so, Su Zimo's physical strength was not something that the wolves would definitely be able to defend against. Bang! 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 His casual punches and kicks possessed thunderous force, causing the air to explode. Many wolves pounced on Su Zimo in a dense pack. Even as he was about to be drowned, all it took was a slight pause before those wolves were sent flying to the ground, mostly dead. In the blink of an eye, corpses of the wolves were piled at the feet of the man and monkey. The massacre continued. Of the 10-odd Foundation Establishment wolves, only 9 were left. Those wolves were highly intelligent and noticed that their strength might not be enough to be a threat for the man and monkey. As such, they prowled around the borders, waiting for an opportunity to strike. Wolves were extremely patient. They knew that be it the spirit monkey or human, the time would come when their strength would be exhausted. Once the man and monkey were weakened and mentally exhausted, their defenses would definitely reveal openings. That would be the best moment for a lethal attack. However, those 9 wolves were disappointed as time passed by. The spirit monkey revealed clear signs of exhaustion as its speed and strength were far inferior to before. However, the openings revealed by that spirit monkey were all compensated by the horrifying strength of that human. That human seemed to possess an endless amount of strength. Despite being engaged in battle, his eyes remained clear and bright. They sparkled with fighting spirit and killing intent. Not only that, the more he fought, the stronger he seemed. This human's body and physique was even stronger than theirs. This human was more like a true spirit demon. The wolves would never know that the mystic classic of the 12 demon kings of the great wilderness was incomparably strong to begin with. Furthermore, Suzumo had even cultivated the Void Thunder Manual, Blood Refinement Fiend Sutra, and many other secret skills to reach the realm of having his blood echo with the sounds of tsunamis and thunder. His physique was even more astonishing, and those wolves were no match for him at all. Even though they were demons as well, wolves had too ordinary of a bloodline. The reason why they were able to reign over the Kenglang mountain range was due to their sheer numbers and intelligence. If not for the Golden Core Alpha that was watching from the side, Suzumo would have long fled with the spirit monkey. Although there were many wolves, they were nothing but mere chickens against Suzumo that could not withstand a single blow. Roar! Right then, the Alpha sat up from the green rock and let out a deafening roar. It could no longer sit still. It had initially thought that its wolves would be able to kill the man and monkey with ease, given the fact that Suzumo was severely injured. That would provide an opportunity for him to raise the fighting strength of its wolf pack. But as time went by, the Alpha started to realize that something was amiss. If this were to continue, its wolves would suffer heavy casualties. The Alpha decided to take action personally and bite that man and monkey to death decisively. Pust! 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 Sensing the Alpha's motions, Suzumo slowly breathed in. A huge stream of air tore through his throat and let out a strange sound. Blood oozed out slowly as the skin around his throat was cut by the air current. Suzumo knew that the clash between him and the Alpha would determine whether or not they would survive. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know a report chapter, so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 200, Terrifying Strength. Chapter 200, Terrifying Strength. Translator, Atlas Studios. Editor, Atlas Studios. Anaconda Eclipse. It was a secret skill of the mystic classic of the 12 demon kings of the great wilderness. Suzumo's chest heaved up and down at a speed visible to the naked eye in a terrifying manner. A scene seemed to have flashed across the eyes of many wolves. An anaconda coiled around his body, rearing its head and devouring the moon. Its belly was full and it had 2 horns, seeming as though it wanted to soar into the skies and transform into a dragon. A look of mockery flashed in the Alpha's eyes. No matter what the human in front of him did, it was useless. The difference between them was too great. Anyone with a core would crush a Foundation Establishment cultivator without any single doubt. Ever since the primordial era, countless monstrous geniuses have appeared over the years. However, there were only a handful who could kill living beings with a core when they were at Foundation Establishment realm. All of those were terrifying beings that surpassed their contemporaries and left a name for themselves through the ages. The Alpha did not believe that the puny human before it possessed that capability. Swoosh! With a single leap, the Alpha brought with it a murderous gust. It was too fast. It had completely surpassed Suzumo's perception ability. Suzumo closed his eyes subconsciously, using his keen spirit perception to determine where the danger was and predict the approximate location of the Alpha. The middle finger and thumb of his left hand touched to form a hand seal as an image of fiend suppression appeared in his mind. Pressing forward, he shouted at the same time, "Kill!" The Anaconda Eclipse and Thunderclap Kill coupled with the fiend suppression seal exploded at the same instant. In the process of fighting against the wolves, Suzumo had never used those 3 trump cards, nor did he waste any of his spirit energy. It was all for this moment. The purpose of throwing these trump cards out was to confuse and stop the Alpha momentarily. Even if it was just for a moment. Suzumo's real killing move was on his right hand. Swash! Clenching his right hand like a dagger, Suzumo thrust forth for trump cards at the same time. The first ones to strike were the Anaconda Eclipse and Thunderclap Kill. A deafening roar instantly produced a power of thunder that threatened to shatter the stars and the world. The surrounding bulls revealed a hint of pain as they retreated subconsciously. However, the Alpha, who was facing the Thunderclap Kill head-on, did not pause at all. Suddenly, a crimson air stream burst forth from the Alpha's chest and shrouded around its body. Accompanied by the sound of bloodline channeling, the Alpha's aura intensified by another layer. The might of one with a formed core descended suddenly, filling the air with a demonic chi that could capture one's soul. The Alpha reached out with both claws and swiped forward, smashing the golden hand seal that was descending from midair with ease. It did not stop its momentum and continued to gnaw towards Suzumo's neck with a feral expression. Right then, Suzumo's right hand cut in. The same time the Alpha bit Suzumo on the neck, his right hand stabbed the Alpha. Even though it looked like a simple counterattack, for some reason, the Alpha sensed a dangerous aura. If it was any other spirit demon, it might not have chosen to dodge and would definitely have bitten Suzumo's throat first. However, the Alpha was wary and cunning. It would definitely not take the risk. Against Suzumo's incoming right hand, the Alpha suddenly stopped in its tracks. It swiped its claws forward against Suzumo's chest, creating a distance between them as it leaped back. Bang! Suzumo felt as if he was struck by lightning as his body flew back uncontrollably, his face pale. The attack missed. The Alpha was too fast and wary. Not only did it manage to dodge Suzumo's right hand, it even took the opportunity to injure him severely. That swipe was intended to rip Suzumo's stomach open, but it was blocked by the mystic gold silk armor. Being a broken Khanate spirit weapon after all, even though the mystic gold silk armor was able to fend off the sharpness of the Alpha's claws, it could not withstand the power that attack contained. That light swipe that did not require the Alpha's full strength had already managed to break several bones in Suzumo's chest. Even his internal organs were shaken violently and showed signs of tearing. Suzumo coughed out blood and looked at the Alpha, who was closing in on him, sighing internally. There's no more chance left. He failed to succeed even when the Alpha was caught off guard. Now that Suzumo was seriously injured and had already lost his fighting strength, there was no way he could kill the Alpha. If I manage to master the organs refinement section, my overall strength will increase greatly. Be it in terms of power or reaction time, everything will be swifter, and I might have been able to kill it with my previous method. However, what a pity. It wasn't because the plan could not work, it was because the difference in strength between them was too great. The strength of a spirit demon with a core was far beyond Suzumo's expectations. On the other end, the spirit monkey was covered in wounds. Falling to the ground, it tossed its rod aside and panted, clearly exhausted. The Alpha walked slowly towards the man and monkey, as if it was the king of the world. It looked at Suzumo's right hand with scrutiny, doubt, and curiosity. Just what was it that could cause it to feel fear? Was it an illusion? The Alpha decided to check out what was that human's right hand after biting him to death. Oh, oh! The surrounding bulls howled excitedly, awaiting the final kill. Striding over, the Alpha leaned its head in front of Suzumo. Its nose and mouth let out a nauseating stench as sticky drool dripped onto Suzumo's body. With no strength left to resist, Suzumo merely glared at the Alpha coldly. Its face was filled with disdain as it opened its mouth and bared its fangs. Right as it was about to chomp down, its expression changed drastically, turning the ferocity in its eyes into shock. Suzumo was momentarily stunned as well. Before he could react, he felt an overwhelmingly domineering force ripple out from the cave behind him before suddenly bursting forth. For that brief moment, Suzumo had an illusion. The entire world seemed to stop. The world was filled with a murderous aura and the atmosphere was stifling. There was complete silence and one could hear even a pin drop. It was as if all living beings were choked by an invisible force, unable to make a sound. That energy fluctuation was extremely foreign and Suzumo had not come across anything like this. While it didn't seem like a spirit art, it was extremely terrifying. Puff! There was a crisp sound. Right in front of everyone, the Alpha's head, which was a mere inches away from Suzimo, suddenly exploded as though some force had collided on it. A bloody mist filled the air and splattered all over Suzimo. Suzimo's entire body stiffened as he looked at everything in disbelief, almost unable to smell that gooey blood that covered his body with a nauseating smell. Even the spirit monkey was scared out of its wits and froze on the spot. The Alpha was a powerful golden core that crushed Suzimo completely. Yet, it died without any chance to resist against that powerful energy fluctuation. How tough was the head of a golden core Alpha? Even if Suzimo used the Cold Moon Saber and cleaved with all his might, he would not be able to leave a scratch on it. But now, a head so tough had exploded right in front of Suzimo. If he had not seen it himself, Suzimo would not have been able to imagine it. This scene dealt a huge blow to him. Suzimo only snapped out of his stupor and let out a long breath when the headless corpse of the Alpha fell onto his body. After a momentary silence, the thousands of wolves remaining whimpered and hung their tails low, fleeing into the distance without turning back. In the blink of an eye, they were completely gone, leaving nothing but a pile of wolf corpses and bloodstains. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know a report chapter, so we can fix it as soon as possible.